My man. Doing the most. Doing the most. You know I had to remix this bitch. Shout out our boy. If I get caught up in a storm, pray the rain just keep me calm. All my life I dealt with pain, see no evil cause on. Chop along just like a arm, new bitches we fucking on. Doing wrong without them knowing, I'm the GOAT if you ain't know it. And you can't go do what I've been through. Wish I had somebody I could vent to. And you can't go through what I've been through. Wish I had somebody I could vent to. I just need someone to call on. I've been making moves like Michael Corleone. I won't say that shit until it's set in stone. Bitch, don't say my name if you gon' say it wrong. I can't touch these drugs and keep my...
Yo, it's your boy CT Crusher here checking in. Just wanting to remind y'all to go subscribe to my homie Hoodie Jube for the Hoodie Jube live podcast. We talking pressing topics here for you every night of the week. Hit that ding dong bell to make sure you don't miss an upload. Come join in on the conversation. Help us expand the community. We do a lot of giveaways, give away to a lot of charities, giving away to the local children's hospital. And oh, by the way, if you want a chance to win free NFL tickets, yes, I said that, free NFL tickets, make sure you subscribe and hit the ding so you don't miss a chance to win free NFL tickets. Peace out.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Hoodie Jube, and if you're looking for the best restaurant in town, man, go try Weed Ass Chicken and Shrimp, man. They have the best chicken wings, the best chicken tenders, the best fried shrimp, the best fried catfish, and their fries are so amazing, covered with ranch, cheese, bacon, jalapenos. Oh my! Yes, you heard it. Go try it out. They got 4 locations: Monroe, Louisiana, Marrero, Louisiana, New Orleans, Louisiana, and Houston, Texas, baby. Go try it now.
Right, man. What up? I won't speak on nothing but the real. You know how I'm coming, you know what I'm saying? Say we've been down for too long. The only way is up, it's time to move on. Never leave your house without your shoes on. Them killers want your spot, you cannot move on. Ain't worried about that girl, I tell them move on. They say it's my fault, but I'm feeling I can't do wrong. Cut all my partners off, let me open like the roof gone. Long talks and I ain't never changed, it's just been too long. Better shaking back and that's a fact, so I'm turned up. Fall up in the club, I'm going down, and I'm like, what's up? Throw me in that water, I won't go down, I'm too up. She want with a man, I knock that hoe down, I'm too up. Told all her friends, now she just want me to grow.
You can't see us, I time things going to the Super Bowl, talking black and gold. Cameron Jordan on the field, about to take a QB soul. Ever Camaro break a tackle, so you know he bold. Mike Thomas catching everything, so you know he cold. He talking Byron Madden, we talking Marcus May. We in the backfield, we gon' make them pay. Them boys hitting hard, they need an X-ray. Yeah. We talking black and gold. 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 Straight to the Super Bowl. Your time is up. Our time is now. Say hoodie, you can't see us. Our time is now. Woo. Hoodie droop in the building. We shining now. We shining. You can't see us. Our time is now. You heard me? Your time is up. Our time is now. Woo. You can't see us. Our time is now. Say hoodie, hoodie droop in the building. We shining.
Here he is, Hoodie Jube.
What's good, YouTube? It's your boy Hoodie Jube, and we are back with another live podcast. And if you don't know, you will know. There's no YouTube without your boy Hoodie Jube, y'all. How is everybody doing tonight, man? I'm doing just fine over here, man. Well, maybe I'm lying to y'all. I'm not doing fine. You know why? Because I've been holding this in forever. I'm pretending to act like I like this team. I'm pretending to act like I like Jameis Winston, man. Why? Jameis Winston is the damn problem. This whole team got problems, man. Ever since Drew Brees and Sean left, ever since we've been spoiled, it ain't been the damn same. So guess what? I'm tired of pretending. I'm tired of being like, oh, I'm a Saints fan. No, I'm freaking done with this shit, man. I can't stand Jameis. I'm tired of trying to freaking act like I do like him. I'm trying to act like this team's gonna go somewhere when you know they ain't gonna go nowhere. The head coach is freaking Dennis Allen. The offensive coordinator is Pete Carmichael. So who gives a goddamn, man? You know what? I'm freaking done, y'all.
Don't do it. Think of your family. Think of everybody. You got the kid
Is that what it's like to be a fake Saints fan? Oh my Lord. God damn, I hate to be one of those. Thank God I'm a real one. And if you're a real one, I mess with you. And that's what this channel's about, baby. Who that? Because we bleed black and gold until we dead and cold.
Run it up, Panero. Say what they lie. Say what they lie. Say what they lie. Say what they lie. We claiming black and gold. We claiming black and gold. We claiming black and gold. We going to the bowl. We claiming black and gold. We claiming black and gold. We claiming black and gold. Saints going to the Super Bowl, talking black and gold. Young Nolan hooded Jew wanna beat me like you know. Chris Olave, MT down the field. Winston throw the ball deep, yeah you know it's getting real. Put Jones in the slot, he gon' do damage. AK in the backfield, you know Durant. E. Davis coming through the line, QB running out of time. Tom Brady, that's mine. Yeah, the Saints did it fine. Hold out, chopper style, choppers out. The boys wild, yeah, them boys wild. Chopper style. Choppers out, the boys wild.
The boys wild.
Uh-oh.
Hold up. Yeah, we rolling. Hold up. Yeah, we rolling. Hold up. Yeah, we toting my life.
Yes, sir. Now it's the real video. What's good, YouTube? It's your boy, Hoodie Juby. And I know I got to feel y'all in the chat. I see some of y'all saying, what the hell? Good recovery. Yeah, I know. It's a video, man. That's how the fake Saints fans are. I'm literally. And they got people in there like they say, well, I just don't like Jameis. Yeah, we all know you don't like Jameis. But guess what? If you're a team, you're going to support your brother no matter what you're going to see. And what you're going to do is you're going to sit here and you're going to pray that Jameis turns it around and helps us win and gets us to the playoffs and wins us the Super Bowl. Because that's what you want, right? Unless you that freaking of a bad fan to where you are waiting for one thing to happen to bash this man. So, I mean, that's how I feel about fake Saints fans, Zach. I want to know. I mean, how would you describe a fake fan to you? Like, what would be your description? You know, how would you describe that?
I mean, disgusting. I understand wanting and expecting more out of Jameis. I expect and want a whole lot more out of Jameis too. But come on, y'all can't all of a sudden, oh, he's trash. Get him out of here. He sucks. The dude's playing with 4 fractured vertebrae. He's playing with a bum ankle. The coaching has been a problem as well. It ain't one person. It's the whole team at this point. Everyone's got to come together and figure something out. It's not down to just Jameis himself all alone. To be honest, the man shouldn't even be on the field right now with the way he's injured. He's playing scared. He's playing hurt. What are you supposed to expect out of him?
I wasn't expecting a game with 353 passing yards, though. I wasn't expecting that. With 4 fractured, vertebrae, like you said, in the back. And the other thing is, too, it's like you love it. As soon as the Saints lose or they're about to lose, oh, shit, it's Jameis' fault. But to be honest with you, I think Jameis did really good that game, even though he might have missed a few plays here and there. But I'm not going to lie to you. What was the score again? 23 to what, like 16 or 17? Whatever the score was. So I think we lost by 6 points. And just to tell you right here, Jameis was not the one that fumbled the ball. The same. That got scooped up for a touchdown. All right. He also wasn't the guy that got his field goal blocked. Oh, he's not the guy who missed the field goal too. So if you add them points up right there, that's 13 points. We lost 7. We lost by 7. So to blame Jameis and just saying he's the reason why we lost, you're fully mistaken. And you just really hate on a guy like Jameis. Second of all, I see from Nick Underhill, I see from all these different people, they showing that The O-line is not giving this man no protection. The dude's getting set. The dude's getting hit. He's already injured, and you're letting this dude keep getting hit and hit. That's why we said on the last, show with other people I was talking to, they literally said it. Let the man rest and put Dalton in and see what Dalton can do since he's a healthy scratch, right? And let Jameis heal, because we need the Jameis that we had last year where we know he'll run for the first downs, because he's not going to get hurt. He's not going to be hurting from taking a hit. But this man's scared to take a hit right now because he's playing through this injury. So, Jameis, if you're listening, please rest, my man. And guess what? If we lose the next few games because you're not there, then they can't say you're the problem. And now if they do win, then guess what? It's okay. At least your team is winning. At least you got a winning record.
It's just, it doesn't make sense to have him playing right now. I mean, guys, y'all can't tell me y'all didn't see a couple of times where Jameis scrambled out, wrapped around after getting pressure from the defensive line, wraps the outside in a normal spot where Jameis would go ahead and take off, gain 4 or 5 yards, get the first down on a 3rd and 4. I saw it at least twice, and a third time was even a possible chance. One of the sacks that he had was one-on-one with one guy, and you could just tell, instead of trying to move away from the tackle because he has the bum ankle and the hurt back, he's not trying to dodge contact. He's just trying to brace himself. That way he doesn't take the hit as bad to hurt himself worse. That mobility problem that he's having right now is due to these injuries. And I see a lot of people holding him accountable. I mean, I am. He's looking bad. I mean, like no, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But he's got to – it's not all on him. There was one play in particular when it happened. I literally sat there and lost my shit. They go and do a play action run where they sent AK out to the left. They fake the pitch. He rolls out right. And the only throwing option he had was to Chris Olave straight down the middle with 2 guys covering him. There was nowhere for him to do a dump off pass. Everyone was just crowded around the line. There was no other option except for him to throw there. What kind of play design is that to where you only have one option? One. So all James could do was try and throw it far enough to where it couldn't be caught by anyone because he had nowhere else to go with the ball. And that happened several times. Now, there are some check down moments where he had AK. We've all seen the pictures where, why aren't you just hitting AK right there? 9 out of 10 quarterbacks in the NFL are going to hit AK right there. There were still times where, Michael Thomas literally was just not dropping passes. This dude, Michael Thomas, is still a freak of nature. Why wasn't he targeted more often? These are all things that need to be addressed and need to be fixed. But God, everyone's just got to calm down. Got to relax.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's got to relax, my man. It was week 3. And by the way, a lot of people ain't realizing this too. It ain't like we playing shitty teams. You can say Carolina's shitty. You can say Falcons are shitty. You can say the Bucs, when we play them, they shitty when they play against us. But you got to realize these are 3 rivalry games. This team knows you. They play you twice a year, every year. And don't forget, they played Jameis twice a year, every year, because they were in our division. He was in our division when he was with the Bucs. So a lot of these teams know how Jameis plays, know, what makes him feel comfortable, what doesn't make him feel comfortable. Plus, like we said, they ain't picking up these blitzes. I don't know if people noticed. Jameis got sacked a shitload of times already in the past 3 games. I got to see how many times he actually got sacked. But I know the first 2 games, he was at, 13, 14 sacks already in 2 games. So, I mean, this past game, I got to go look and see how many he got sacked again. But
I think he's the second. I think he's the second most sacked quarterback right now in the league. I think only behind Joe Burrow, maybe now Daniel Jones after getting sacked 5 times yesterday. I don't know, man. I keep saying, just everyone, stop making. Everyone's got to be accountable, and I get it. His decision making isn't all there, and you talked about them not picking up blitzes. Now that was my biggest issue with Jameis last year, was him not making decisions at the line, but. He's got to be able to point out those blitzes. He's got to be able to call audibles. He's got to be able to do those things. Those are things that elite good quarterbacks have to be able to do. I don't know if it's a matter of him not studying film enough, not being confident enough in making that decision at the line, them not allowing him to, which that I don't think is the case anymore. I think he has to take control. And overall, we're just missing leadership on the team on the offense. The defense is playing solid. We have no leadership on the offense side of the ball. No one's stepping up into the huddle and getting everybody hyped up. By the end of the first half, everybody looked like we already lost the game. We were down. We were barely down. It's the same thing with the Tampa Bay game. It just felt like unless a big play happened, there was no momentum going our way. There's no one, acting like, hey, like, come on, get it together. Like we're still in this game. We're down by one score. Let the pass drive be the pass drive, and let's move forward and get a good one here. None of that is happening, and I think that's what we missed most from Sean Payton and then Drew a couple years ago. Like somebody on the offense has got to step up and be a voice to bring everyone together. Because I know all of us, whenever we saw Jameis go down to the side, I can't remember on what play it was. I think it was in the first half, or it was like really early in the second. They go to hand the tablet, he just puts it down. He's like no, like that's not the attitude to have. Like he was already defeated, and we were still barely down. The game was very winnable.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't know what's going on with our team. I know the O-line ain't protecting, like you said, and like we said, they ain't picking up the blitzes. The man's playing through an injury, so if you're not going to be able to, play through this injury, and you can definitely tell he's not the same passer that he is, when he is healthy. And like we said, we didn't see the same Jameis last year where he was running away, scrambling, trying to break these tackles and stuff. He's, like you said, he's going down with it because he's injured right now. So if you can't do it, we can all say, well, why is he in the game, right? Why is he even playing? But guess what? To be honest with you, no. To be honest, he shouldn't be. But guess what? You're gonna blame all that on him. But guess what? You know who probably won't be letting him play right now? Sean Payton. So guess who's your head coach right now? Dennis Allen. He is the main man. He's the one that can say, Jameis, I don't give a damn if you telling me you want to play. You haven't been the same, bro. You're not the same. Heal. So you got to put this on a coaching staff too for letting him play. So stop trying to put everything on just him.
It makes the Saints look bad. It makes the coaching look bad. It makes Jameis looks bad. Nothing looks good. Even if we pull out these wins against Tampa and Carolina, because they were close. Because our defense luckily had us in it. I know everybody's saying the PJ Williams, Tyrann Mathieu. Yeah, PJ Williams. He does that once every couple weeks. That makes me so angry. But for the most part, the defense held it down. Even if we won that game, it's not a game to be excited about getting a win because there's so many things that need to be cleaned up. But yeah, it doesn't look good either way. Like if you go look at James's throwing motion, it's all arm right now. When he comes down, he doesn't get his hips involved. He can't turn his torso like the way he normally does. He's having to just cock it back and chuck it with an arm. That's why the accuracy is off. That's why we're seeing balls get underthrown or overthrown because he's not able to do his normal throwing motion. And when you're throwing the ball 40, 50, 60 yards down the field, all that matters. You can't just change the way you throw out of nowhere. It just don't make sense.
It definitely, like you said, definitely don't make no sense. But at the same time, we can all talk the shit. We can all, say it's all Jameis' fault. You can hate on him all you want. But at the end of the day, he's your QB. You support the brother. And all you can do is hope that he heals, get better, gets back to the Jameis that we seen last year, able to pick up the first downs on the ground, able to try to break these tackles that he's getting sacked on, and have these deep ball accuracy that we know he's got, man, because Chris Olave has been killing a lot of people down the field and he ain't been hitting it. But for right now, instead of bashing this guy and trying to make it seem like it's just all on him, maybe you should go back and look at some of the film from the last few games and see who made mistakes too, because this is a team game, not a one-player game. And don't forget, you need to put a lot of blame on these coaches too for letting a guy being hurt and letting him play. So, like, everybody thinks, well, yeah, Jameis is the quarterback, so it starts with him. Well, it starts with the head coaches too, to me, because if I'm the head coach and I know Jameis is my best player and I feel like he's the best quarterback for us to win, but he's hurt, why would I play him to get hurt even though my O-line's not even blocking that well? They're not picking up the blitzes as well. You think I want him to get hurt even more? Like, I want this dude for the playoffs. I want the Jameis I got last year. But if he doesn't rest, he doesn't heal, he's going to stay the same. So I'm hoping that here, during practice this week, that they just going to let him, be limited, let him just, work it out. And then Sunday when we play the Vikings, they decide to go with Dalton to let this man heal for a game or two before we can see a healthy Jameis instead of a washed up, broken Jameis right now. So To be honest with you, we rarely see Kamara fumble. I was shocked Kamara fumbled on that play. They scooped it up and scored. That was already a momentum changer. And what's crazy is, I don't know if you've seen this, but the last two games, which was the Falcons and the Bucs game, Mark Ingram had some weird-ass fumbles that caused us our damn scoring drive because we was like right there and we was marching down the field. And each one of them, he fumbled at the wrong moment. And guess what? Nobody is talking about none of these other mistakes. Nobody's talking about the missed field goals, the field goal getting blocked. Like we said, what are they talking about? They're talking about one person, and that is your quarterback, Jameis. So, like I said,
I mean, my thing is that, yeah, I mean those mistakes, the fumble is definitely a bad one. The missed field goals is definitely unfortunate. I would, like I said, even if we make those things and we still win, like I still have higher expectations for the Saints, and those are things that I do have partial blame on Jameis, that I do have partial blame on the coaching staff, that I do have partial blame on the offensive line. There's a lot of mistakes going on. To throw it at one person is hard right now. Now, if we were seeing, play designs being done really well, and we saw the offensive line playing really well, and Jameis is the one that's making mistakes, then I'm all for it. Like, Jameis, like maybe he isn't what we, had him set out to be, right? Or maybe Jameis is doing everything he can and throwing the ball pretty great, but he's just getting sacked. Well, then we can just say it's on the O-line. But it's a mixture of all three things, and you're not going to win football games whenever you're having this many crucial part. I mean, if you can't win a game in the trenches, you can't win football games. And we're losing in the trenches every time. I'm seeing I saw Rowe a couple times saying, run the damn ball. I agree. Now it is hard though. You got to realize, I mean, Tampa Bay. Now we should have been able to run all over Atlanta, but Tampa Bay and Carolina. I mean, the whole NFC South except for Atlanta have really great run defenses. So it's hard to run to those teams. Of course, we expect more out of Alvin Kamara, but you got to realize that too. It probably wasn't part of the game strategy to run the ball on them. I don't understand why we're not putting the ball out to AK in open space with pitch route. We got we all talked about Traquan, his great blocking. You finally got him back. Why don't you utilize that? Throw AK out in space and let him do work since the line isn't creating those holes. The diversity and play calling is something that needs to change. Who that center during his live stream for the game was talking a lot about how we were running just about every single second down. It was like just came predictable at a certain point. And right after he said that, I started paying attention, and it was always the same run. It was always the same run.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. We got a lot of stuff to fix, but you know what I'm happy to see? I'm happy to see what this team could look like when they shoot themselves in the foot with penalties and, fumbles and, bad play, just bad play. I'm glad to see what this team is, but I'm also happy knowing that this team could easily get better if they fix these tiny mistakes. They get their shit together. Jameis gets healthy. The O-line starts getting better. They start picking up the blitzes more. They stop fumbling. They start making everything and doing every right thing. Our kicker starts making his field goals like he used to, the clutch field goals. Once everything starts getting fixed and everything starts, coming and everything's, going right into place, I'm telling y'all, man, this team's going to be scary. But right now, they just ain't doing it. And like we all said before, not only is Jameis injured, right? Not only is he, fighting through the ankle in the back, the dude's coming off an ACL injury from last year. You got Michael Thomas, who's trying to be back, and get back to his self. He's looking really good. And I'm happy to see Michael Thomas to be himself again. But, he's almost to that 2019 self. You got new additions, like I said on the show before, Jarvis Landry, Chris Olave. They all got to start clicking. Now, I do want to tell everybody some of the positive things that I really liked about this game. And one of those were Chris Olave, man, 147 yards. And I don't know if anybody knows, after this past weekend game, they said that Chris Olave has more catching yards right now than Jefferson, Devontae Adams, Travis Kelce, and Jamar Chase. So all these 3 or 4 top receivers that you hear, Olave's got more receiving yards than him right now. And that's crazy. Like, he's been doing pretty solid every game. Like, I don't think he had a game under 40 yards yet. So shout out to him. And I'm glad we drafted a guy like Chris Olave. And I can't wait to see some more positive things coming out of them, especially once everybody starts getting on track. You know, like I said, once everybody gets healthy, once everybody starts getting the chemistry together, and once they start finding their true identity, man, I'm telling y'all better watch out. So for all the ones that are fake, you know, fake fans supposedly, and just trying to blame it all on one person or ready to jump off the ship already, then go ahead, jump off the ship. Don't be coming back and saying, oh, I've been saying this all along, man. I told y'all they were good. Because no, we are keeping receipts. Trust me, we are keeping receipts on this show. I got a bunch of receipts already. I got screenshots and everything on my phone from different people. So telling y'all better watch out. Y'all better watch what y'all say. And y'all better learn how to control y'all anger. Because like in the video earlier, those, you know, the way I did that little intro thing for y'all, that's what fake fans look like to me. You know, when do you hear me trashing every single player and saying everything is that? No, I tell people I'm hope this, you know, team gets better. We know this, here's the mistake. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is who didn't play good. This is who played good. We need to get better as a team. You don't hear me saying, no, this person's trash. He's the worst person ever. This person is trash. He's the worst person ever. We got to get rid of his ass. Oh, yep. We're done. We're done for the season. No. You know why? The Saints started 1-2 before. They started 1-3. They started 2-3. They started 2-4 before, and we still finished with a positive record. And these are rivalry teams. So it ain't like I'm shocked because rivalry teams always give us trouble no matter what. So now we're going to see what this team's going to do in London. Like I said, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Or they're going to let Jameis play it out again through his injuries. Or will coach Dennis Allen and they'll make a smart decision and say, Jameis, no matter how much we think you're the better quarterback, we need you to heal, brother. We need you because we can tell you're not the same guy right now. You're not the same Jameis that we know that you can be. And let Andy Dalton play. That's what I really want to see. Because I hate seeing Jameis trying to play better when he's hurt. You know, I just don't like seeing that. Because when you're not healthy and you're not your 100% and you're not the guy, you know, 100% of yourself and being the guy that you can actually be, that's when people start falling apart. That's when people want to trash you. You know, I want to see him at his full, healthy, 100% self. Then come back at me and tell me. But to just trash him because he's on the field, it ain't just his fault. It's the coaching's fault for letting the guy play. You know, because it don't matter if you Drew Brees, Tom Brady. If I was the damn coach and you hurt and I can tell you not throwing the way you normally throw and you know, not making the decision that you normally would try to make. You know, you're not, you know, trying to get the first down like you should and normally would because you're scared to get hit, man. And I noticed that the blitzes are not getting picked up. The O-line ain't really as what we thought they were going to be. And you're not protecting my quarterback that's already hurt. Bro, I'm pulling you out and I'm putting in my backup to see what he can do since he's not injured. And maybe they can do a little bit better since you're not injured. You know, I want to see something out of the coaching staff. I want to see, what you call it, Zach? Discipline. Discipline. That's what I want to see. I want to see discipline from Coach Dennis Allen. I want to see him do some shit that a coach would do. You know, get in people's faces, get mad. Tell Jameis, I can't let you play this week, bro. I can't. You're not looking the same. You know, I want to see this from the coach instead of, well, no, I can't blame it all. You know, I ain't going to blame it all on one player. You know, we all made mistakes. You know, like we said, it's true. But make the right decision, coach. Don't F it up, you know.
Yeah, exactly like I said, man, we need a leader. We need a leader on offense. We don't have a leader. We all know, you know, AK has the talent to be a leader. But AK has already said he's not a loud voice. That's just not his style. He's not a loud voice. You know, I don't know who it needs to be in that locker room that needs to take charge. I don't think Jameis is there yet because Jameis isn't confident in himself right now. You know, and to be honest, he shouldn't be. You know, I'm not going to sure he shouldn't be confident in himself, but he needs someone to boost that confidence, whether it be Michael Thomas, whether it be Jarvis Landry. I don't really care. It could be Mark Ingram. It could be Taysom Hill, who's not even seeing that. It could be Juwan John. I don't give a damn who it is. Someone needs to be a leader on this team. And like you said with Coach, it's a shame that it's not him because he has to see the exact same things that we're seeing.
Yep, you're damn right. And by the way, y'all, I'm putting this in the chat as right now too. Make sure y'all smash that like button if y'all haven't already, man. Make sure you smash the shit out the button. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button and also turn on your notifications for you never late for any of these podcasts and you don't miss out on any of the great giveaways and, like I said, podcasts and videos that we do on here, man. And by the way, I will be opening up the line shortly, for y'all to come on, chat it up, let me know what y'all think about the game and stuff. But Zach, there was one thing we forgot to do, man. We forgot to give a shout out to our special crowd, man, to our amazing
goodness,
Saints
I would
fans.
forget.
So we got Miss Barbara Williams. Who that to you? We got J Live 504. Who that to you? We got my boy Trav 504. Who that to you? We got Brian Pearson. Who that to you? We got my boy Mickey Johnson. Who that to you? We got Nola Game. Who that to you? We got Megan Go Hawks. And who that to you? Robert Clark. Who that to you? We got S24WD. He's a Taysom Hill fan. Who that to you? Bag Boy Seafood. Who that to you? You got some seafood for me? I'm a little hungry right now.
I just ate. That's why I have my camera off.
Michael. Who that to you? We got Saints Doug. Who that to you? Uh-oh. Who's in the building? Who's in the building, y'all?
Jerry.
Who? Yeah, y'all know who it is. It's Jerry, the OG. Who that to you, my brother? We got Ian Butler. Who that to you? We got Josh Tapel fan. Who that to you? We got Live, Laugh, Love. Who that to you? We got Gutham. Who that to you? We got Purple Marcus in the building. Who that to you? We got Jono Barnes. Who that to you? He said he sounds like me. You damn right I sound like you. You're a hater. We got Ted Covington. Who that to you, my man? We have Stephen A. Smith. Holy shit. Hold on now. Hey, Stephen A. Smith, I just wanted you to know I got your own wallpaper up in here for you, my brother. Look, tell me this doesn't match you. Tell me. Isn't that perfect? Oh, my God.
He definitely had the funniest comment that I've seen so far in the chat. I think it's a little bit further down. He said something about his receding hairline, having dying.
Pammy Whammy. Who that to you? Oh, he said my hairline is more stable than Jameis. The scissor make skills.
That's
okay.
To be fair, that's hilarious.
Well, he's a very funny guy. I like it. Even though he don't really know football. That's a good thing.
There it is.
Who that Dana? Who that to you? What else we got up in this thing? You gotta give a shout out to everybody. Everybody. We got my boy Don, man. Who that to you? We got Rose City in the building. Who that to you, my brother? Let's see. Making sure this thing don't skip over everybody. Did I miss anybody? Yep, my boy Apollo in the building. Who that to you? We got Trap Store. Who that to you? Bruce Saint in the building as well. Who that to you? Let's see. St. John Butler in the building. Who that to you, my brother? I think that's everybody, maybe. I don't know. I'll keep scrolling. Oh, we got Real Fan Sports. Who that to you, my brother? Who that?
Hey, who that?
Sometimes you could be your boy Nonfiction, so that's why I always got to say this case.
It's me this time.
Okay. We got Troll Hats. Who that to you, my man? And we got John Tavius Harwell. That sounds like a football player name to be yelling out. John Tavius. But who that to you, my brother? I like the name, though. I love it. We got Sean in the building. Who that to you? Let's see. Is anybody else that I might have missed? Okay, we got Mr. Steve. Who that to you? I'm trying to see if there's anybody else that we might have missed. Like I said, some people could come be rolling up in here. We got Sample Sounds. Who that to you, my brother? And Yep. Mr. Joseph. Who that to you, my brother? We also got Mr. Hart. Who that to you? And let's see. Ice Cream Man 504 in the building. Who that to you? King Nep in the building. Who that to you, brother? We got my boy God of Creation. Who that to you? We got It's Poppy 504. Who that to you? We got Mommy Juby in the building. Who that to you? We got Eugene in the building. Who that to you? And let's see. I'm gonna keep scrolling. All right, that's everybody now. We got everybody caught up. So who that to everybody that's in the building, man?
Yes, sir.
Like I said, if you haven't already, smack the shit off the button for me if you haven't already. And I'm about to put the link in here and let y'all come chat it up and let me know what y'all think about the game that happened this weekend against the Panthers. You know, what mistakes you seen, you know, what some positive things you seen from the game and stuff like that. Give me 1 second because I want to pin this to the top. I don't have to keep adding it to the chat. Let's see. And it should be pinned. By the way, anybody that might have been that wasn't able to catch the beginning of the show, y'all missed a very funny video. So real quick, while we wait for people to load in and to bring them on, I'll play the video again for y'all. But if you watch it from the beginning, I'm going to catch y'all. I caught everybody off guard from the beginning. So here's the video for one more time for y'all just to look at it real quick. And then we'll start bringing everybody on the show and start chatting it away, man. So here it is.
Yes,
let me know what y'all think of the video. What's good, YouTube? It's your boy, Hoodie Juby, and we are back with another live podcast. And if you don't know, you will know. There's no YouTube without your boy, Hoodie Juby, y'all. How is everybody doing tonight, man? Me, I'm doing just fine over here, man. Well, maybe I'm lying to y'all. I'm not doing fine. You know why? Because I've been holding this in forever. I'm pretending to act like I like this team. I'm pretending to act like I like Jameis Winston, man. Why? Jameis Winston is the damn problem. This whole team got problems, man. Ever since Drew Brees and Sean left, ever since we've been spoiled, it ain't been the damn same. So guess what? I'm tired of pretending. I'm tired of being like, oh, I'm a Saints fan. No, I'm freaking done with this shit, man. I can't stand Jameis. I'm tired of trying to freaking act like I do like him. I'm trying to act like this team's going to go somewhere when you know they ain't going to go nowhere. The head coach is freaking Dennis Allen. The offensive coordinator is Pete Carmichael. So who gives a goddamn, man? You know what? I'm freaking done, y'all.
Don't do it. Think of your family. Think of everybody. You got the kid.
Is that what it's like to be a fake Saints fan? Oh my lord. God damn, I hate to be one of those. Thank God I'm a real one. And if you're a real one, I mess with you. And that's what this channel's about, baby. Who that? Because we bleed black and gold until we dead and cold. So let me know in the chat how many of y'all fell for it earlier when y'all first came in, because I see Miss Barbara putting it. She said, "You definitely got me. You definitely got me, Ellie." She said, because I got pretty mad. I'm telling y'all, guys, I got some people a little hyped up at the beginning, and they're like, "Okay, Hoodie, you were just joking." Yeah, I was just joking, but
I know, and Hoodie's been hyping this up all day too. He was like messaging me earlier, like, "Oh, I got this great video. Just watch."
So I think it's time, man, to bring some people on, chat away about this team, man, and about the game that happened against the Panthers, man. And then maybe tomorrow night, we'll go over the Vikings, do the preview for that, tell us what we think, what we need to do, stuff like that, and we'll get our first injury reports as well. But the first person on, I think this is the person I'm thinking. His name is Fire, Dennis Allen, and Jameis Winston, in parentheses, Josh. I think this is Josh the Pell fan. I really don't know, but let me bring you on. Is this Josh the Pell fan?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I don't think I know any other Joshes in here that I know of that, that would put Fire, Dennis Allen, and Jameis Winston. I'm like, well, I don't know who it is. So let me just guess Josh the Pell. But how you doing, my brother?
Doing.
You say
Well, how
good?
about y'all, I should say.
Huh?
How y'all doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine, man. You doing
Yeah,
good?
doing good.
Hello, you there? I don't know if your thing's messing up or not. Your mic, hello? You good?
Yeah, my stuff bugging right now.
Oh shit, but that sucks. Broken like our Saints right now, right?
Basically,
So let me know, man. Let everybody know live. You know what
like
you thought about the game.
I don't think it's all on Jameis. Like I think the special teams could have played better. I think the offense. Well, not necessarily the offense because people were getting open, but I think the running game could have been a little bit better. But like I think Jameis' injury holding him back, but I don't think it's all the injury though. Like his decision making has not been the best, and I don't think that has to do with his injury, or not all of it has to do with his injury, I should say. So I I don't really know how this team get like. I think you need to sit Jameis until he's healthy and play Dalton in London against the Vikings.
Yep. That's what we all said. We think we definitely need to be a healthier player. You know, you need to play when you're healthy. We need to see a healthy Jameis because you saw what he did last year. He showed flashes of what we know this man can be. This year he looks totally different ever since he got hit. You know, he just don't look like he wants to run for a first down. He don't want to take a hit right now, you know. And like Zach said earlier, if you look in some of the throws, he ain't turn his hip like he normally would. He's basically just doing it, but all with his arm. That's why most of his shit don't look accurate. Most of his stuff looks weird. And the other stuff that I'm surprised about, I don't know if y'all notice it. You notice when they start getting in the rhythm and start moving down the field and actually start getting towards the red zone, they're using a lot of that hurry up offense, and it works really well. Now, understand if you run a hurry up offense the whole game, your whole damn offensive line is gonna be tired. They big as hell. You know, they can't just handle hurry up. But I'm surprised that since we're not picking up blitzes that well, the O-line is not protecting you as well. Why aren't we running something kind of like the Drew Brees offense, where kind of like what Tom Brady did against us, where people were just, every time the Saints would, try to do anything to him, he wants to get it out in, between 2 to 3 seconds. He wants that ball out his hand. Why aren't the Saints running something like that? Till, people get pissed off because you got the players that can easily get open right here. You got AK that can be sitting right there underneath for you. You got Michael Thomas who can run a slant or, or curl, whatever you need him to do. You got Jarvis Landry who can do that. Chris Olave can even, do it. Like all these people you have can run the offense that we did with Drew Brees. And then once people get sick and tired of you going short on them, eventually that's when you're going to kill them over the top, over the deep passes. So I'm surprised that the Saints hasn't really tried none of that. And I don't know, maybe it's just me. Have anybody really seen a lot of screen passes this year that we normally would try? Haven't seen really no screen passes to like AK and, to the running back like we normally would see.
I mean, Jameis wouldn't even throw it to AK, so it don't matter.
Hey, you got to see. Like I said, you got to see what play they drawing up too. Like you got pictures of AK as the check down wide open, but the question is, is that his first to go player? That's his check down.
That's the
so
thing.
He's going through the things, and he's not looking at AK at the time. But I think what they need to do is draw more plays up for AK. Make sure you're drawing plays directly to AK because he is a playmaker, just like all the other receivers out there. So instead of just using him his arm talent, instead of using Jameis too much, the dude's already injured. So take him out, put Andy Dalton. Let the healthy guy play, right? Let the healthier players and draw up some more plays for your freaking playmaker, dude. I want to see Kamara get more touches too.
I feel like that's one thing that like maybe it just hasn't been an adjustment for Jameis, like coming out of college. Like, and I'm just now thinking about that, just how they just go for those deep balls like nonstop all the time. And like just try to fire instead of just staying on the field longer, controlling possession, controlling the time of the clock advantage. Like he never even looks in that direction. He never looks for those check down. He's never had since he's been in the NFL. And it, like you said, why would you not work on getting the ball to your playmakers? And then we saw the film from the week prior of just all the times that MT was open on short yardage game, but he's just constantly looking for the long one. It's like, what makes you think to not give Michael Thomas a look? I feel like Michael Thomas should always be your first look, unless you have like just the one design play that is meant for the deep ball to Olave or, whatever, the long deep post to Jarvis. Like, why isn't MT your first initial read?
Because Jameis is your quarterback. Like, I honestly think it's that simple. Like Hoodie's earlier point about not getting AK involved. I think some of that. I'm not saying all of that, but I think some of that has to do with Jameis Winston because this is his third year in the offense, and he still doesn't throw checkdowns to AK. Like he didn't throw checkdowns to AK last year, so I'm not saying all that's on Jameis. Like there should be more screens and stuff like that, but AK is usually opening the flats more times than not, and he's just not getting the football.
Plus, I mean, to be honest with y'all too, I think Alvin Kamara was used a lot and was so, used to getting the ball a lot, especially, in the Drew Brees era, because he couldn't throw it deep. So when somebody didn't get open and he couldn't, like push it down the field, he would check it down. And with the case of a guy like Jameis, he can actually push the ball down the field if you need him to. But like I said, currently, the man's still fighting through a lot of injuries. And that's why I said, play a healthy quarterback right now. Let the brother heal. Then we can judge him when he's playing actually healthy because it all starts with the coaching staff to me. The coaching staff got to be smarter and say, I don't give a damn, Jameis, if you want to play or not. You got 4 fractures in your back. You hurting on your ankle. You are not stepping up and, running for a first down. Your drawing ability is not the same. You're just drawing with your arm. You're not drawing with your hips. Like, no, bro. You sitting down, and we're going to let Andy Dalton play. You heal because you are my quarterback. We're paying you the money to be our starting quarterback. So let him play. You heal. When you're ready and you are healthy and the doctor says you really are healthy, here you go. I got you. That's what I want to see.
Well, the thing, like you said, Jameis has the ability to throw that ball deep, which is something that we've missed for a long time with, Drew Brees, not having the arm anymore. But that doesn't mean we want you to throw a deep ball every set of downs. Mm-hmm. In the game against Tampa Bay, it was literally every set of downs. There was no reason as to why Chris Olave, I think he got like 15 targets in week 2. There's no need for that. There was I think 5 first down sets where they took the deep ball, and I'm like, all right, so we're just going for a Hail Mary. We're acting like this is the last second of the game, just Hail Marying it, every set of downs for what reason? It don't make sense.
I know. Hey, by the way, I do want to bring on the next person. Like I said, I'm gonna give everybody a few minutes to talk. And Josh, if you don't mind, just mute your mic real quick. We'll bring the next person on, and then let them talk, and we're gonna keep bringing everybody on, giving them a chance, and then after that we'll have our big round table like we always do. Just talking it up, and having everybody's conversation. So next man we're gonna bring on, he is the best one in the world at the live commentary, and yes, he has a great partner, his partner in crime that helps him out with the show. The only thing is that person is a bandwagon, only cheers for the team that wins. So currently is a fan of the Rams because they just won the Super Bowl. So whoever wins the Super Bowl this year, that's who she's going to be supporting next year. So let's bring on the best commentary guy in the road, my boy, Carlos, a.k.a. UST and PJ.
Yo, what is up, you guys? What is good? Who that nation? What is popping, man?
It's good, Carlos.
What's up? What's up, Zach? That's my guy right there, y'all.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hoodie, man. Hey, first of all, Hoodie, hey, 5 stars, Oscar Academy Award for your performance you just did in the beginning of the show. That was beautiful. I'm pretty sure most folks were kind of scared for a second, but
yeah, they were.
that was a brilliant performance, by the way. Brilliant performance, man. So
like I said, I should be an actor, man.
Yeah, right. If I had roses, I would throw it at you, man.
I know, right?
Yeah, man. Just catch with the teeth. gotta catch them out. But thank y'all for having me on the show, man. I won't be here long. But I just want to, you my guys. I had to show you some love, man. Show you some love, baby.
You're good. So let me know, what was your thoughts on, the Carolina game? What was your negative stuff that you've seen, and what was some of the positive stuff you've seen, and what can the Saints do to get better?
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I've been on the show, and I've said it a number of times already. It's gonna take a while for this team to gel offensively. You can have this isn't the sport of basketball where you can take a great talent and put them with your starting 5 and you're going to the playoffs. It's not. You can't put LeBron James You know what I'm saying, on the Saints team, and they're just gonna go out there and win. So you can't put a Jarvis Landry, Tyrann Matthew. It's a team effort, collective. So I would say Wusa, relax. No, the Aaron Rodgers style, RELAX. Here's why though, because one, our defense is still a top 5, top 10 defense, straight up. Although that one just bone-headed play we gave it to Chenault, outside of that, we really put the clamps on all. Well, not 3 opponents, but the last 2, the Buccaneers and Panthers. Right. Uh, 2, our schedule was one of the toughest already. We might be, I could be lying, but we might be the only team, first 3 games of the season, all divisional opponents. That is tough right there as it is. All right. Then backdoor 3 divisional opponent games, and then a trip to London right after that. Oh, by the way, gotta play the next week in against Seattle. So it was going to be tough from the start. So I told folks, you just can't plug this team in, and just because of name's sake, this isn't the NBA, right? This is the NFL where we've got to have an entire training camp, and even the first 4 games of the season is like a training camp or a preseason kind of game for us. Now that's the positives I can tell you guys about that. The positives that it's still early in the season, and we've been through this with Drew Brees. We've been through this with Sean Payton. These rough, ugly starts where we're 1-2 or 2-2 to start the season, and then we find our groove and we go 8 or 9 games in a row. It feels like that every single year outside of last year because of craziness going
Injuries.
on. Yeah,
Yeah.
injuries. Yeah, but we usually do that even with a Sean Payton and Drew Brees. So it's been there, done that. I have no panic at all. There's no pushing that panic button because of our defense. Our defense, you'll start seeing them only giving up 10 points, 3 points. We're only asking this offense right now, early on, can you guys score 20? Just can you score 20 points somehow? Right? So that's the biggest issue with me is the O-line. And Jameis Winston to the extent. And when I say Jameis Winston, it is how he is calling his protection and how he's seeing the protection. That's my biggest issue. Yes, the O line, if you call it or not, they're still probably gonna, you know, no respect towards Jameis Winston because they are coming in like how they who would dare bring in a all blitz on Drew Brees? No one, because we know Drew Brees is accurate. He will find the right guy. Well, guys are trying to mess with Jameis's intellect now. We'll bring in 9 guys for a blitz because we don't trust that you'll make the right play call or find the right guy within that half a second. Jameis got to get better on that, and he's got to get better at finding the blitz too. And they're kind of obvious too. Now we can sit back on our couches and point, "Oh, that guy's coming in." It's a little different when you're in Jameis's shoes, seeing those guys come in. But the thing is, his protection. Find the hot read. That's his issue right there. He's not finding any hot reads. It's 1, 2, 3. I'm looking, trying to go deep, and then I want to go intermediate instead of Kamara only has 11 targets all year, only in 2 games, I believe. But still, you want to target Kamara more because right now that is the secret weapon. If those blitz come in, you find that hot guy, whether it be the running back or the tight end,
And
someone like that. That will get Jameis a lot more comfortable, and teams respect Jameis more. Now, as far as the mental mistakes, yeah, we're making mistakes on special teams. Um, our receivers at some points can't get open, and still it feels like that. And our receivers are getting hurt now. Hopefully, Micah Thomas and Jarvis Landry are good to come back. But like these little injuries in Hartley and Hill, kind of unexpectedly, just like out the game. Like, all right, well, I didn't like. Honestly, I'm so busy that I really can't keep up too much with like breaking Saints news. So I'm watching the game. I'm like, well, where's Taysom and where's Hartley? Oh, they're out. Oh, what's going on? Like, it feels like last year, So that right, the defense is fine, but it's funny. It's funny because the defense, you know how it is, man. When you know you got a bad offense, it gives like juice to your defense. Our offense ain't gonna win it for us. We gotta win it ourselves. That's how we are on defense. We gotta win it ourselves. Let's go, right? So we're shutting down the Panthers. It's 13-0 because of our offense giving the Panthers great field position and yada yada yada. But it's funny when Mark Ingram scores that touchdown. It's 13-7, and like, all right, we got it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, defense, just keep doing what you're doing. 2 plays later, 6, 7 yards to the house from Chenault. With tackles from Tyron Matthew, who looks extremely skinny these days. I don't know if you guys noticed. My man looks
Yeah.
real skinny. And I said that 2 weeks ago. I was like, this dude looks like
What
either he's smoking
didn't
on
he
something.
say? Didn't he say that he's doing like a vegan diet or something
Well,
like that? I think he talked about that.
he need to stop it. He needs to,
Yeah,
brother. Get some meat in you, man, because you're whipping tackles. You're getting ran over every game now. It feels like it. But look, that's still a great defense, all right? But the issue is obviously offense. One is his health is the main concern. Can Jameis Winston stay healthy? And we've seen his spinal cord. That's something I just don't want to mess with. And if I'm Dennis Allen, bro, we love you. You are our starter, but you gotta get healthy because if you can't move, mind you, I think you had just said it when I got on Hoodie, but he's had ample opportunities to scramble for first downs, and he has not. He has not. He's pump fake 3 or 4 times trying to run, and then he'll quickly dump it out to somebody else for an incompletion.
right.
When he had the first down, or maybe a gain of 7 or 8 yards for a dry buster is what he's doing by throwing that ball out of bounds or not trying to take that first down, running the ball. So a lot going on with Jameis, but at the same time, it's still a relatively new team, new pieces. And I said it in the beginning before the season started, guys, we're going to win games, but it's going to be ugly in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? I said I wouldn't be surprised if we go 2-2 the first 4 games, and I don't think the 2 losses might be to Tampa Bay and Carolina. Those 2 losses. I have us beating Minnesota because one is not a divisional opponent. Because we got the worst end of that luck, man. I mean, your first 3 games of the season, all to the 3 teams that know you the best. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I think we're the only team. I could be lying, but it feels like we're the only damn team in the NFL that started the first 3 games against our divisional opponents. So that's tough right there in itself. The 3 teams that know you the most have the most video tape, the most tape on you to stop what you're good at. Yada yada yada. All right. Well, now we're starting to get to a long stretch of non-divisional opponents, guys who don't know us as much, guys who don't have as much tape on us. Here we go. It all starts in London. Fair game now. Vikings coming at 2-1, and we're 1-2. But fair game. They're in London. We're in London. They played a 12 o'clock game last week. We played a 12 o'clock game last week, so there's no excuses for either team except that the Saints have a home game in London, which kind of
Yeah.
sucks. I hate that, but I rather the home game be in New Orleans. But it is what it is. I think we're one of the best franchises that deserves to not have a home game in London, right? I can see the Jaguars and those kind of teams, but not the Saints, right? Because we bring a crowd every freaking time to the dome. But yeah. But before I wrap up, man, is Jameis Winston. He's just got to get better at finding the protection and then executing when the blitz comes. That's his biggest issue because when a blitz come, that's fair game. You bring a blitzer in, an extra man, that means someone else is wide open in the field. So it takes 2 to tangle. Bring the extra guy where there's someone that's open. Jameis has got to find that person open. Oh, by the way, Saints fans, stop freaking out. I've seen so many fake ass Saints fans over the last 2 weeks. It is ridiculous, man. 3 games into the NFL season, and we got teams jumping ship and calling for Taysom Hill as a starting quarterback and just going crazy, man. Our teammates were crap and yada yada yada. Like
It's 3
got
games. It's a
games.
long season.
One,
And there's 17
hey,
games now. Come on, man.
me and Hoodie were kind of up there in age where we seen kind of like the Aaron Brooks days. We know about that, so we know about having an average team or below average squad for a while. We know about those kind of days. We've been spoiled as Saints fans since 2006 with Drew Brees and Sean Payton coming into the frame for us. We've been spoiled. Everything all of a sudden now we feel like that we're the Patriots. We're not the Patriots because they had the championships to prove that they're a great team.
But even look at the Patriots ever since they lost Tom Brady. What happened?
Exactly. But my thing is, Saints fans, if you're a true, real fan like Hoodie, like Zach, like myself, yo, calm it down. It's the first 3 games of the season. We have been there and done that. It's been since 2013 where we started the season off 2-0. That's it. That was 9 years ago. So in 9 years, we have not gone 2-0. We've either been 1-1 or 1-2 whatever the last 9 years. So it's nothing new. Calm down, relax. Jameis, if you are hurt, Dennis Allen, if he's hurt, take him out. Let him know and tell the team this is our guy, but he's got to get healthy. I'm sorry, you're playing with four broken vertebrae in your back, man. That doesn't even sound like something good at all. Like I can imagine him sleeping on it. It just sounds like it's bad.
Right. I
If
mean,
it's that bad, go ahead.
could you imagine knowing that you have four vertebrae and then trying to play a contact sport like football?
Yes,
Like
and
I'd be shaking and scared to take a hit too. Like that
he
ain't
gets
no joke.
so
One bad
when that
hit,
happens,
like is serious.
right? Well, so and if you feel like that, bro, you gotta come out. You gotta come out. And I feel Jameis because he feels like, man, I don't want to come out and Dalton just has crazy luck with the Saints and he's the starter for the rest of the year. I know it's going through the back of his mind. I mean, he's human. It's got to go through his mind, obviously. But reiterate, Dennis Allen to Jameis, you're our guy. Reiterate to the team, Jameis is our guy, but you gotta get healthy because last year he was running that football 8-9 yards for a first down. Now, obviously, there's an ACL injury, but the guy can still run. I saw it in the first game of the season. He can still run. So I really think that it's just mentally with Jameis, and it's the protection from the O line. And they are, even if Jameis calls out the protection, I mean, these guys up the middle blitzing and is a free rusher every single time, and it's kind of embarrassing, honestly. It's really embarrassing to see that from our squad because we got a good O line. We got a good O line. It's just like what's going on with the communication. If we can wrap that up, I mean, Jameis, you give him an extra second, a clean pocket. I'm watching the Buccaneers and the Packers game this past Sunday, and I'm hella jealous. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, even with their main guys on the O line gone, the protection is still beautiful. That is a nice 3-4 second pocket every time for Brady or for Rodgers. And I was getting hella jealous. And I was like, man, we could use that extra second and a half for Jameis, and we're not getting that right now. It's got to be 1-2, and Jameis got to let it rip. But to your point, Zach, before I roll up out of here, man, like there's no way in hell. I love Olave. I love the rookie. He's coming here. There's no way in hell he should have that many deep ball targets. He has more deep ball targets than Michael Thomas has targets altogether. That is not right. If Michael Thomas is the main guy, and every time he's thrown to Thomas, Thomas has caught that football the last two games, diving it, stretching out for it, tippy toe, toe drag swag, doing it all. Thomas has done that for us the last two games, and I feel like Jameis goes back to his old ways of trying to throw the ball deep every time in double coverage or single coverage where Olave is not on the same page as him when there's always a Thomas or a Landry wide open in the middle somewhere. So he's got to kind of think intermediate, then out, not out and intermediate. He's got to have that mindset. So it's on Jameis and the O line because our defense is playing very well. We should be 3-0 the way our defense is playing. Should be 3-0. So we had our chances. We blew it, obviously, but it's early in the season. We've been there. We have done that. Our defense want to get better. Our offense can't get any worse than what it is, right? So I'm hoping not. So now coming against games with Minnesota and Seattle, those next two games are really big. If we can find a way to win those two games, I think it'll calm the fake ass Saints fans down a little bit, but it'll get us back on track for because mind you, the parity of the NFL season is so close. I mean, how
everything's happening.
3 games
in the league.
hoodie in 3 weeks. We only have 2 undefeated teams. We only have one team that has no loss, that has no wins. That's it. 2 undefeated and one team with no wins. That is crazy. The first 3 weeks of the season. I mean, everybody else is either 2-1 or 1-2. Everybody else. So there's no panic at all. At all. If you want this team from day one to say we're going to go out there and punch in the mouth and beat the number 1 overall seed in the NFC, stop that. It's not going to happen like that. You got to be patient with it. It's a long season, 18 freaking weeks, 17 games. Calm down, y'all. I guarantee you we're going to put a lot of boots to asses on these other teams coming up and for our defense, and our offense has got to just not shoot themselves in the foot. Kamara, turnover for a touchdown. Last week, our offense turnover for a touchdown. Those plays don't happen. I mean, if this was a fit, we all be drunk. But if those plays don't happen, I mean, and Will Lutz make a field goal. You know what I'm saying? So like those kind of things, the confidence booster when you get a strip sack or a strip tackle for a touchdown by the defense, your morale goes down. If you miss a kick from 30 yards, it's blocked. Your morale goes down as a unit.
Mhm.
Those two things, if they don't happen, we probably win this game. It'll still be ugly, but we win this game. So we'll
Yeah.
see.
Yeah. I mean, Carlos, I think I remember when we were talking before the season that you actually talked about how they're going to bring blitzes a lot because we have so many wide receivers that they don't want to allow Jameis to even have the time to get there, and how
Right.
they have to look and have design plays to set up a dump off pass to AK or Ingram or to a tight end or to whoever it is. And like you literally called in, why have we not seen it? Like if we expected that, like if you're, we don't get paid the big bucks. We
Yeah,
over
we know.
here,
Yeah,
we over here crunching for dimes and nickels, like how do they not see that?
you got
And
your check
it's
downs.
pathetic.
You gotta have check downs. Gotta have hot reads. And right now, Jameis, they're probably there. It's just Jameis is not
Seeing
locating
them.
it or seeing it. And I'm hoping that we reiterate that this week going into London. It's going to be a tough week. I mean, both teams going to London. That's a tough task for anybody to do that. And then the backdoor play in week 5, like nothing happened. I like when they started doing that. I thought we had bye weeks after the London games, but I'm tripping though. But yeah, I did say that though. Teams just don't respect Jameis Winston because you saw in that first game, Atlanta blitz, blitz, blitz. First 2.5 quarters, were getting to Jameis. All of a sudden, they stopped blitzing because we started going no huddle, and we got him in a bad defense. And then all of a sudden, you can't blitz anymore because of your defense. And then Jameis is picking them apart, right? So
Well,
what you do is, as a unit, you gotta blitz Jameis. You gotta blitz him, and you gotta make Jameis beat you with his mind. And so far, he's not doing that.
wait,
Hopefully, James can get that with his teammates. Hopefully, these guys are healthy, like Mike Thomas and Jarvis Landry, to come back, and even Harley. Because it feels like, bro, we just gotta get these guys together one good game because we need that one really good game. I don't care if it's 3 quarters of good football and just one a bad. We need something like that, something positive like that.
yeah,
Because I'm tired of this. Like literally in 3 games, 12 quarters, one good quarter. Honestly,
yeah.
one really good quarter, which is the fourth quarter against Atlanta. So, um,
Mm-hmm.
And
raw
it makes
offense.
me think based off of like especially what Hoodie said earlier about how well we did look in that fast no huddle offense against Atlanta and even in every game every time it seemed like when we ran no huddle offense like we were getting plays done. Jameis most time is lined up at the shotgun. It's quick 1-2 seconds. He's getting the ball out. It almost makes me wonder if should we just start the game off like that on
Right.
offense? Because obviously, whenever we go and run like a play action or anything like that, he either just can't read through his, go through his reads quick enough, or he's looking in the wrong direction, something. So then maybe you got to make that coaching adjustment. Start off running no huddle. I mean, it's easy. It's going to be your first drive. So y'all have a planned set of,
Yeah.
whatever,
10 to
10, 15 plays.
So,
And then you just let them run it. No huddle, quick, bang, 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 get up the field, try to get 7. Then all of a sudden everything changes. Because right once that happens, they can no longer bring the blitz because now we put points up on the board. We've targeted people open, so they're having to drop back in coverage. That's going to open up the run. That's going to open up other things. So maybe that's an adjustment that we should see coming out for this
Definitely.
game.
and
in
one
London.
more thing. I think that Pete Carmichael right now very vanilla on his play calling. Very
Yeah.
vanilla. I would love for us to do a lot more. I hate to say trickery because I don't like trick plays because when they backfire big. But we need something with the misdirection. We need some misdirection. We need some screens. We need because I mean if a defense is coming at you blitzing all day, you gotta pop one of the screens out.
I mean, look, if you want to give the ball to Olave so bad because he's quick and agile and all this stuff, why not set him up on a screenplay out to outside with 2 wide receivers there for blocking?
Thank you.
There are
Exactly.
options. There's so many options that we're just not utilizing.
So yeah,
Pete Carmichael.
I just it just blows my mind because I think it's so vanilla the offense is, and sometimes if you don't want Jameis thinking that much to gain and to gain his confidence, why not thinking as much? Screenplays, something real quick, and we saw that a few times. Those quick passes to Lave, right? Hut 1-2 throw to Lave, let him make 8-9 yards for first down. Those have got to be more frequent. We got to have misdirection, east and west. I don't know, guys coming in motion wise and fake the handoff, fake the motion, and something like that where we're going real
Anything,
vanilla. I mean, we've been in pistol, I don't know, maybe about 13 times this year, and we haven't had like one successful play off the pistol formation. I'm like, yo, stop that. The pistol formation, because the pistol formation works with a quarterback that can run the football like a Mariota.
Right.
If you have a Winston, you're not scaring no one in the pistol formation because Winston can't run like a Mariota or a Jalen Hurts. That's why they run the pistol formation. We can't beat this average runner of a quarterback and run the pistol formation. I don't like that. It doesn't make any sense. That's an obvious we're going to run the ball or we're going to have an obvious play action. So I think just East and West, we got to get better at the misdirection, making teams think East and West instead of going North and South all the time, and get that vanilla. Now, and mind you, it might still be preseason for Carmichael too. It might still be preseason, so we're hoping that these guys get better, man.
Yeah, I mean, and you're
Definitely.
saying, you're saying the 7, 8, 8, 9 yard screen pass it doesn't even have to be 9 yards. It could just be a 3-yard gain.
Something, but it's
Three
something
3-yard gains is right there at the line. Like we just got to get something progressive, man. And then also with the penalties, because anytime we started getting momentum as well, the penalties were absolute heart stoppers. Just absolute heart stoppers of the holding, the I think it was Chris Olave lined up off sides, like that's high school stuff. How are you doing that? It's really stupid. Stupid. I'll accept the holding if you're just trying to protect your quarterback and he's getting by you. That's fine. But like some of the stuff is just unnecessary. And it's drive killers.
It is. It definitely is. And by the way, y'all, I did want to, call out my boy S24WD, man, because it is kind of a little crazy, man, my brother, that you was here last year at the beginning of the season, saying, we should start Taysom, over Jameis. You didn't like Jameis, which we already know you don't like Jameis. But you went quiet and we didn't see you for the rest of the year, basically. But towards the end of the season, we seen you because, Taysom got to play. Well, now Jameis, you're saying, you put right here, Jameis just gives the ball away, da-da-da-da-da. Why are you coming in now? Where were you last year when he was doing good? Where were you Monday when he, the first game against the Falcons, when he made that comeback in the fourth quarter? Where was that in it? Where were you? You're here now because he's actually finally making mistakes. That's what I call fake fans, where y'all wait for one player to mess up and you waiting to trash that dude. And by the way, this is the dumbest shit, and this is what makes me feel like you're a delusional motherfucker. You put Baker Mayfield out here play Jameis Winston.
Man,
no, that mother
stop
effer didn't
that.
do shit in that game, bro.
Stop that. Baker ain't do a damn thing in that game. His receiver got that 6-7 yard touchdown. It wasn't Baker. It was all the receiver, man. That was one play out of
one big play.
About like
One big
40
play.
plays altogether. Yeah, I feel on that, man. And sometimes people just love chaos. They love to be negative. People love. Now I've been seeing it the last 2 weeks now. They just love the negativity, but then they're right back on the bandwagon on it when we have a 5-game winning streak. Oh, that's my guy. You know what I'm saying? So been there, done that, man. I'm not worried about the fake fans or the super overreactors. It's fine to overreact. But when you're like really overreacting and saying like just crazy stuff, like call Drew Brees back, we got the squad for you, Brees. Come back in here. Like, no, like Brees no, stop that. Brees is done. Those are the kind of fans I'm like, yo, y'all gotta chill out, man, because bro, like we've gone 1-2 or 2-2 or ugly ass starts the last 5 or 6 years now. So I'm not worried about the start. Now, I'll tell you what, I will be somewhat worried if we have the same performance against Minnesota in London, because one, that's not a divisional opponent. Two, we're both in the same category, as in we're both going to London. We both played a 12 o'clock game Central Time. We're both going to London. We're both out of our elements. So, I mean, and then their defense is not as good. And there's like, it's something, and they know it's something different when it comes down to your motivation for a particular team. Falcons, Bucks, Panthers hate the Saints, and we hate those guys too when it comes down to team versus team, right? So you have that extra motivation because your fan base is like, hey, we don't care, we don't win a single game, but you gotta beat the Saints. That motivation coming in, the Vikings don't have the same that same kind of motivation towards us, and vice versa for them as well. So I'm saying if we lay another egg, like a bad egg, like against them, then I'll start to get worried. But at the same time, still not pushing any panic buttons, not throwing the team away, not firing Dennis Allen, none of that stuff, man. Because our defense is still gonna be top 5 in the league. We just gotta calm down and see that, man. But I'm about to roll out Hoodie. I just want to thank y'all for being a part of this, man. Hit that like button if you guys on here. I saw earlier it was like 47 people watching, only 18 likes. Smash that like button, my man. Hoodie Jube is in the building, showing love. Shout out my boy.
Hey, UST.
Yes, sir.
Before you leave, man, I need you to help me welcome this person because this person is a big fan of yours too. So help me welcome this person real quick. Y'all know who it is, y'all. It's Mr. Jerry. They call him the O freaking G. The one who bring those subscribers to you. Jerry!
All right.
They got his own theme music, man. That's crazy.
Jerry's stepping up. They got the Knicks stepped up now.
Go,
This
yeah.
is great.
Go, Jerry. Go, Jerry. Go, Jerry. Go, Jerry. Oh, yeah, that's a good beat right there.
Oh yeah, from New Orleans, Louisiana. Winston. I can hear it now. You just see that guy shouting
By
out,
way
man.
of Gulfport, Mississippi.
Oh man, Jerry.
Oh, Jerry's that
What's
dude,
good?
man.
What is good, fellas?
Yes, sir.
What's poppin', Jerry?
What's
How you
good,
doing,
Hoodie
Jerry?
Dude? What's good, Zach? What's good,
What's good?
Josh?
What's
What's good? Carlos and PJ of the Uneducated Sports Talk Channel, baby.
Every boy in the building, man.
That's right. The one and only, baby.
Well, Mr. Jerry, is there anything you would like to ask UST, man? Because I know he's about to head out. That's why I said let me hurry up and let him let Jerry come on real quick before UST runs out of here.
Well, I do have one question for you, Mr. Carlos. Do
Yes,
you
sir.
think we will have a bounce back game this coming Sunday against Minnesota while we're over in the big city of London? You think they're gonna be all right coming in and go 2-2?
When you say bounce back, look, if that means a W, then I'll say yes. It won't be pretty. I can promise you that. We're blessed to have a Kirk Cousins back there who kind of gets a deer in the headlight look when Davenport and Cam Jordan come stack them up, So a win is a win. If that's a bounce back to you, then yeah. But I doubt as my daughter plays the lights. Get down, girl. Get down.
Give him Papa Carlos. Hey, got a daddy duty.
This the one that always with the internet. This the one with the internet all the time. The internet,
Whoa.
man. She's the troublemaker, y'all. But
Hey,
no.
hey, what's
Go
good,
ahead.
little Nick?
She know what's going on.
Uncle Jay in the building, baby. Love you.
But saying all that though, as my lights are all messed up, sorry. If a bounce back is pretty much a W, then we're gonna get that. I promise you, it's not gonna be pretty. It's not. This game once again will not be pretty. And we've got to do about our defense and our special teams that was once noted as just this really great factor that we have is not shown up the first 3 weeks, in my opinion. So I'm hoping that special teams puts us in great situations and our defense also puts us in good situations, because if Hartley does in one of those Hartley situations, because Hartley is our X factor, honestly, he put Drew Brees in so many great field positions the last couple of years. Starting from the 40-yard line, from the 45, from the 50, you know what I'm saying? If we can get that with Jameis, that'll be huge. But I think our defense shuts down Kirk Cousins, and it will be a ball game. It'll be ugly as hell. I can promise you guys that. I don't think no one's blowing anybody out. It's going to be ugly, Jerry, but I do think that our ugly will beat their ugly, right? And so I'm expecting to win. And if that's bounce back for you, then yes, a bounce back game for us, because it won't be pretty, but we will get a W, though.
Well, Mr. UST, anything else, man, you'd like to say? Because I know you said you got to roll out soon.
No, man, check me out, man. We have a Thursday night football. I'm off tomorrow, but we have Thursday night football coming for you guys. Bengals versus Dolphins. I'll be doing that Thursday, and then we have my Friday $57 giveaway for our Rams versus Bills game that was played on September 8th. I still have not donated that money yet, so we'll have that. Girl, get your butt down. So I'm saying, y'all, I got some new
Dad, come play with me.
Yeah, so it's my attention. But anyways, we have our $57 giveaway on Friday with our week 3 recap and week 4 picks and predictions, and then we have Saturday college football. Sunday we're doing one game because I gotta fly to Lafayette. Drive to Lafayette, excuse me, to do some business out there in Lafayette. So yeah, we got a lot going on, man, and just come and join the channel, man. Subscribe to an Educated Sports Talk if you guys can, man, for the best damn play-by-play and live commentary on YouTube, bro. That's how we do it, man. With the best damn co-host, my girl PJ. What's up?
Oh yeah. Robin Saints, PJ.
Yeah, she's not feeling the black and gold. I gave her my hat and she threw it down, man. So I said, "Give my hat."
Hey. He let her wear it though.
Yeah, for real. But no, y'all. But most importantly though, hey, big shout to Hoodie, man. Hoodie's done so much for not only for myself but for the Saints community as well. You guys smash that like button. If you guys know any diehard Saints lovers who are on YouTube, man, tell them to subscribe to Hoodie Juvenile channel, bro. He's got big things popping, man. I love you guys, bro. And
yes,
I am out.
Real big.
Yes, sir.
Carlos,
All right, Zach. All right, Hoodie. All right,
Carlos,
Jerry.
PJ, y'all have a good night.
I'll be blessed.
By the way, family, man, we have a person, coming on next that I'm bringing on. And I know when I bring this person on, a lot of us is going to be really happy. A lot of people are going to be really excited. Like I said, y'all going to be so shocked knowing that this person is coming on the show. And it's been a little bit since this person has been on. But let me bring this person on and let's hype it up with a little bit of, the who that music, baby. Y'all ready for the introduction?
Hit it.
The person y'all been waiting for. And Jerry, I need you to show your face because I know you're going to be super excited. And I got to see that face reaction when you see this person come on. You're going to be super excited. Family. There he is. That's his face. All right, family. Y'all know who this person is. If y'all don't know, y'all came in a little bit too late, to my channel. Subscribe while this man was missing. But let's bring him on. He was part co-host of your boy Hoodie Juice show. It's been a minute. My man, C.T. Crusher! The man is back in the building! Let's go!
It's been a minute, but it ain't been a minute. It's still the same. It's still the same, baby. It's still the same. In the flesh, your champ. It's been a long road. I had to go on my Bruce Wayne and get my mind right. I had to become somebody that I want to represent to the world, exhibit every piece of knowledge I have. And I've been waiting and on bated breath and taking my time to get back to this show, man. Been dealing with a lot of mental illnesses. I've been dealing with a lot of hardships. I've been dealing with a lot of things that have nothing to do with football or sports, just life in general. I had to step away before I got overwhelmed. And I do apologize because I didn't just dip out on my community, y'all. And I love y'all so much. It didn't happen that way. It came to a point to where it was either trying to do this while I'm feeling this way or taking a reprieve. Jameis, taking a reprieve. Being able to say I'm hurt and I can't do it. For the greater good of my team, right? Okay. So I had to do that. And I'm back, baby. I'm back. And we got a lot to cover. A whole lot to cover. I want to start out tonight, bro, with the definition of amalgamation. If you look up amalgamation, you see the definition of the action, process, or result of combining or uniting. So what that means is mixtures of things ball up together to make one big rat king of problems. And the New Orleans Saints are rat kings at this moment. It is not one slither of football we are doing correct at this time. Our defense is stellar. Our defensive plans are stellar. They have been keeping us in the game since week 1. They have been. But they have missed crucial tackles that they would have never missed last year. Because of why? Discipline. And that brings me to my next topic. Discipline. For 17 weeks, we came on this show and said, oh, what we wouldn't do with a wide receiver that could get some separation, make a big catch, give a big spark, and move on with our offense.
Right.
And we finally got that. We finally loaded those clips. And guess what happened after that? The most ironic thing, it jammed. The trigger clipped off. So you never know what you shooting and how you shooting it, because we thought we had what we needed to do what we needed to do this year. But we obviously have forgotten about all of the basic and rudimentary things that are associated with football in the first place. If you're not willing to get a surge on the offensive line and you're not running the ball, then we will have to throw the ball on first down because we're not getting yards. We're not having any forward leverage move the chains, to move the sticks. We behind the sticks running the ball most of this season. And that's where it starts at. When you're not running, you're going to try to pass. But my problem goes to the next thing. Jameis. He's getting to the line. He has no pre-snap reads. He has no audibles. He has no answer but just a play call and let's do it. I've seen him hold on the ball way too long. I've seen him miss Troutman terribly bad the Sunday. I've seen him miss Olave in the end zone with the Marcus Callaway catch. So what I'm trying to tell you is I have a couple notes here to like recap this season, right? But let's start from the top. I want to start from the top. I want to say the coaches. This is the first part of this amalgamation, this nasty ball, grotesque, ugly, putrid ball of a mess we have as a football team right now. Let's go. Coaches. Lack of strategic planning. Not utilizing more packages. Sparse, very sparse play calling. Zero balance offensively. We're getting out coached. And more importantly, we don't have like my dog Mick Foley would say, our coaches don't have the testicular fortitude to lead men at this moment when they said they could. It was a big question for me before the season started about Pete Carmichael having that tenacity, having that assertiveness, being able to take that next step and call plays like he's done under Sean Payton when Sean Payton wasn't there. But what we've seen is a predictable, vanilla, unbalanced, stupid, uncadence, no nuance, no communication, no effort, plays called after play, passing 6 times in a row on first down, knowing what they doing. They sending double A blitzes at you until you can figure it out. Okay? I think I know what a cover 1, what a cover 2 is. And Jameis is not that. It's been plays in cover 1. He's had to get the boundaries. He's had to get to the outs. He's had to get to those cross. He's had to get to the boundaries. And it's been open. But then it's been plays where it's been 2 back there. It's been 2 safeties. And he needed to hit the seam. And he needed to go down the hashes. And he's not placing the ball where it needs to be. When we looked at Jameis Winston last year, we seen a Jameis Winston that was sharp, keen, conservative, ball conscientious, not doing anything to hurt the team. And what we're seeing now is a Jameis befuddled, confused before he gets to the line. And after he gets to the line, he has nothing to do, nothing to say, nothing to think. Just run the play, get sacked. When we got that long catch to Chris Olave and we're setting up for Alvin Kamara, do you know how many times we have ran that sequence of plays over the last 12 years to catch them on the running back, stand in the hitch in the middle to catch it to go while everybody is trying to pay attention to the boundaries because of the personnel in the game? Jameis should not be thinking about throwing that. He should be throwing it. He should not be in the pocket looking at things, not seeing for what it is, putting the ball in precarious situations where we got to make extra effort to catch the ball.
Facts.
He's done that as well.
Yep.
So when I talk about an amalgamation, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The second piece of shit that we have on this team is this offensive line. Y'all want to know what I said about offensive line right now?
What's that?
Zero fucking surge. We don't run the ball assertively enough to set the tone early in the football game. We have basically been getting bullied. We got bullied up front by Atlanta. We only gave up 72, I think, of rush yards at Tampa. Well, when they came to New Orleans, but it's no surge. It's no surge from the offensive side, right? But that correlates to the defensive side because we have not been stopping that run like we're supposed to. I think Christian went over 124 yards, don't know the carries, but he doesn't need to have a game that way when we've been coached by a team and coached by a coach that knows how to tackle, that knows what to say, what to do. And guess what that is? That's just a lack of effort. That's just a lack of effort. Call it what it is. Okay? It's no chemistry between our wide receivers. It's no synergy in our play calling. And there's no energy in our locker room. You know, you have to live with what you've done. We all have to live with decisions we've made. But how can we live with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson being an Eagle, Marcus Williams having a hell of a start to the season, and we are sitting here playing musical chairs with our defensive backs of who's going to be slot, who's going to be on a boundary, is Paulson going to play, is Roby going to be there, is PJ going to be the robber? We've lost that. We've lost that continuity. We've lost that seamless type of execution from our defense because it's just a lack of everything. Understandably so, a new squad. Got defensive coordinators that are trying out. You have Dennis Allen trying to call these plays. You have Darren Rizzi trying to help him, string a game plan together and keep him coherent. And it's not working. Okay? I haven't spoken with y'all in a long time, right? And I didn't even get to speak with y'all after these games, okay? But it didn't change. It didn't change. Now, what's funny about our show and what's cool about our show is we've always been Jameis fans. The stuff off the field that he presents to us, we thought is very compelling, true, genuine, honest, and it seemed like it's going to translate to the football field, being keen, astute, ferocious. And he's been feeble, befuddled, and scrambled, basically, scrambled. We have not did anything offensively that we've needed to do. 2 things you stand out. The relationship between Jameis and Alvin Kamara is not where it needs to be. Okay, that's for certain. The looks, I don't see the looks. I don't see what we need to be doing with the looks. I don't see the ideas, the creativity, the jet sweep with Olave. I don't see the screenplays. I don't see the execution. I don't see a team that's calling a play and snapping the ball and knowing what they need to do to get that ball movement. I'm seeing a team that is getting to the line and they saying, oh, double A gap blitz. Shit, I don't know what I'm about to do. Even if the double A was disguised and you seen them drop back, you still need to have a free course. Do you understand what that means? I've seen him have no ball placement. I've seen him have no internal clock. I've seen him have no patience with anybody. I've seen Pete Carmichael call the same play every drive.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder why they're not doing anything other than sending double A blitzes your way. Because they telling you, we coming at you. Jameis not going to get the ball out. Why? Because he's not going to realize that when those double A gap linebackers blitz, the middle of the field's going to be open. You're going to have Troutman running in a shallow crosser somewhere. You get him the ball. You don't hold on to the ball 2.3 seconds later and throw a precarious, just a senseless ball for no reason. He is reminding me right now of someone that is so compulsive that they don't know what shoes to wear or they don't know what clothes to put on because he's overwhelmed. And I get all that. It's a new team. I didn't think we was going to be born burners. How many humming offenses have you seen this year yet? So don't get me wrong. We still got a long season. But fuck them, and I watched this man shock the world almost if he could have kept playing last season. And I don't see that man today. I don't see that guy. If he thinks that his injuries can be overcame and he can execute on the field, then he's lying to us, he's gaslighting the media, and he's gaslighting us, and he's lying to himself, basically. Because you know you're not capable of doing these things. You know you're hurting. But you don't want to let Andy in the game just to make a spark happen for us. Jameis have been sacked 11 times this year. I don't know what that rank amongst anything, but I know it's a problem. And I know it's miscommunication. I'm seeing offensive line get to the line, not see who the mic is, not calling anything. I'm not seeing smart football anymore. I'm seeing half-witted, brick-brained, boring plays being called.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I'm gonna tag along with you when I say this, TC Crusher, because that last part you say right there, the offensive linemen are not on the same page. In order to protect Jameis Winston from getting sacked, you gotta step your game up.
Yes.
I don't care who is that offensive line. We need that protection plan back where it's supposed to be. So because you're already seeing that Jameis is already hurting right now with ribs hurting, with back hurting, you name it. And he's still out there balling his ass off.
And at the end of the day, back, no back, whatever the case may be. If just like Baker Mayfield last year, okay? Yes, you hurt. The world sees you hurt trying to play. But at the end of the day, people don't care.
No, they don't.
You either get off the field or you play hurt. But you're not going to be a martyr. This ain't a sports motivated movie where Byron Leftwich gets carried back to the field and wins games.
No.
This ain't a fantastical world.
Nope.
And if we're not spending enough time in this world to figure this out, then we're not gonna figure it out.
Amen.
That's facts.
And all loss. And I want to say this. You look at our penalties, okay? Through the first 3 games last season, 18 penalties for 163 yards. You know what we got now? 22 penalties for 258 yards.
And you know why? Because not only that the offensive linemen are doing their job to protect Jameis, but I'll be saying this, and Hoodie can agree with me, and God of Creation, and Zach, and J Live 504 can agree with me. You too, CT Crusher. You got to watch out for these low down, good for nothing, stinking scumbag referees out there, because every time the New Orleans Saints do something good out there, I don't care if you make a big ass running play. I don't care if you make a big ass passing play. They are gonna. They can't wait to pull the flag out their ass and throw it out there on the field and call for holding or for a personal foul or whatever. You got. That's why I say all the time. You have to be alert, because them zebras out there will be flag happy, and you know why.
Yeah, they do be calling like
and I'm gonna be real, Jerry. I think it's just I think what it is a lack of discipline from the top down. Period. When you are scared or you respect your coach and you know what you're supposed to do, you're not gonna continuously go on the field being undisciplined. That's respect.
That's right.
For your coach. That's the basics. And we don't have that right now.
No, we don't.
Man, we don't got a damn thing.
I ain't
gonna lie, this offense is worse than last year. This some shit. It don't make no sense.
It doesn't make sense.
And to see, bro.
I want to say this. I want to say this last thing. Jameis Winston has not been what we thought he was.
Facts.
It doesn't mean we giving up on him. It's a long season. But I need to see some smart football from Jameis. I need to see, he's coming off the edge right here. Check there, check red, check 37, check, see what you got, see what you need. Understand that if that pressure is coming from that right side, then the flat probably is gonna be open. Because nobody's there.
Hey, you
trying to progress the reads, but you don't understand that if he's coming and it's a blitz, then you need to get the ball back to where the pressure is coming from.
Yeah, he ain't been doing that, man. I've been seeing like 8 people on the damn line, and man, just looking at that shit, I'm like, man,
it's crazy.
Somebody block that shit.
It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, bro. Look, the bottom line is,
I promise this the last thing I'm gonna say, all right? Our defense playing stellar, keeping us in the game. Those calls at the end of the Buccaneers game were complete shit. That helmet to helmet on Justin Evans was complete shit. That sustained the drive. You know, it was another penalty that's complete shit. I think it was defensive holding.
Yo, that holding call was terrible. That's just bad.
And so it took it really took the football gods to beat us. We didn't respond to the Mike Evans and Lattimore fight with more energy. I'll give credit to Tampa Bay. They galvanized off of that fight and became the bigger team, the stronger team on that day. And kudos to them. We didn't respond to that fight in a healthy manner because after that fight, we lost all momentum. Tom Brady throws it to Rashad Perriman over PJ Williams, and here we go. And here comes the panic, and here comes the same plays, and here comes the monotonous things that we've seen time and time again.
Lattimore went out that game, man. We paid for that when he left. And Tom Brady smelled blood instantly.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to me, bro. It don't make sense to me what's going on right now. It don't make sense to me what's going on right now because I've seen it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that Jameis Winston has missed so many throws, so many receivers because he's trying to do the biggest thing he can. He's trying to be heroic with the ball instead of efficient. It's almost like an addiction for him to insatiably throw the ball up and down the field instead of just coming down, taking his check routes, taking his flats, keeping the line of scrimmage moving forward above the chains.
But what else did we expect, bro? Like honestly, I went back and I watched tape from his college days till he got in the league with Tampa. And guess what?
You must have not watched last season.
He never used the check down. He always loved the deep ball, and that's the problem, bro. Jameis Winston.
And I get it. And I put a lot of faith in what I seen from him last season. I know what happened before that. I get that, but I was giving him that chance.
Winston's style isn't fitting our style to play. We need a quarterback that you don't have to do too much.
We need an efficient
quarterback.
Someone
that won't turn over the damn ball, bro. And that's why Sean Payton had him reined in. And we was like, man, let him loose. But that's why Sean Payton kept reined in. So, because that's the player we can win with. And right now with Pete Carmichael in there, he don't respect him. Look how he was going off on the sideline, bro. And it wasn't Pete Carmichael. He was talking to that the other guy, but still. That would have never happened on Sean Payton.
It has not been that feeling of we together and we know our game plan and we know what we need to do to execute. Oh, hey, if they drop one back out of the nickel on what we gonna do? Can we pass it? What's our check down? Where we going from there? If we see the AA blitz coming, what's our check down? What we gonna do from right there? And no strategizing. There's no layers. It's no layers to our offense right now. It is completely.
I'll be honest ridiculous. With y'all, bro. Jameis is a big part of what's going on with us, bro.
That's not.
I'm a Jameis fan, but it's true. He's holding. I'm
gonna tell you this. I've seen. Look, I'm gonna tell you this though. I get what. Look, I'm gonna tell you this.
Look at what we've been getting for the last few years.
Check this out.
You have to play Jameis a certain way. They got Jameis on. Yo, he's off the leash.
It is an amalgamation. Please, check this out. It's not this or that. It's not this or that. It's not that or this. It's not over there to come here. It's not. It's all of it together.
I feel you, but I guarantee you, better quarterback play will put us right there.
Imagine being in a cockpit.
But
imagine being in a cockpit, right? That takeoff flight. You're switching nodules, right? You're switching this. Now, is this working? It's operative. Oh, check this. Check nodules. Twisting things. Turning steerings. And making sure everything right. You get in the air. You have to continuously understand and make sure that those things are operating correctly as you go. And that's almost like football because every switch is a position. And this switch might have worked, but this switch not working. You get this switch working, that other switch not working. It's like trying to even kill, but not having the ability to do it. Man. To really do it because we too nervous in the cockpit. We're not processing what we've learned. We're not taking our time. We're throwing deep passes to Olave, which 9 catches, 147 yards, amazing.
Bro,
and that is the bright spot of this game. Bro. That is the absolute bright spot of this game. But if we're going to have to build on that chemistry, we're going to have to do it in the first quarter. We're going to have to start taking the ball if we get the toss and scoring. Bro, because when we get behind, we get behind like we got behind early, it's already panic. It's already what are we going to do? And that's not fair to us. That's not fair to this state for people that pay their hard-earned money to love this team and support this team. I'm seeing a defense that's playing like they want to win a championship, and I'm seeing an offense playing like they want to get a goddamn paycheck and a flight home.
Hey,
I'm tired of it.
I'll say this: it's like you said, it's a combination of everything. People, people that don't know football is gonna blame Jameis and be like, "It's all his fault. Nothing he can do." Which you can say that, but at the same time, we also haven't had inspiring offense. If it's Jameis, if Jameis is out there and his ass is not picking up no damn blitz, you as a coach need to go over there and tell him. It's okay for you to audible. It's okay for you to move pieces to fit what's out there on the defense.
What you need to do.
People cannot always act like, oh, well, the QB this or QB that. Because when we do win, nobody gives them credit. So when we lose, don't all the fucking blame on him.
Bro, look, I get what you're saying, but then again, y'all, I'm trying to tell y'all, it's not about one thing, dog. I'm telling you, it's about this whole stinky ass, funky ass team right now. From Darren Rizzi to Blake Gillikin to Will Lutz, to our defense, to PJ Williams over pursuing a play he should have tackled. This is an amalgamation of bullshit going on this team, and we're going to have to take it one step by step to try to get these things rectified. And if we're not, and Jameis doesn't want to be selfless enough to put Andy in, so he can read the field and make those throws, especially off the fact that nobody has ever seen Andy Dalton in our offense before. So that might be an extra element to what we do offensively. Not a lot of tape on that. With him doing what we need him to do. Hey. But at this point I know Jameis is hurt.
Andy Dalton read the field better than Jameis?
Say it again.
I said, does Andy Dalton read the field better than Jameis?
He must not because he ain't no starter.
Yes, this not a lottery ticket, bro. This not a lottery ticket at all. And I can't say he would play better. What I'm saying is,
nah, he would.
Jameis is not right. He's not right. He's just not right. It's so obvious that he's not right because it's like we've seen the same plays pretty much all these years. We almost can know when the ball is supposed to come out to a certain extent or where the ball might be going. And that's not happening with Jameis. Jameis has to understand we have been watching this offense run for 15 years. So yes, we gonna see things that he probably ain't gonna see. But it's time for him to get his head out his ass and be our quarterback before we have to go to the Red Rocket to see what we can do to make the playoffs. Because we didn't build up this roster this way to just not be where we're supposed to be. And I'm tired of it, y'all.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Yes.
I'm coming. Oh, well, okay, you don't mind. I'm coming in late,
No,
right?
I don't mind.
All right, cool, for sure. Listen, I'm coming in late. All right, I know y'all know I like to roast Jameis Winston and whatnot, but I do like to keep it real all the time when I can occasionally. My thing with Jameis is that the 4 fractures in his upper back and his lower back is affecting his throwing. Is that what y'all saying, or y'all blaming play calling? Like, not saying y'all are doing
think it's
well.
everything.
I'm blaming.
I think it's
Last Jameis,
Please
Jameis
don't.
is
Please listen to
untamed.
me.
That's
Please
what it is.
listen to me.
It's everything.
Well, we've been
It's
listening for a while, CT.
everything.
We've been listening for
Lord
a while,
Hill.
CT. All right, now
Hey,
Because I just came in late, man. I just came in late.
Look. Everything is everything. It is not Jameis. It might be Jameis the play before, but this play is gonna be Eric McCoy with a holding or a miscommunication, not calling the mic. The next play, it might be Taysom Hill running the wrong route. The next play, it might be Pete Carmichael trying to do something that he did before and it's not working. So we're 3rd and 10 already.
I saw Jameis with time in the
stay above
pocket
the chains
and not getting it
I
done.
did not want to come on here and be as emphatic
That's
as
what
I
I
am.
saw.
I didn't.
I don't know what game
I
y'all
really
was watching.
didn't.
That's the game I saw. I saw a line that did better. That's doing better every week. That was giving him time. You know what I mean?
A clean pocket shotgun with offensive line blocking and nobody getting nobody catching the ball, or him not throwing the ball.
Him not throwing the ball. His ball placement not being there. Him not reading the field.
Been off, bro. And the ball placement.
Jameis is not reading the field.
He's always looking for that deep shot. Bro, we're gonna lose every game if we leave that game and Chris Olave is our number 1 target.
Right.
We're gonna lose every.
I don't think that's true.
Our offense, for the simple,
yes,
in
it
layman
is.
terms,
Don't y'all remember when we used to put up all them damn passing yards with Drew Brees, but we was losing every damn game?
Right.
Bro, you gotta control the game. There is no control. There is no game plan. We gotta hit the short and intermediate routes and sprinkle in the deep routes. We're not doing that. We letting Jameis right now.
Sprinkle in the screens. You know, the jet sweeps, the misdirections.
Bro, and y'all talk about screens. We don't try screens this year. They're getting blown up. Every rip.
And so is that Jameis' fault they're getting blown?
You know
Is it Jameis' fault
because
it's
the
getting blown
offensive
up?
line is not playing well. Another piece of shit in this amalgamation of problems we got.
But that's
Another
like a
piece
small.
of shit.
That's like it's a major problem, but it's not like overcoming because Jameis does get clean pockets sometimes.
Hey, J Lob, is also Jameis' fault he got sacked 11 times?
And some make good plays, but what I'm seeing from Jameis is he's not making a good throw. If he's making a good read, he's not making a good throw. If he's it's just not Jameis. I don't know what else to say about it. He's just not Jameis. I know he's hurt.
Boil it down to one thing. There's nothing positive coming out of the offense right now over the last 3 weeks. There's nothing good except for that one quarter where we ran no huddle offense.
Yeah.
What other positive y'all seen except for Chris Olave had a great game?
There is nothing.
We
That's it. Chris Olave.
The offense is not moving. It's not moving right. It's not moving with Jameis, bro. It didn't move last year either.
Right.
Callaway Marston, two people on double coverage throws.
Hold on. One at a time. Hold on.
It's been a few times, and I'm about to get out of here, fellas. I gotta charge this phone. I got a new phone yesterday, and I gotta put it on this charger because it's heating up. It got 15%. It's doing this stupid thing like it do. It's still the same Chad with the same crazy ass phones, but I'm still here.
Still here, baby.
And I couldn't miss tonight. I couldn't come on tonight and to tell y'all that we are in a tough goddamn spot right now. And if you probably was one of those fans that was thinking Jameis was gonna lose and waiting for the shoe to drop, then you probably throwing a goddamn party.
Hey, that's not me.
Okay?
Any of y'all thinking that?
But look, man, I love y'all so much, bro. I see y'all frustration. No, I really do. It's been a while since I've been able to express that. I wanted to call in after the Atlanta game with the excitement, but then I thought, I want to see what we do next week when we not going out to a slow start, and if we have a full game to get into a rhythm. And
the next game was a defensive struggle until two stupid penalty calls in the fight really changed that tide of that game and made it a lot closer than what the score is. I thought the Panthers game was a get right game for the Saints. One of those games to where we can beat this team. We're a better football team than they are. We get and look at Baker Mayfield play like absolute shit and still got to win. He played like absolute dog shit. And he still
McCaffrey
won.
Make that team go around,
that should make you look real hard at your team right now, bro.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So
I agree. So let me say this here, Jameis, and this is just my opinion of what's going on. Even though everybody can take some blame for some part of what took place Sunday, when you design an offense around what a guy does best, instead of making a guy, play your offense based on the way it's designed,
right,
you're going to have problems like that, because 9 times out of 10, when you think about it, he is so programmed to throw the ball further than 10 yards to the point that he doesn't
right streaking.
He's actually, if you look at Jameis, bro, the way that he likes to play isn't the way that we play down here, bro.
Right.
And we need to change that. We need to change that.
I want to say this a couple minutes ago. I want to say this a couple minutes ago, how for 15 years, our offense has really been death by paper cut, slicing you up, moving too fast, mentally overtaking your capacity, your mental capacity, and having our way with us, with being resourceful. The cadence, the nuance, the things that legendary players bring that you don't even need to talk about, right? And we've had that, and for now we don't see that, right? And that's a stark difference. It used to be an argument: is it Drew Brees getting the ball out? Is it the offensive line playing well? And I think it's Drew Brees, being a veteran, was just getting the ball out and being more smart with what he knew he was doing.
But not only that, you also got to think about it like this: Drew Brees called his own checks. Drew Brees called his line checks. Drew Brees did all that. Well, now you got Jameis, and this is just my opinion. Please don't get mad. I don't think Jameis has the mental capacity to call out checks as far as, okay,
it's looking like it. It's kind of looking like it, big bro.
You to block him.
Kind of looking like it.
And it doesn't seem like he have the mental capacity to do that. If that was the case, a lot of those blitzes would have been picked up. If not,
no question.
Then he would have audible out. I mean, there is no possible way you're gonna send an 8-man blitz at me, and I don't have
nothing, man. Nothing in the flat, nothing. Right.
O-line not even saying nothing.
And Drew Brees to Alvin Kamara on that little Texas route out the backfield. Has been an X factor play for us for years
of what we do.
Right.
And if you remember,
he's not doing it, and he's not getting the ball to Alvin in space. So I don't.
Well, that's what we need to fix. That's why we need to fix the offense around him, and the coaches. And the coaches, if they see him, no matter what, even if you want to give him all the blame, the coaches need to actually be like, please, like, fix the shit, man. Like, you see them blitzing the hell out of you, fix that shit. Call him out.
If they blitzing the hell out you, why the hell we got all these targets deep? What are we doing?
Right, exactly.
What are we
like,
doing,
man, come on.
So they're not even getting open in time too.
So I don't mean to end my rant on negativity, but Pete Carmichael play calling has been shit. The lack of leadership has been shit. The offensive line has been shit. Jameis' decision making has been shit.
Yep.
Our team unity has been shit. Players like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson did way more than get on the field and make a couple good plays.
He brought that juice.
Right, he brought the energy, man.
And we don't have
him and Quan. I don't care what nobody says.
Except I don't even the crazy part is I don't even think that mattered, because we need the energy on the offense.
We
Look,
need energy. There's no
but
leader
you
on
know that
offense.
energy transfers over to the offense, bro. When they making big plays like that,
I don't. That's not the case. I don't think that's the case at
it
all.
does.
They
You see
gotta.
you on the
They gotta make
sideline.
their
You
own
see your
off. They
defense
gotta make
making
their
plays.
own
You want to
energy.
make plays too.
They gotta
the
make
defense
their
can
own
only do
energy. They
enough, man.
can't count on
But the defense can't only do too much, you know.
Right. They
The
gotta make
defense
their
can only
own
do too
calls,
much,
man. They can't rely on the defense every time. Oh, defense, man, y'all gotta come up and save our
Right.
asses. No, man. Go out there and make a
And you
spark.
know what that starts to be like? You know what that relationship starts to be like? Like two brothers, and one of the brother is like, let me borrow some money, man. I promise I got you.
Right.
And always asking, always using, always needing them, always going back. And then then the big brother say, nah, I ain't doing it. I'm getting tired of that.
Right.
What are you gonna do to pay me back?
Right, not a damn thing. That's what it's
So,
looking like.
bro, we are a beautiful, abysmal mess right now as a football team, as an organization. I think we made a couple wrong decisions that is gonna haunt us because we don't have any first round picks. I don't know what's gonna happen with Sean Payton and what draft capital we may acquire to get rid of him for any picks. That's too far out to think about, but I do know this, that if we don't win in London and start to galvanize, then we're gonna come back across the pond, and we not gonna be the team we supposed to be this year. And as sad as it is,
Vegas got us going 8-9.
Right, and final right here. I don't care who you are on this team. I don't care how much you have ingratiated yourself to this team. I don't care how much I love you as a black man, as a man, as a strong king that you are. If you're not producing on my football field, then you got to get off my football field. Dennis Allen, I need you to orchestrate a game plan to give victory to us because we are not used to this, right? So guess what? DA, Jameis, you here or you're not, we'll be here because we have been here before you got here, okay? And we'll struggle until we find what we need to find to make this a better football team. So on last thing, New Orleans Saints, get y'all shit together right now.
Right now.
Love y'all.
Should ask.
I know somebody in that coaching staff, one of these 50 people in here watching, man. Y'all take some goddamn notes, you know what I mean?
Please,
For real though.
please. Because we need tenacity. Sometimes people just need to spark. Where have our pass rush been? Anemic. We've gotten pressures, but where's our interceptions? I don't think we haven't recorded one interception this season. Not one.
Have we?
So this is bad. Okay, we're in a bad state right now. I don't see Honey Badger making plays. I see him just, on the field, just like for the culture, but not really in there. I don't see Honey Badger playing how he's supposed to play. Hopefully we can get this together. My phone about to die, y'all. I promise I'll be on more. I promise we still here. And guess what? Lose, win, whatever. We black and gold till we dead and cold. So guess what? We were built for the struggle. We'll keep struggling until we find what we need to find. Period. Love y'all, man. Who that to y'all, later, baby? All right. And let's go across that wicket bond and blow those bullets completely out of the stadium. Who do they think they are? I don't know. I'm from South Louisiana, but I do know R.I.P. the Queen, but it's going to be R.I.P. Vikings when we get there. And I love y'all. Let's get it.
Man, later.
Let's stay together. Let's stay together. Because this is the times we need. We need to stay together right now.
Right.
Right
Go
now.
charge that phone up, man. You join the
Straight up.
I'll tell you
Love
what,
you, man. Appreciate. Peace out, brother. Who that?
Who that?
That message was so powerful, man. So positive.
Tyrese, man, we seen
going
you in a bit.
So positive.
I think the Vikings gonna beat us, man.
I ain't gonna lie. Like if we keep if we look like how we looked these last few games, then yeah, this shit, it's an
I'm gonna
ass
tell you what
whooping.
they tell me. Trust your eyes. That's what we gonna look like.
Right? He said, "Trust your eyes." We should, man.
What a wise quote.
Look, bro. Look, I mean, just it's bro. It's just to me what I'm starting to see, bro, is that it's just not a good fit for what we want to do.
That's the thing. I
look,
feel like that what makes us
bro,
not an
if
elite
Sean
team.
Payton, well, look, it's either you have someone there like Sean Payton, because Jameis was scared to throw the ball last year.
Oh yeah,
he needs that. He don't have that no more with Pete Carmichael, bro.
Yeah,
he the dog of that ship.
He said he ain't look scared of me.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Right, facts.
Bro, he just off the leash, and he just needs to be put back on the leash, bro.
I don't.
And
I
he
don't
needs to be
I
talked
think
to
you're.
like we're not
I
gonna
just
go
think you don't
deep,
like Jameis, to be honest. You're not
bro.
making
It's
any
too
like.
many deep shots. I don't care what you say. Bro,
that's
come
the
on. I'm a
offensive
Saints
scheme,
fan.
then.
Who don't want Jameis to succeed?
That's
but
the scheme,
he's
then.
going and looking deep too much. It is
Okay.
way too
Why
much.
That's
why we're
deep
losing.
plays, then?
That's why we can't sustain drives.
That's not at all. That's a part of it, but that's not completely why.
Bro, all right, bro. Listen, I can deal with the penalties we've been having.
You can deal with the penalties?
I can. I'm serious. I can deal. I can deal with the penalties we've been having, because I've been seeing the O line getting better. I've been seeing the O line getting better, blocking better, giving Jameis more time, the time that he needs to mentally. At least it's enough time, bro. I'm looking at the field.
So you just going. It's all Jameis' fault.
No, it's not all Jameis' fault. But
that's what you just said. You said
I guarantee you
giving him enough time.
With the same
I don't
situation,
care about the penalties.
I guarantee you, if I bring in a dink and dunk quarterback, watch how this offense go.
Like who? Name one QB besides a top 10 QB. Name one QB that would have success with our team. Go ahead, please tell me.
What you talking about? The one that's out there right now?
I'm talking about the way our offense is playing. Name me a QB that's not top 10 that would succeed way better than what's happening right now. Please tell me.
Tannehill. But anyway,
stop it. Stop the bullshit.
Look, creation. That's the bullshit. Back injury, bro. Look,
I know it's the back injury. We all know we're not getting that Jameis that we saw last year.
If you see a blind man, do you tell him, "Hey man, well, since we know you're blind, but can you still see this? If his back is hurting, you can't expect that nigga to throw accurate."
If the coaching staff,
like, come on,
Jameis, I don't want to hear that. If the coaching staff and Jameis Winston say he's ready to go, then you're held accountable, son. Ain't no way going about it. If you say you can go,
that's irrealistic. I'll tell you that. That's irrealistic.
And the coaching staff say he can go, you're gonna be held accountable. And you got to say fuck the back at that time.
Okay.
You got to be held accountable, bro.
Yeah, he can be held accountable.
If you're choosing to play, you got to be held accountable.
Right.
Okay. But also you act like the coaches can't tell him to sit down.
In what that back injury is doing
the coaches can easily tell him to sit down. I hope you know that, right?
You think? Sean Payton
run the shit. What do you mean?
You think? Who gonna tell?
They run the shit. They don't run no fucking thing in New Orleans.
Shit, who was running the show on the sideline?
Thing in New Orleans.
Who was running the shit on the sideline? Niggas like, hey, sit down. Let me show you something. I don't want to see that shit.
Hey, blame Pete. Blame Carmichael. That's the
hey, Pete Carmichael. Hey, you ain't lying, but that's
oh man, look, man, Andy don't need to get in here, man. I ain't about to die on this Taysom Hill sword. I ain't trying to get bullied in here. So a lot of succession.
Bro, how many people miss Taysom Hill though? I mean, not as quarterback, but just seeing him on the field.
Taysom Hill was worse when it came to passing.
Yeah, whatever, man. I like to see Dalton get in, man. I just think Jameis Winston being too.
I think he
I ain't gonna say selfish.
He'll love,
but he's being too leaderish, man. You gotta take a step aside.
Too psychopathic and trying to do everything by himself.
I just don't like his press conferences, man. We gonna get better. We gonna do this.
Exactly, man. Them press
He ain't do
conferences
that.
is bullshit. Oh man, we're gonna get better.
You need to
We
go
just need
back
to
to
fix
what
the
you
shit.
saw
Well,
Drew
fix
Brees
the
and
shit,
Sean
man.
Payton do, bro. Like,
You
take
know
your
what? This
check
is a
down,
consequence of Sean Payton, man. If
man.
Sean was here, we would not be going through this bullshit.
And look at Alvin. Alvin quit too because he's pissed. How many times that man gonna be open and he just not getting the fucking ball with Jameis?
Nah, James, he don't got no reason to be pissed with that fumbling
I'm
ass.
telling you, I think we
Hey,
all
that
saw it. We saw Alvin
fumble double
Kamara
should
and
not
that
be.
body language was just bad, bro. He
Hey,
was
he
like,
ain't got
man,
no reason to be pissed. Hey, tell his ass he need to keep that fucking ball in his hands before he get pissed at anybody.
hey, I hear you, bro, but we gotta get the
So
ball
you know
top
what I'm saying?
playmakers. That's all I'm
He can be
saying.
pissed.
We gotta
Keep
get the
that
ball
damn
top
ball in his
playmakers,
hands.
bro.
What's going on with Michael Thomas?
Our
Michael Thomas
playmakers
been
should
missing, man?
be Thomas and Kamara. And
You said what?
everybody else is role players, bro.
Right.
Right.
Like, what are we doing? What are we
Landry
doing?
shouldn't be no role player though, man. Isn't he injured too?
You said who's a role player?
No, I said Landry should not be a role player.
Or Landry isn't a role player. Not everybody that's starting out there on the field is not a role player.
I just heard somebody say Michael Thomas and Alvin Kamara, and then everybody.
I said the offense needs to roll between them two guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bro. They need to the offense needs to roll between those two guys, bro. And then sprinkle it off. But definitely Michael Thomas. Definitely Michael Thomas, bro. Like why? I mean, I don't know if you're trying to, weed him in, but he's on the field. If he's on the field, you need to use him, bro.
I don't know what's going on with this team.
Yeah,
it's like the spirit of Trevor Siemian in his fourth quarter comeback is happening this season. That's what I'm feeling, man. I don't need that in my life.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like that fourth quarter comeback.
That's getting
shit,
old.
We wanna do something when they giving up the weak ass, soft ass coverage. Like, nah, man. Like, we need to do something for the get go.
Right.
I never feel
on another note, man, what a hell of a catch by Callaway, right?
Right. Oh my God, he was
that was nasty.
Give me that shit.
That was nasty. I was like, all right, shit, say something.
All right, I was like, for real.
The ball was literally two Panthers, man. Callaway literally threw his arm in the way.
And
I wish he would do that shit instantly.
That pass was thrown wrong.
I wish he would do that way more consistently.
Look, that's when he should have hit Olave.
Yeah, that pass was wrong.
Oh, facts. That's when he should have hit Olave. Hey, but I want to say during the Bucs game, I feel like people like, oh, he got targeted. He was targeting Olave too much during the Bucs game. No, he wasn't. Nick, Olave was open all the time. He just didn't throw a damn
but that's
ball,
the problem, bro. That's the problem.
No one has said that, though. No one said that.
I said at least about 3 or 4 of them. We had the underneath route with a man wide open streaking across the field.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: Is he going through his reads then? Obviously not. He's telegraphing his throws.
You know what I think it is?
That guy's getting scared.
I think he needs to have more. He needs to. They need to tell him he has options to audible out. He might just think he can't like audible. He might be like, oh well, they're gonna do this.
No, because bro, we saw him audible in the Panthers game. Because he audible and then he threw that play to the flat. I even called it before he did it. I said he audible, and I said that cornerback off. I said, watch you throw it to Olave in the flat. And that's what he did. He threw it to the damn Olave in the flat. I'm like, this is bullshit. He got tackled instantly,
Man, I want to see Andy Dalton get in, man. Andy Dalton ain't missing those short passes, bro. Andy Dalton's a fresh body too. You know what I mean?
I just look right now. I just want sound quarterback play with a quarterback that's gonna hit Kamara and hit my crossing routes. That's all I need.
I hope.
Excuse me. Have we not just been complaining for the last 3 years with Drew Brees about how mad we are that all he has is crossing routes, and we are just now saying that we want to bring in Andy Dalton so he can throw crossing routes and checkdowns 24/7 of the plays. Guys, y'all gotta get y'all's fucking
right.
Thank you, man. Crossing routes and Drew Brees is that Andy Dalton has the option to go deep.
Guys,
we didn't have that option with Drew Brees.
Go deep.
I'm only speaking on what's available right now.
He said
So
Andy Dalton
don't
has
even
the
do
option
that,
to
Zach.
go
Don't
deep.
even do that, Zach.
Guys,
Don't even do that.
guys,
Don't even try to do that to
Andy
me.
Dalton takes the starting job. Yes, we will make playoffs. We will not do anything in playoffs with a guy like Andy Dalton. It's just not going to happen.
Fact.
Y'all rather just make a
Well, I'm not speaking on playoffs. I'm talking about regular season.
But shit, what? Hey, honestly, let's just be total. Let's be real.
I want to be in a position with a quarterback that if he does well, then we can have a actual shot in the playoffs. And if he does bad, then
what quarterback do we have a better shot with?
Somebody else in.
No, but we don't got a best. We only got what we have. What we got.
We got Jameis Winston and we got Andy Dalton.
I mean, four fractures to the back. How long does that take to heal? That takes about 4 weeks to heal, right?
Right, 3 to 4 weeks.
You put Dalton in and you let it ride. You get a better shot of winning.
Should be in now. Dalton, he should have been in last week.
I hope they do put him in.
One, if his ankle was still hurting, I agree with that. 100%. But saying that Andy Dalton should be the starter over Jameis,
that's smoking.
Nah. I didn't say the starter.
I'm just talking about for now.
I'm talking about this. Look, we need that old Jameis back.
He'll give us 10 wins, but he won't give us something else.
Jameis' first read.
Get into playoffs.
The problem is Jameis' first
we got to drive in 2 minutes to get a touchdown. It's not going to happen.
But look,
he always looking down the field.
But look, think about this: Jameis' first read and his second read is down the field.
That's what it should be.
No, but I thought
no, it shouldn't be.
Yes, it should. Why wouldn't
he's getting blitzed out the ass? He don't have time for that. He don't have time for that.
You know it doesn't take. It doesn't take.
That's the problem.
It doesn't
That's
take
what I'm
2
trying to
seconds
tell you,
to look.
bro. Like he's sitting up there looking for that
It
deep
doesn't take
shot.
2 seconds to look. It literally takes you boom, 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 boom. Like it's not hard.
And it takes 2 seconds to look. It takes 2 seconds to get hit.
Hold on a second.
Just about.
Y'all see how Jameis Winston's eyes teleport to the left to the right.
But wait,
boy, y'all never see that. That boy, I see that boy head look one way, and that's a rip.
So wait,
but my thing is, why are people switching up? Ain't nobody was ragging on his ass last year.
Wait,
no, that's because
he did
with
good.
that formula, he was doing enough for us, and he was protecting the football.
So how is he
we
just
got 5 interceptions.
Why would you say?
And how many fumbles?
The first read should be down the field. Are you crazy?
How many
fumbles? The first read needs to be down the field.
It needs to be to your hot route.
What?
Why
then you check down.
Wait,
hot route are usually down the field though. Like what?
No, or you know, play who the player's designed for. Like the one, you know, just like on Madden, you got to play in red. You know what I'm saying? That's your main guy. You want to check out that read first, man. You got to have. I mean, I'm pretty sure they know that. They have that. It's just not working out.
You have to have a play that is designed for a particular receiver. But here's the deal. You can't go, okay, first read down the field, second read down the field, because by that time, when you get to your check down, the linemen are sitting in your face.
Right.
So So then in that instance too, then there needs to be a better communication between Jameis and AK to where he whenever with Drew, not trying to look back, he would do his 1-2 check down. The defense is going to be in his face, but he knows exactly where AK is, where he doesn't even have to check. He just knows, and he knows where to put the ball and stick it. That's got to be a communication.
All right. Now, that being said, my question is whose fault is that?
Jameis.
That's both. That's both their fault.
No,
that's both who fault for what?
I can show you 4 or 5 plays last week where Kamara was wide open.
Kamara gotta be like, give me the ball, nigga. He gotta be like, I'm open.
Bro, you best believe all them Jarvis Landry, he getting open. You best believe Michael Thomas getting open underneath. He don't want that. They need to cut that short. They need to be like, look, bro, stop. You need to stop. So, look, we don't go deep like that.
He was doing that last year, though.
Well, you're right, and it was working.
No, he wasn't doing that shit last year.
Yes, he was.
As a leader.
Wait, he was doing. Wait, time out. He was doing what last year? Going deep like that?
First read, deep, then
yes.
That's how it should be. Short,
and we was winning.
Right. But instead, now
again, that's where there needs to be leadership on the offense, and that is the number one thing that we're missing. Whether it's AK or it's MT, to be able to come in. Bro, in that game,
neither of them are leaders. MT
right now,
and AK are not leaders.
It needs to be Pete Carmichael.
Right, that is also true. It needs to be Pete. Pete needs to be like, hey man. Right.
Give us that Bills offense.
Bro, that's his offense. It has to be Pete Carmichael.
Facts. It gotta be Pete. Pete has to be the one to be like, okay, so you know what I'm saying? Somebody got
I mean, who offense
is? Be a leadership on the sideline, not in the huddle. Pete's not in the huddle.
He's not in the huddle, but I mean, we know he ain't
down and getting up and all like leave me alone. That's when Pete Carmichael needs
bro,
to
look.
Dennis Allen needs to
hey, look, Pete Carmichael don't run shit because we didn't
leader on that offense, whether it's MT
or AK, just like remember, bro, he didn't want the job.
Make it happen. If
he didn't want the
that's on me.
First order of business is throw away those captain badges.
He wanted that desk upstairs.
Right, he didn't even want the job, and he was like, fuck it.
Really
like they begged him. That's what it was. They went back to him and come on, man.
Pete is a meek guy. You know, nothing wrong with the meek. But, you know, he's not aggressive, in my opinion. You know, that offensive coordinator who's always destroying stuff, you know what I mean?
And look, you'll never know that Pete Carmichael used to fight in MMA, too. You'll never think that.
A long time ago.
Yeah, he calm. He calm. Hey, tell me why when we lose, I don't see nobody mad. Hey, that's one thing. That's one thing I don't like. When we lose, nobody's pissed off. Nobody's pissed off. Nobody's mad. Everybody's just like, well, we're gonna come here next week and fix all the problems. Like, no, that's not how that fucking works. You're not gonna just come next week and then everything's sunshine and rainbows. Like, nobody's pissed off. We can lose 5 more games. Nobody's gonna be pissed off on that offense.
And the reporters, they so corporate. You know,
right, bro. They ain't saying like asking the same stupid, goofy ass questions.
So, what are we gonna do next time to get better, Jameis Winston?
Jameis,
somebody need to get better. Like, man, everybody want to hear that same old shit. Like,
hey, tonight you held the ball for 3.1 seconds. What's going on?
They ain't gonna ask them that damn question. They're gonna be like, so, we lost. Y'all lost. So, how you feel about the loss? Like, man.
Well, I just put it in guys.
Ran back in, you know, get some more practice. You know, better ball placement and ball management.
Right, like, man, get
loser.
I already know. Next time I'm gonna have the New Testament right here on my heart. Because
he said the New Testament.
Wow.
Put the Quran on there too. Give them all the wisdom. Give them all the wisdom, man.
Hey, bro. Hey, look, as Saints fans, bro, we got a certain standard, bro, that we expect. And what we love more than any player is our Saints team, bro. Don't mess with the Saints. You'll find yourself on the wrong end in a bus ticket out. I'm serious, bro. Like, you gotta produce, bro. You gotta produce. Hey, look at Dallas. Look at Dallas. They had the same sorry ass O-line with Dak Prescott.
All right.
And look at Cooper Rush, man.
Look at what's his name? What's the quarterback name that's playing now?
Cooper Rush, man. Look at Cooper
Rush.
Look
at Rush. Look at Rush. I saw Rush make some fire throws, bro.
Fire throws, man.
I was like, ooh.
On me.
But Daniel Jones sucked, though. So I don't know if we can really account for that.
Making better decisions. I'm just saying. Offense looked totally different.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like if we were to take the team last year versus this year, even with all the crippling ass injuries, the team last year will beat the fucking brakes off the team this year. It's not even close. It's like this. It feels like we got better roster wise.
We regress.
Worse.
It feel like
we got worse, but got better. Like roster wise, this shit don't make no sense. It's
quick question. Did Jameis Winston's obviously playing. Did y'all cover keys to victory over the Vikings?
Better offense.
No, just get on Jameis' ass for a second.
Pause, but yeah, go ahead.
All right. He said pause.
So I mean, how we gonna win, man? I'm talking about a miracle, heavy run attack. You know what I mean? Taysom Hill wild card or letting Mark Ingram, run down.
Hey, look, I don't want to cut you off, but before we talk, who's injured and who's playing? Like, what's going on right now? Like, who's out?
I think everybody playing, to be honest. Besides,
Mike Thomas and Jarvis Landry?
They chilling. It's little baby ass injuries.
Do we have word on Jarvis? I thought it meant Jarvis's thing. I thought that was Achilles at first look.
No, they said they chilling. We chilling with them.
Bro, they been saying that by everybody.
Yeah, they did. Well, no,
I still ain't saw Paulson. He been chilling for a while.
No, Paulson last was lying. Paulson be durable, man. Paulson asked, bro. Paulson came out here and lied like a motherfucker. He said, "I'm chilling. We gonna be
someone
back."
Just get put on IR.
Did who?
I don't think so.
Someone just get put on IR last week.
Hey.
Who?
I don't know. I'm like,
I don't know.
Alante Taylor. Alante Taylor's on IR. Alante Taylor's on IR.
Come out tomorrow.
No,
Alante got hurt in practice though.
No, Alante's on injury reserve. He's on IR, not report reserve, I believe.
Yeah, he got hurt in practice. He got hurt in practice.
Yeah, he got hurt in practice.
Is Andrew's playing?
Practice, man. What the fuck?
Is our left guard playing?
Look, we've been talking so much negative. Can we bring some positive into the stream?
Man, there ain't no motherfucking positive.
We losing right now, man. We got a losing record. We just lost to Baker Mayfield.
The jokes we make under negativity.
We should have lost that.
What about Zach? Look, hey, player. What about Pete Warner leading the league in solo tackles right now?
Man, that's cool, but I ain't winning no damn game. Fuck that.
So we just gonna be negative until Sunday morning at 8:30. That's all.
Until we win, that's when I'm gonna be fucking positive. Whenever we get positive results,
that's really how it be.
I need positive results, man.
Right.
We've been getting disrespected. We've been getting disrespected with this shitty ass play out there on that field. It looked like they don't even like my boy CT. It looked like they came to collect a check and dip.
Creation, all jokes aside,
you get what you get. You get what you get.
Pete Warner is. I was right about Pete Warner. Y'all can suck it talking about Quan this, Quan that, man. Fuck,
bro. But look, Warner, it's the same thing like Chauncey though, bro. Quan brought juice. Look, I know y'all defense playing just fine, bro. But I'm serious, bro.
We still got our leader. Man. We got our leader, Double D. We're chilling.
Talking about that man of God.
Yeah, Double D.
All right, it's been a drop off in his play this season too.
He's 33.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying what I'm noticing. That's
the prime years. He's playing.
Man, he old as shit. The courses drop off. I told y'all this last year. I told y'all this off season.
Oh, you said trade him, right?
Eventually, he will drop off.
I remember. You said trade.
Exactly. I was right. I'm always right. Y'all need to start listening.
DeMario can't patrol the whole field. That's why we got rid of him.
Exactly. That's why we got Pete Warner.
Trade him.
That's why we got Pete Warner. He going crazy.
I remember when we got rid of Alex, man. I thought that was a big mistake. But
I hated the Chauncey Gardner one because we already didn't have Quan.
Man, he wasn't big money.
And now you taking away my other juice player. I'm like, man, don't y'all remember when Chauncey got hurt? How lame that defense looked. We getting ran on.
They don't look like that no more.
Right now. The honey badger looking like Jarvis Bird.
Because we don't talk about that.
Hold up, but no, you can't. Let's not act like the Chauncey Gardner trade has hurt us. That's not what's hurting us. That is
I think that Chauncey Gardner trade will hurt us, bro.
That's far from hurting us.
The defense is doing well outside of that first game against the Falcons.
Defense is doing that.
All right. How do you feel about Roby?
Roby needs to be in that damn slot. He don't need to be on the outside because
I'm just saying, bro. You know he ain't to be trusted. Bro, you know he ain't to be trusted.
But we're not gonna act like CJ.
Bro, it's a reason why Roby wasn't a starter. It's a reason why he played behind Paulson, Lattimore, and Chauncey. It's a reason for that.
He ain't played behind Chauncey. Are you crazy?
Yes, he did.
No,
like Chauncey was our nickel.
No, he did
not Roby. We sprinkled him in. What are you talking about?
No, Roby was getting more snaps than Chauncey. Are you okay?
I think Roby was playing before Adebo.
Right.
No, wait.
But then he got benched for it. Then Adebo took his spot.
Get benched. We run like 3 corners. What do you mean he got bent?
Bro, no. I don't think. Hey, we gotta look that up. If someone can, I'll even look it up.
I promise you, he played.
I don't think Hoopy got more snaps than Chauncey.
Man, y'all give
I don't know if I can trust you. You said Carmichael was an MMA fighter. So
what you say?
I said y'all giving Hoodie a straight migraine right now, by the way. Hoodie over here rubbing his temple, trying to get some
Zach, I see you rubbing your head too, man.
Bro. Hey, bro. Well, how you think we feel watching them Saints games?
Take the headphones out. Hey, look, I'm watching the same game as you, bro. I'm watching
right. So this how we feel, Zach.
I understand.
Zach, how do we win, Zach? Zach, how do we win?
How do we win? Man, at this point, I don't have Hey, I don't got the answer. I ain't got the answer.
Somebody else say win.
That Sway did have an answer, so I know Zach got the answer.
I don't know.
Hey, last talking.
Hey, last thing, I'll tell you how we win this game, bro.
And
guess what? To be honest with you, no, all the people that were complaining about Jameis' gameplay last game, to be honest with you, we lost by I think 6 points or 7 points, whatever it was. Just think of this. Just think of this. If
we lost by 8 points, huh?
Was it 8 or was it 7?
Yeah, because we need to get a touchdown and get the 2-point conversion. Just
we
did
lose by.
All right, so you lost by 8 points. Now watch this. If Jameis played the same, well, let's say the offense played the same way.
Please don't play the same.
The only thing they clean up this time is their penalties. To where when they do something positive, it doesn't get taken back. They clean up the fumbles this week and not fumble it up and let them scoop it up for a touchdown. So that was 7 points. And then, by the way, when you get into field goal range, if you don't succeed in the red zone, then your kicker won't get blocked for 1, and he won't miss the other one. So that's 13 points right there. Right. You lost by 8. If that little tiny mistakes didn't happen, we would have been happy. But okay, the Saints won.
But Hoodie, bro. But look at that, bro. That offense is dog. How many points we scored?
13.
What was it? 13?
No, not 13.
No,
it was 20 something.
It was 14. It was 14 because it was 14 and 22.
22.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I'm just saying, bro. Come on, man. I'm not gonna be satisfied with that, bro. I need more points on the board.
He ain't lying, because guess what?
We can't win games like that, bro.
Let me say this. I want to say this real quick. Even with the cleaning up penalties and just cleaning up penalties and not letting the ball drop on the floor, we can win games. I'll definitely agree we can win games. But when it comes to teams like Eagles and playoff teams, and even when we're in the playoffs, that baby little man, we can do the bare minimum, escape with a win. That shit is not working. That is not working. At some point, we're gonna have to be like, oh shit, we gotta drive down the field. We got 50 seconds left and no timeouts. We gotta go make a damn play.
Right.
Josh said Kirk Cousins blows us out, and I think
no, they gonna run down. They gonna run down our throat though.
Pause. He not burning out. He not. First of all, I don't like how that sounds, but man, we not losing a lot to Kirk Cousins, because look, Kirk Cousins. The thing about him, if Jay Jefferson ain't getting open, then it's done for his ass. Man, he ain't doing shit.
Thielen not gonna get busy?
We just got beat by Baker Mayfield.
Man, bro, we got beat by. We didn't get. You act like we got torched in the passing yards. Are you okay? Did you not watch the game?
No.
Okay, then. So what the hell are you talking about? We just got beat by Baker. Okay, we let penalties and drop balls beat us. He did not beat us because he was some damn god throwing for 350 yards and 3 TDs. That's not how we lost. We lost because we played incompetent and AK let 6 go down the drain.
Man, I haven't heard Ice Cream Man talk once. I know he put up a video after the loss. Ice Cream, you got anything to say, man? Are you here? Or are you just kind of listening?
He might not even be here.
Might not be here.
I think he has.
There was a lot of yelling. There's a lot of yelling. Hoodie put him on the spot. I don't have control of the board. I just want to hear his opinion, because everybody's been yelling and talking over each other. No one's, not everybody's being able to get their opinions heard yet.
It's all right. It's all right. Ice Cream Man 504. I know you're about to speak any second now. So guess what? We'll give you a little bit of time to get back to your mic and everything. So here we go. We'll be back with some positive vibes after the commercial break. What's good, everybody? It's your boy Hoodie Juby, and if you're looking for the best restaurant in town, man, go try Weed Ass Chicken and Shrimp, man. They have the best chicken wings, the best chicken tenders, the best fried shrimp, the best fried catfish, and their fries are so amazing, covered with ranch, cheese, bacon, jalapenos. Oh my! Yes, you heard it. Go try it out. They got 4 locations: Monroe, Louisiana, Marrero, Louisiana, New Orleans, Louisiana, and Houston, Texas, baby. Go try it now.
Right, man. What up? I won't speak on nothing but the real. You know how I'm coming. You know what I'm saying? Say we've been down for too long. The only way is up. It's time to move on. Never leave your house without your shoes on. Them killers want to spot you, cannot move on. Ain't worried about that girl, I tell them move on. They say it's my fault, but I'm feeling I can't do wrong. Cut all my partners off, let me open like the roof gone. Long talks and I ain't never changed, it's just been too long. Gotta shake him back and that's a fact, so I'm turned up. Fall up in the club, I'm going down and I'm like, what's up? Throw me in that water, I won't go down, I'm too up. She want with a man, I knock that hoe down, I'm too up. Told all the friends, now she just want me to grow up.
Alright, Ice Cream Man, you ready?
Yeah, he is. He's right here.
Alright, so since he's not ready, we'll go to Ian. Ian!
What's going on, y'all? What's going on, y'all? I finally heard my boy God of Creation up there finally getting fired up. Finally. But I mean it's a whole lot of overreacting. Zach said it in the chat a little while ago. It's a whole lot of overreacting. Look, we in a bad position, and we in a bad position because we've been playing some bad football, especially on the offensive side of the football. But for us to say that, you know, it's one player that has caused the entire collapse of the Saints offense, or even just one person, because the bad play can also be caused by bad planning throughout the week. You know, I've been questioning for the last 2 weeks, you know, if we practice all week and then we come out on a Sunday and just stink up the joint, was that what we practiced for? You know, like when we get out there and just play badly, was that what we practiced all week, to go out there and do that? Like why are we not doing what we're doing all week in Metairie? And then you have to say, okay, P. Carmichael, what are you doing wrong? Okay, offensive line, what are you doing wrong? Why are we one of the most heavily penalized teams in the league? You know, wide receivers, are y'all doing something wrong, or is Jameis just not hitting y'all? Jameis, bruh, when are you gonna start taking the responsibility, and not just taking the responsibility, but then also making moves to change that and actually showing on the field that you can be better by being better? Because it has now been 2 consecutive weeks, and really 3, because out of the 12 quarters that we played, we've only really played 1 good quarter of football. And then the problem spread to the defensive side. Missed tackles on what was really the game deciding touchdown, because we lost it. I mean, it was a 1-possession game. At the end of it, we lost by 8. You know, so missed tackle, PJ Williams, bro, what you doing? Tackle this man, take him down. Help your offense, help your struggling offense out. Cam Jordan, where you at, bro? We need to be seeing some more pressure on the quarterback. DeMario, where you at, bro? Has Father Time really caught up to you? And so these problems that we're having as a team are really, really team problems, and we need to start calling them team problems. Now, Sunday, if we can look at that game and say everybody played well and Jameis Winston stunk the joint up, then we can start saying, okay, change needs to be made, and it's Jameis's injury that is causing him to play badly. But this past Sunday, no, I can't say that I saw the man that threw for over 300 yards on Sunday was the only problem that we had on Sunday, because the problems are multiple.
Yeah. I'd like to respond to that right quick. I'll just speak for like a small minority of people. You know what I mean? Like a group of people. We don't put all of the blame on one person. I would put, you know, a big stake of the blame on Jameis. You know what I mean? A quarterback can overcome occasional bad offensive line play.
Now, or you can say half of the time. What I said. A lot of the
let me finish.
Go ahead.
All right, because I understand what you're saying, but I'm just speaking for my crowd of people with Jameis Winston's problem. All right. Of course, there's other factors going on. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I won't wait. I'm not waiting until next game for us to have a definite decision. You know, the decision has been made in the first week, and you've had 2 games to back that up. You know, Jameis Winston has not been playing good. You know, of course, the offensive line is not doing good. You know, there is wide receivers having their issues now and then, but there's been majority other times where Jameis has had clean pockets. He's had offensive line, you know, blocking. There has been wide receivers or tight ends getting open, or there's been Alvin Kamara or Ingram, you know, with a clean shot to get a few yards. You know what I mean? So that's what I just had to say about that.
All of those things are true, but then you also have to be concerned on the 2 defensive turnovers that we gave up in 2 consecutive weeks. You know, I'm sorry, not turnovers. I'm sorry, but the 2 defensive touchdowns that we gave up in 2 consecutive weeks, where we allowed a team's defense to score on us. You allow a team's defense to score on you in the Tampa game, and you lose by 10. You allow a team's defense to score on you in the Carolina game, you lose by 8 in a 1 possession game. So rather than losing by 10, you would have lost by 3. Rather than losing by 8, you would have lost by 1. Now, I mean, obviously, we would have gone for 2 and, you know, seeing we could have tied the game up at 15. But your defense is not giving up very many points. But at the same time, you cannot – turnovers are killing you. Penalties are killing you. You know, starting at 1st and 15 is difficult. Starting at 1st and 20 is even more difficult. And like I said, we're one of the most heavily penalized teams in the league. And obviously, you know, I personally believe that it's not just because we get, you know, because we're breaking the rules that often. I personally believe that there's some extra stuff going on with that. But you know, you can't keep allowing yourself to get in those situations and making your defense go out there for long periods of time. Because if we were actually having sustained drives, and that's another thing, don't we have more 3 and outs than anybody else, or second to most 3 and outs than anybody else in the league right now? The offense is not staying on the field for long periods of time. I mean, I know the time of possession was closer than what the game probably said it was this past Sunday, but we're not sustaining drives. And even when we get in the red zone, we had 2 opportunities to score points, and we left 6 points on the board, one of which was blocked, the other one was missed. Will Lutz, come on, man. That's on you. And so now you have problems on the offense. You have problems at the quarterback position. You have problems at the running back position, fumbling the ball. You have problems on the offensive line. You have problems on the defense with tackling. You have problems on the defense with not getting enough pressure on the opposing quarterback. You have problems on the special teams. Your kicker is missing kicks. The one that we've been crying for the last year, hoping that he came back so we didn't have that problem. Well, we had that problem on Sunday. Sunday was a team loss, big time.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And
I just fall on the floor where it's more so the QB with more issues than the rest of the team. But you're right as well.
Yep. Hey, by the way, we do have somebody else I want to bring on to the show. And by the way, this is the first time this lady has ever came on. And yes, it's our first queen of the night to pop on. Everybody knows her in the chat by Miss Barbara Williams, and she's actually coming on the show for the first time. So let's, you know, give her the respect that she needs and let her, you know, talk. And then after she's done, you know, then we'll let's try to not talk over each other, you know. So let's bring Miss Barbara on. How you doing, Miss Barbara? Hey, Miss Barbara, can you hear us? Up, you're on. You might be on mute. Hold on. Let's see.
We can't hear her.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Let's see. Try to do something with your. Try to leave and rejoin and try to see if you can connect your mic. Because for some reason we can see you, but we just can't hear you. Yeah, we still can't hear you. Let's see. We'll let her come back on in a second, y'all. We're gonna try to see if she can get that face where we can hear her. But yeah, you said you were stepping out last saying anything you want to say, man, before you leave?
Oh yeah. I'm probably trying to join back and whatnot, but all I gotta say is this, man. I definitely don't like the rail on Jameis because I know it's the back. Like I was studying it, you know, his injury. He has 4 back fractures close to his spine, and obviously the triceps, you know, the biceps and the deltoid connects to the back tissues. So that's the reason why he looks as trash and as ass as he is currently. But I like to see Dalton get in, man. I feel like he'll be able to read the field. He won't have any hesitation because he has no bodily harm done to him. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I like to see. Now, if anybody's complaining about that, I mean, what y'all want to do? Y'all don't want to start Taysom, and I don't think there's any other QB as well.
So me, shit. This is what I want to do. For the sake of the team, the safe side of Jameis, being more injured. What I want to see the New Orleans Saints do is rest Jameis for at least 1 to 2 games. Let this man's back heal. Let his ankle heal up. Let's see what Andy Dalton can do as a healthy quarterback back there, to see what he can do with this offensive line, to see what he can maybe see if he can pick up the blitzes, since Jameis ain't doing that correctly. See if maybe he can fit in the offense, with the check downs, the quick passes and stuff like that, then Jameis Winston does. Let's see what Dalton can do while Jameis heals, to where once Jameis is ready and healthy, you'll know what quarterback is you really want to go with, because we know what Jameis is really capable of, but right now he ain't showing it to us because of his injuries. Like I told you, everything's just not clicking right now. And like we all said, it's at the beginning of the season, which I'd rather get it done now and get that out the way, get all the nastiness and ugliness, to know what we look at the worst and what we can look at the best. So that's what I want to see, but I don't know what we're going to do this weekend. We'll see. And also, don't forget the Vikings. I think they said Dalvin Cook might not be playing because of his injuries as well. I just want to let everybody know about that. And there's 2 things I wanted to shout out real quick before we get on and keep talking. My new subscriber in here, Doobie, man, who that to you? He said, the podcast is awesome, by the way. He loves it. So thank you for being a new member, man, and, liking it. Like I said, anytime you want to come on and talk, just click the link, join on there, man. Any subscribers welcome to come chat it up with us. And
what is Doobie over on Doobie's over on Twitch?
I don't know. I just see Doobie commenting in the chat.
I think he's on Twitch, because I haven't seen his comment on here, man. If you're over on Twitch, you definitely get a very good feel if you come over to the YouTube side. You get to see her. Oh no, I see him now on YouTube. Never mind. I'm tripping. I'm losing my mind. I was looking for his name. I kept seeing you comment, and I was like, "Where's Doobie at?"
Yeah, he's in here. He's been in here.
Okay, what's up, Doobie? My bad, man.
Yeah, you good, man. I see everything over here, and also I wanted to answer my boy Hart's thing right here. He says some of y'all only want to be fans when we winning. Well, guess what, my brother? For everybody that missed it earlier, this is what I was talking about right here. Let me answer this question, this answer, right here. Some of y'all want to be fans when we winning. Here we go. What's good, YouTube? It's your boy Hoodie Juby, and we are back with another live podcast. And if you don't know, you will know. There's no YouTube without your boy Hoodie Juby, y'all. How is everybody doing tonight, man? I'm doing just fine over here, man. Well, maybe I'm lying to y'all. I'm not doing fine. You know why? Because I've been holding this in forever. I'm pretending to act like I like this team. I'm pretending to act like I like Jameis Winston, man. Why? Jameis Winston is the damn problem. This whole team got problems, man. Ever since Drew Brees and Sean left, ever since we've been spoiled, it ain't been the damn same. So guess what? I'm tired of pretending. I'm tired of being like, oh, I'm a Saints fan. No, I'm freaking done with this shit, man. I can't stand Jameis. I'm tired of trying to freaking act like I do like him. I'm trying to act like this team's going to go somewhere when you know they ain't going to go nowhere. The head coach is freaking Dennis Allen. The offensive coordinator is Pete Carmichael. So who gives a goddamn, man? You know what? I'm freaking done, y'all.
Don't do it. Cover your family. Thank everybody. You got the kid in the
Is that what it's like to be a fake Saints fan? Oh my Lord. God damn, I hate to be one of those. Thank God I'm a real one. And if you're a real one, I mess with you. And that's what this channel's about, baby. Who that? Because we bleed black and gold until we dead and cold. That just answered it for y'all. That answered it for you.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Oh, now we hear from Ice Cream Man. Now you want to say something.
I hope all of you is having a productive damn day.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's a beautiful day in Louisiana, man. It felt good today. I don't know about y'all. Did y'all wake up feeling extra special, bro? It was like all crispy and everything. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Miss Barbara, you're on mute, by the way. Take your hit the unmute button and see if we can hear you now.
No, we can't. No,
you're on mute. You're on mute.
It's going to be that button that's to the bottom left. It's going to have a microphone. It's going to say mute. You want that to be white. You don't want it to be red. There you go.
Yes, sir. White is right.
Yeah, hold on. She's off. She's off the mute, but I don't. Yeah, hold on. She's off the mute. She's off the mute, but I don't hear her. But now she.
Wait, hold on. No. Yeah, there you go. We can't hear you. Check if do you got anything plugged into your audio?
Is she on her computer?
I think
she has to be. Yes, that's not a phone.
Miss Barbara, if you're on your computer, do you have a have like some earbuds or something like that you can plug into your computer? We're not able to hear you because I don't think you have a mic built into your computer. So you got to plug in some earbuds that have something like this attached to it. Oh, wait, wrong camera. That has something like this.
Wrong camera, buddy.
That way you can talk into that. Yeah, I got 2 cameras now, dude. I'm balling out.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you. Exactly the elite setup, man.
The other one's just for a light.
But while we try to get Miss Barber, get her stuff fixed for sure, man. Ice Cream Man, sorry to cut you off, but yeah, I was just trying to bring her back on. But what's up, Ice Cream Man?
Yeah. Oh man, I had caught the show late. You dig? So
yeah,
y'all was going off. Y'all having y'all nice conversation about Jameis and I'm gonna have to just keep it 100% funky with you, okay? Jameis, been kind of. I feel like he's a little bit under pressure.
That's an understatement.
Like I think he's a bit, because of his injuries and everything that he got going on with his body. I think he's really not in a comfortable position. So he's uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? And then, for the 3 weeks, I think Atlanta got to him, Tampa Bay got to him, Carolina got to him. You know what I'm saying? All these, they know he's weakened. So they're going to continue to make sure that he's uncomfortable. How can you honestly play like that? How can you think like that knowing that you're going to get abused every week? And then your offensive line is bipolar as hell. 1 minute they want to block for you, the next minute they don't. So all I'm saying, offensively, it does start with the quarterback. The pieces, you know what I'm saying, the offensive line, the weapons that he have, that plays a part too, but it starts with the quarterback. But I feel like some of his decision making is only because he's under pressure. He's not comfortable. Maybe sitting him out for 2 weeks might do him some good. But I'm not just going to say he's an overall bad quarterback. But the losses have been, you know what I'm saying? The losses have been kind of on him a little bit, But I just can't fully blame him and say he, like he's a bad quarterback, like some people are saying.
Yeah, I mean, let me ask y'all this. So Zach, I know you got your mic on me right now.
I'm here, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you good. Got a Creation, Ice Cream Man, and Ian. What is y'all thoughts to Mr. Mark Garrett? By the way, who that to you, Mr. Mark? I think this is your first time, maybe your second time. I don't know. Like I said, I don't recognize the name, Mr. Mark. But you commented down here and you said Jameis sucks. I said it before the season and had everyone talking about how great he was and how he deserved it. Jameis is not the QB of the future. All right, so Mr. Mark, please tell me in the chat for us, just comment in the chat for me and let me know and give me your reasonings on why Jameis sucks and why you don't see him be in the future. Please explain every single one of them, and then we'll go over that with you. But us up here, explain to him. Oh, yeah, by the way, The link is at the top, Mr. Mark. If you want to click on that, come chat it up with us. You're more than welcome and come explain it. If you don't want to text it, type it in the chat. You can click the link. We'll bring you on and, chat away with you. But whoever wants to go first, y'all more than welcome to go first. Let me know what y'all think of Mr. Mark's comment, and what would you say?
Well, I mean, the thing with a comment like that, let's use an analogy or let's use a comparison. Let's compare us to, let's say, the Las Vegas Raiders, who are 0-3 right now. I bet you any money that Raiders fans are not ready to get rid of Derek Carr after an 0-3 start with all the weapons that they have. We've gotten so used to things being done a certain way that now since we're 1-2, we want to blame everything on the guy that replaced probably the greatest quarterback. Well, not probably the greatest quarterback in Saints history. And so now that we're in a situation that we're not used to, or really a situation that we are used to, because we've been in a 1-2 situation with Breeze on multiple occasions. So it's really not unfamiliar territory, but because Winston doesn't play the way that Breeze does, or because he's not getting things done the way that Breeze had.
Probably the resume.
Yeah. It's kind of like we're taking, we were more willing to give Breeze and Peyton more of a leeway, with their resume, winning a Super Bowl, that kind of thing. So with Winston, we're 1-2 and we're panicking because, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, we trusted them. We don't really know what the Allen and Winston or really, the Carmichael and Winston, duo is going to bring us. So we just have to be patient and see. Now, if we go 7-9 under Allen and Winston, are we going to be ready to get rid of Winston when we had 3 of those seasons in consecutive seasons with Breeze and Peyton? I mean, come on. What as Saints fans are we willing to give up for a better future, and that hopefully would be Super Bowl? And what as Saints fans are we willing to be patient for?
Yeah, I like the way you put that, and I'm seeing a lot of the messages about Carr too. We're talking about how bad Jameis has played, and y'all all know that Hoodie gets on me and jokes with me a bunch about I do like Carr. I enjoy him as a quarterback. I wanted to argue and try to fit him in a top 10 somewhere at the beginning of the season. He's looked worse than Jameis, to be honest, so far this season.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you, man. I mean, we all got to realize we want to win now, and especially because we got all these weapons, and we just felt like, man, this is the most filled team that we've had in a long time. And the only things that we felt like we were worried about was offensive line, depth at running back, and we put our hearts out into Jameis, but all of us can't say that we weren't 100% sure, except for maybe Hoodie, that Jameis was going to be the answer. We're going through a learning process. It's hard because we have the most complete team, but those 3 spots that we're missing is where we're hurting. We aren't able to develop the run game. We have AK, but AK can't run the ball 25 times. That's how you destroy people's career. AK is getting up in age as well. You can't be doing that. Our offensive line is struggling, and Jameis right now is struggling, and injury or not. I still think Jameis healthy. A lot of these mistakes aren't the same. I don't think it happens as often, but his decision making is something that you can't blame on an injury.
Yeah.
You know what? I want to say to that is I feel like injuries kind of do play a part in decision making. And
you're right.
we seen him be a good decision maker last year.
Ice cream.
And we saw him be a good decision maker. He has yet, and let's keep it a buck. He has yet to be the reason why we lost the game. It hasn't just been it's been we're up, we're in the game. Then fourth quarter it falls to shit. It's not like Jameis is first quarter he throws a pick. Second quarter he threw a pick. Third quarter he threw 3 picks. You know what I'm saying? It's not going down like that. He's been if people don't want to realistically look at it, but he's been consistent. Has he been bad? Yes, of course. I don't expect him to be perfect, to be honest. If people were expecting him to be Josh Allen, I think you're mistaken. I told people that I don't think he's the best. I think he's just a fine QB that can be a great competitor. But
He
when
lost
you
his
got
YouTube.
other things, and I'm not trying to resolve him of his, some of the bad decisions, but I'm just saying there's really nothing that's really helping our case. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
I'll
from
say as far as like the injuries and decision making, I see what you mean. I guess I kind of bubbled it all into one. I mean his decision making as far as like, who he's trying to force the ball to and things like
right.
that. Maybe if he's healthy, he is able to
Mhm.
force that ball into that spot and able to make
Right.
a very accurate throw. But
Yep.
I mean that it shouldn't be that many throws that he's having to force open whenever we have players open. That's the decision making
Right.
that concerns me. Now
Right.
I will say that some of the decisions that he's taken is due to the injury because he's scared to move. He's like we talked about earlier, there were several times in the game where he would have been able to scramble and get enough of the first, or at least get it close enough and turn a 2nd and 10 into a 3rd and manageable, or a 3rd and short to a first down, that he's just absolutely petrified to do right now. He's in his head with his injuries, as he should be, because he's coming off of an ACL tear. He's dealing with the vertebrae, and I know everyone's going to say, stop making excuse for injury, but still, I mean, you have a fractured vertebrae, and tell me you want to do anything. Tell me you want to go to work and go pick up UPS boxes. Tell me you want to go do that. Hoodie, you work in delivering stuff like that. If your doctor tells you have a fractured vertebrae, is your work even going to allow you to work, or are they going to tell you that you have to stay home?
Right. So sad.
They ain't gonna let me.
They ain't gonna let you. Well, your work sucks too. But but those things are things that would extend drives if he isn't injured. But when I'm saying his decision making is poor and it is concerning me, it's the forcing the ball too much and too often whenever you have other options available and you're not going through your reads. And then obviously, like everyone's been saying, not being able to pick up blitzes. I mean, I understand
I
that
don't think
everyone
that's a decision making though.
Yeah,
that's more of like just being a. That's not decision. That's just being bad at reading defense. Like that's not,
but
I can't excuse him for that. That's just damn awful.
Yeah, but that also comes down. It comes down to being. I'm sorry, man. It also comes down to being a leader. Like I said, I don't feel like there's any leadership in that huddle. I think the coaches need to be a leadership on the sidelines, but someone has to be a leader in that huddle. And Jameis, I don't know if maybe. I'm just making up excuses for him at this point, but I was going to say maybe because Sean Payton didn't allow him to do that last year, but he's just got to do it. You got to be the leader of that offense. And if you can't, then someone else has to. And I was trying to say earlier when everybody was yelling, if it's not going to be him, then it needs to be AK, and
or
AK
Mike
needs
Thomas.
to say, give me the damn ball, or it needs to be Mike Thomas saying, give me the ball. I'm catching every single pass. It doesn't matter where it's at, who's covering me. I'm catching every single one. If you throw it to me and I drop it, it's on me. It's not on you. Take the blame off of Jameis then. Someone has to step up and do that. Someone has to.
Hey, fellas, so there's two things that I want to address, from the chat. Number one, Mr. Edward O. Who that, and go Tigers to you, my brother. He said, give me effing Carr right now. Guess what? To be honest with you, I'll probably take Derek Carr too right now. You know why? Because he's healthy. Now, Jameis healthy, I'll take a Jameis healthy any day. Because like I said, he won't be doing the dumb shit he's doing right now when he's healthy. Number two, I want to address. It's my boy Josh, the Pels fan. I can't wait for Pelican season. I can't wait to see how good the Pels are going to be this year. But yeah, he said the team is one Falcons choke away from being the 0-3 while playing two bottom 10 teams. We're really 0-3. Well, Josh, the Pels fans, you got to realize these two bottom teams that you're talking about are teams we normally lose to at least once a year to both teams. We usually split with them because they rivalry teams. Plus, you're playing these teams right from the head start in your first 3 games, which, like we all said, the past few years, we never really started off 3-0. We always started 1-2, 2-2, 2-3, stuff like that. And like we all said, people coming off of injuries, you got new additions of players, so everybody's got to, get their chemistry up. And you're playing these teams that know you right away. So this doesn't even help us. Like, they can be shitty, but they know you. They know you. They know what you're doing.
And we talked about earlier with questioning, we know Pete Carmichael did great as offensive coordinator when we had Drew back in that year where Drew was still in his prime, but Pete Carmichael hasn't led the offense in what, 10 years? There's a lot of issue. And I think that's the most frustrating thing for me as a Saints fan is that I don't know who to blame, because a part of me wants to blame Jameis. Exactly. A part of me wants to blame Pete Carmichael. A part of me wants to blame Dennis Allen. it's split so different ways that you can't get a true judgment right now on whose fault this really is. And whenever it's like that, you have to look at coaching. I feel like.
Listen,
If the line was doing great and then Jameis was just doing bad, then we could say Jameis. If Jameis was making every completion whenever he had free time, but we're losing because the line is failing, then we could say the line. But because it's both of them playing terribly, then we got to look at coaches.
Yep.
Hey, I want to add on to that real quick. My bad, Hoodie.
Which one?
What Zach just said. He was talking about we can't just put it on one person. I agree. Like, and that was to the point I was making earlier, to where if it really was Jameis just being like incompetent, would we even be in close games up until the fourth quarter? Like, think about that. If it was truly him just being god awful, how are we so close? And people can't say, well, the defense has been stellar. Yeah, the defense has been stellar, but they also have played bad at some times of the game. You know what I'm saying? And we're not going to act like last week Jameis did end up scoring, and they let a score happen within 2 plays. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, oh, Jameis. Can Jameis play better? Absolutely.
I mean, bro,
can he read a
defense to breaks, just a little bit.
That's an excuse.
If
we're gonna talk about not giving
said that, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, our defense is very strong, of course, but
right.
No matter what defense it is, it's going to bend somehow at some point in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It will. By the way, my boy Josh the Pell fan said, Hoodie, can you at least say Lamar's better than Jameis? I can definitely tell you.
He's playing better right now.
He's playing better. Yeah, right now, because he's not
Lamar's
hurt.
trying to get that bag, bro. And I'll tell you what, I'm damn happy for him.
But even then, I'm still not calling Lamar a better passer.
Trying to do that right now, huh?
Passer? No, he's not.
No, yeah,
you would think so.
Even Jameis, he's still
but
not
he's playing better right now.
But he's just playing better overall. But he's not a better passer. Like, Lamar got to actually fucking throw for 4,000 yards for once, and then we can come talk about him being a better passer than.
I mean, that's true, but he has been passing the ball to literally nobody's. I will give him that.
That's his problem. It ain't our fucking problem.
Yep.
That's his problem. You need to talk to him damn. Talk to your coaches, man. Everybody want to hear that shit.
Hey, y'all. So my boy Josh said we lost to a Baker Mayfield who couldn't complete 50% of his passes. But guess what? Was that Jameis Winston's fault we lost? No. Alvin Kamara fumbles, scooped up a score.
Right. And then that was a 7
field goals.
I love how nobody.
2 field goals.
Missed.
Blizzard just coming through, getting shot.
By the way, come on, man.
By the way, I do want to address this too. A lot of people were like, well, he drew 2 picks too. Well, if you look at the game,
late as hell.
The last pick was BS.
Hold on, y'all. Let me finish. Let me finish this, yeah. So on the first interception, because I went back and looked at the replays, the first interception, they sent that blitz shit. He was on the presser. He drew it, and a defensive player, I think it was a D tackle, whatever, smacked it, batted it, and then it, flew past the other guy, intercepted it. Second one was at the end of the game on a Hail Mary, kind of like a miracle, just draw it down the field, hope we can get it because we got to go 99 yards to get a touchdown and get 2-point conversion. So to be honest with you, if you want to just blame that one because, the person came through and he just drew it bad, the guy batted it, cool, that's on him. But the second one,
the third one too, the tip pass. The second one, it was a tip.
You only threw 2 picks. You only threw 2 picks. The first one was the first one was tipped, and then the defensive guy came down with it. The second one was a Hail Mary with no time left.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And that's not about decision making. It's really not. I mean, even the 3 that they threw in week 2. I mean, all of that was just trying to go be hero and trying to get the team back in the game, which we were down by 10 at the time. Yeah. So I mean, the 5 picks that he's thrown, none of them that you can really say cost us
are
the
egregious. Right? Thank you. They're not really. It's not like, oh man, we're driving down the field and he just throws a stupid, goofy pass and we're up. You know what I'm saying? And we're up by a touchdown. It's nothing like egregious. Yes, they could have been better, but I don't know why do people go so hard? If you think this dude is trash, right? Why are you so overly aggressive about him making mistakes. You're like, oh man, he made these mistakes. If he's trash, then you should expect it, right?
You should be
But
expecting it. You should be expecting it.
If Brady plays like this, it's an excuse. Why is it an excuse for a player who's considered to be the greatest? Wouldn't it make more sense for the person that's ass to play like ass instead of the GOAT to play like ass? I mean, no one ever excuses the great people when they make a mistake. They're like, well, they're gonna figure it out. They shouldn't make mistake because they're getting paid top dollar and they're considered to be the GOAT. So there should be no excuses when they make mistakes.
And
Jameis, come on, man.
They're not even giving credit to some of these defenses. Look at the first pick that Jameis threw in week 2. That was an incredible catch by the guy that was guarding Chris Olave, like next level Sports Center top 10 stuff. And then the second pick on the pick 6 that he threw, which was that one was the real one that cost us the game. I mean, if we're going to say that any of his picks cost us a game, that one right there, which was the second touchdown that Tampa got, really kind of, shut the door on us. Because even then, we still had a chance to come back in that one. But the pick 6 was just a ball that was slightly underthrown. And had Jawan Johnson been any further to the left of the field, that one probably would have been caught by Johnson. But Saints fans have gotten so bad to the point where even the touchdown pass he threw on Sunday to Marquez Callaway. Well, that should have been a pick but Callaway saved him. Well, what the hell did you want to happen? Did you want him to throw another pick right there, or did you want him to throw a touchdown pass? I mean, come on, Saints fans, what's going on?
All I know is I do want to answer. Josh, he said the fumble was when the game was 0-0, so we can't come back down 7. Well, guess what? We shouldn't have been down 7 in the first place. You gave them a free score. You gave them a free scoop and score. That's what we're trying to say. You lost by 8. That's 7 points. You missed 2 field goals. That's 6. That's 13 points. You only lost by 8. So actually, we could have won that game. And just remember, the second interception that happened would have never happened because we would have won. We wouldn't have to worry about marching down the field trying to draw a Hail Mary. So just think about all this and just think a guy that has 4 fractures in his back and playing on a hurt ankle still drew for 353 yards. I don't even know how he did that, to be honest. I thought it was going to be like a 100 and something game again, 200, because of his back.
And can we talk about the running backs? Everybody's blaming our quarterback, Jameis Winston. Can we talk about the fact that both of our supposedly star running backs, Mark Ingram is the top rusher in Saints history. He has more rushing yards than any other Saint ever. And you had a fumble that really messed up the game for us in week 1. You had a fumble that very well may have cost us the game in week 2 because had we scored there, it would have been 10-0, and there would have been nothing Tom Terrific could have done at that point. Alvin Kamara, you fumbled the ball on the first drive of week 3, and we really haven't had much of a running game. Because we're always playing from behind, and so now you feel like you have to throw the ball more. And then when we are running the ball, it's like that. It's like on a lot of these plays, we're only gaining 1 or 2 yards, and it's on second down. Well, we threw an incomplete pass on first down, and we only got 2 yards on a second down run. Now it's 3rd and long. You got to throw the ball. The offensive line is not really getting out and putting hats on people and pushing anybody out of the way to open up these big holes that we're used to. So, what's up with the Saints running core this season? Come on, Alvin. Come on, Mark. What are y'all doing?
I feel that too. I mean, but you talk about Mark Ingram. My bad, man. You talk about Mark Ingram. Leading the league or leading the Saints in rushing yards and Saints history. Sorry if I worded that weird, but we're talking about the Carolina Panthers and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, these are two. Between us 3, Saints, Panthers, and Bucks, we're like 3 of the top 5 run defenses. It's hard to run on
that's
those
what I'm saying. These defenses
that's where the creative plays and like I was talking about earlier of like, why aren't we setting up AK out in space or Ingram out in space, or I don't give a hell who it is. It could be Tony Jones Jr. or Olave back there and run them as like a Debo. I don't care, but putting them out in space for the run to get things going that way, because running up the middle against Carolina and running up the middle against Tampa Bay ain't gonna work. I mean, you might get one blasted run that or one broken coverage that a run will go for 20 or 30 yards that makes your stat look good, but most of the time it's going to be 2-3 yard gains.
Yeah.
By the way, oh my bad, Iceman.
I would definitely like to say this right here. first foremost, this offense don't got no kind of funk. All right, no funk, no attitude, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I remember when you know when Sean was in there, at least he had some kind of damn attitude. You know, sometimes I wish we did had somebody on the offensive side like Tom Brady with that temper. Because when Tom Brady get on your ass, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I feel that.
So we don't have that. Now, we got that on the defensive side, but we don't got that on the offensive side. These boys is clumsy as hell. It is numerous of times where we just inconsistent on offense.
So true.
We had a chance to put some points up on the board for half. We had it's the discipline, man. You know, they don't got no funk. They don't got no attitude. You know, we was hoping maybe, okay, Juice is in there. You know, Jarvis Landry. You know, he's a leader, right? He's a leader. He speaks up. I haven't saw him say a goddamn thing. I haven't saw him pull no wide receiver core from the side and say, "Hey, bro, we got to get this shit together."
I agree with you, man. And that was a leadership thing that we're expecting from Jarvis. I mean, we've all seen, you know, him gathering people up during practice, during before preseason or even training camp started, just during those initial meetings when he was playing with the Browns. And, you know, he comes down to, you know, New Orleans, you know, we expected a lot more of that. And I talked about Thomas or AK stepping up, but you're right. Like Jarvis is the same guy. He's a veteran in this league, and like someone has to.
Yeah. By the way, Mr. David Jones, you said one field goal was blocked, which is true. And then you said Jameis taking a sack puts the second field goal attempt way back. See, you see how much you're trying to blame it on Jameis just because he took a sack? How about you say the O-line allowed him to get sacked? How about you say the kicker still could have made it? He's still a damn kicker. Like, he's really good. And he missed
Nobody got open. Nobody said, maybe nobody was open. And so people are so quick to make excuses for everybody else except for Winston. And when they play bad, I just saw somebody say that it wasn't Kamara's fault that he let somebody take the ball from him. Because the dude stripped him. Hold on to the ball. That's your job. When you have the ball in your hands, your job is to hold on to the ball. Just like it is Winston's job to not throw picks and to make the right decisions. We holding him accountable for the bad decisions and for the messed up decisions that he made too. But don't come and say that it's not Alvin's fault that he let somebody take the ball. He let the man take the ball from him. He wasn't the stronger man in that play.
Yeah, but it's not. That's not like I think I saw someone posted earlier. He's only had I think it's like 7 or 8 fumbles since 2017. That was just unlikely. He still has to hold the ball though. Like you can't let him slide for it. But it's not like that's a reoccurring thing. But it's definitely that fumble didn't that fumble result in a touchdown?
It did. You started off the game at 7-0 because Kamara let somebody take the ball out of his hands, and that is inexcusable. We love Alvin. We know that Alvin is that dude. Because he has shown us on multiple occasions that he is that dude, but you don't get no pass for allowing Carolina to go up 7-0 on you with another defensive touchdown for the second consecutive week. It can't happen, period, especially when the offense already ain't doing all that good. Now, I can see if Alvin had then made a big play himself and gone down there and got them 7 back, then, okay, well, all is forgiven and it's not as bad. But the offense didn't come back and do anything after that. Absolutely nothing.
By the way, fellas, I do want to say something though, because it's pretty funny. So Mr. Traquan Smith, Jameis is mid, bruh. Let's not make excuses, bruh. Well, bruh, he's playing mid right now because bruh, he's hurt. Because he's hurt. Now think of this. Last year, Lamar was hurt. People was, he's not playing up to standard because he's hurt. Okay, Jameis the same thing. So shut the fuck up with, we're using excuses. No, we're giving you fucking facts. Y'all just taking y'all anger out because y'all pissed off and y'all butt hurt because we lost to the Panthers. That's a rivalry team. Y'all taking everything to heart right now. When we giving you the facts, we ain't saying, this is the reason why this is. No, the dude got 4 fractures, got a hurt ankle. We've been saying we need a healthy quarterback. Why don't we rest? But guess what? It ain't just Jameis' decision that he can play too. The coaches are letting the motherfucker play.
Yep.
Blame some of the stuff on the coaching staff saying, why you letting this guy play with 4 fractures in his back? Are y'all stupid?
Clearly, no.
Where's the O-line when he's
Well, let me.
Clearly, they
Oh,
think
wow.
that an injured Jameis Winston is better than a healthy Andy Dalton. That is the only reasonable solution that I can come up in my mind. They've got this. They've got to think that. They've got to think that starting an injured Winston is better than starting a healthy Andy Dalton.
Well, and that's ridiculous.
volume.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, but that just can't. I mean, that shit just don't make sense to me.
It doesn't. It really doesn't make sense. And that's
I like to
volumes
say
about
this
the
for the
coaching
Saints
staff.
fans out there too. You know, yes, shots is about to be fired on my behalf. Listen, Saints fans, I understand. We get emotional, okay? I get it. We spoil, all right? I understand. But I was about to make this comment way earlier, but I guess I'm gonna just go in there and say it now.
Yeah.
Y'all remember when we had Breeze, we used to always say, come on, man, let's throw it down the field. I'm tired of these short plays and yada, yada, yada.
Exactly what I said earlier. Yep.
You know? And then now, since that, I guess we eating too much of the cake and we puking it up because it's not working. You know what I'm saying? So now we want more check downs. You know? So, hey, I mean, you get what you asked for. You know, the power is within the tongue.
Yep.
We asked for this.
Yep. And Josh, the Pell fan, he said, Hoodie, yes, he is hurt, but he did the same thing in Tampa when he was healthy. Yeah, but this is a different freaking Jameis that you're talking about. You're talking about a Bruce Arians offense. This ain't no Bruce Arians offense, brother. I'm telling you, everything is different. You can tell the Jameis we had last year. Get the fuck off my damn shit, you pieces. Okay. So, sorry, y'all. This bug, they got this fly flying around. It's annoying as hell. But yeah, so the Jameis you've seen last year, you can say, oh, well, Sean Payton was controlling him. But also, Jameis was not hurt last year either. This dude is coming off an ACL injury. The dude's got 4 fractures in his fucking back. He's playing on a hurt ankle. So you're not expecting Jameis to be a full healthy Jameis. You even see it. Some people's like, damn, why Jameis ain't hitting these people down the field on target? Like, why are they all off? Because he's fucking injured. But then y'all want to say that's not an excuse. But y'all make excuses for the other great quarterbacks who drove picks. But y'all don't like Jameis.
Burrow.
That's what it is. It's
and I caught myself doing that as well.
You can just put in the chat if y'all want. I hate Jameis because of this. I hate Jameis because he's black. I hate Jameis because of this. Put whatever you want. Let us know. Stop covering it up and just saying, well, I can make excuses for this guy and this guy. Everybody was making excuses last year because of Lamar, because he was hurt. He wasn't playing to the right thing. Everybody said the same thing for Baker Mayfield last year. Wasn't playing that great. But guess what? Half of the people were saying he was injured. Half of the people was doing what they're saying about Jameis. He just completely trash. But look at Baker Mayfield now. He's looking like a little trash this year with the Panthers. But guess what? This is his new team. It's only week 3. So Baker Mayfield's got to get his shit together with the Panthers. He's got to get his chemistry up. Just like I'm saying, everybody wants to act like it's not facts that we're telling y'all. We're giving y'all straight facts. It ain't like I said, oh, well, Jameis threw that interception. He could have drew it a little bit higher. I think this is that. No, we're giving you facts on why things is looking ugly, but y'all don't want to take that. Y'all just ready to go march on in and just start stabbing Jameis in the back already. That's what y'all are. That's what y'all trying to do. And some of y'all be like, whoa, I'm a Jameis fan and I want him to succeed. No, you don't, because you're fucking terrorizing this motherfucker in the chat, acting like y'all want him to succeed. Y'all don't. And then you can say, well, he holds on to the ball too long. Well, maybe somebody wasn't open on the play, or maybe they were blitzing.
No, but there were
time.
people open, though, to be fair.
Yeah, on some plays.
Yeah,
plays.
I feel you.
But some of them plays he didn't get sacked on, where he was holding the ball too long, he got sacked, right? No, he was open and he just threw it to somebody else. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're getting rushed. We're getting blitzed a lot because the O-line ain't doing shit. Jameis don't want to take a hit, so they know, like, well, he ain't going to run. Said we're going to blitz and just keep him in the pocket. That's what they doing, like everybody says. But I think what we need to do is go back to the old shit. Go back to the quick, immediate short passes real quick, get out your hands to make these motherfuckers stop blitzing you. So once these people stop blitzing you, you'll have a little bit more time because your O-line should be able to handle that a little bit, give you maybe another second or two to look. And I'm telling you, he's going to be hitting people on. I'm telling you, all y'all doing is basically just putting a lot of weird shit in the chat.
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Hey, well,
I'm about to come at y'all with some facts in just a second. I'm trying to write it down so I can explain it.
Yeah. You know, like the
But
thing
these people
is,
are fickle. They're absolutely fickle. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
Okay, I definitely see the defense is playing us a bit different this year. You know, they couldn't do all that blitzing with Drew, of course, but the defense is playing us just a bit different. You know, they trying to confuse him, right? Throw him off of PZQs. And they playing a lot of more coverage, I feel like, you know.
Don't know, Edward.
So
we said this earlier in the chat earlier, Edward, before you came in here. We talked about this. Where are the screen passes? Where are the shit? Because look, you know how people complain about him drawing deep, right?
I saw one. It was a
yeah. We seen like a few. No, we seen a few, but we're not seeing 10 of them a game like we used to. Remember? Just to hurry up and give it to his hand. Now this is something else I wanted to ask y'all. You know how people complain about him going deep?
Wanted that though.
He's going deep, and he's not doing his check downs. If you watch a lot of these plays too that they drawing up, a lot of these players are just going fucking deep. They ain't nobody short. There ain't nobody like sitting right there, like, 5 yards. Everybody's like 10 yards or 8 yards, And I think it's because we wanted the deep pass. We know Jameis can throw deep, but right now he ain't throwing it deep and as accurate because the mother effer is hurt. That's why I said, take this guy out, let somebody else come in, bring Andy Dalton, bring somebody else in, and let's see if they can do it for us while they healthy, and let Jameis get healthy. That's why I've been trying to tell people. But yes, Edward, I don't understand. Where are the screen passes? You don't see them as much like we did. Maybe that was a Sean Payton thing. Maybe Sean Payton like those screen passes a lot. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Tight end screens too. Yeah, we haven't seen no tight end screens either this year so far. A lot of weird shit.
Also talking about tight ends. What the hell? Like, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm like trying to get my thoughts together. What happened with like just completely taking Juwan Johnson out of the game for the most part, bringing in Nick Vannett like he was. Now I know Juwan Johnson blocking has been like very iffy, so maybe that's a reason why. But like we saw a very mixed amount of reps between Juwan Johnson, Trautman, and Vannett. I thought that was really weird.
So, do anybody agree with y'all? Agree with some of these people, like my boy Johnson, that put it in the chat? They said Taysom would have us at least at 2-1. Do y'all think he could have us at 2-1 with the way this team is just playing? Maybe because he can scramble.
Maybe if we had have an offensive strategy like the Eagles, a lot of option reads, and a lot of RPO plays. I'm talking about maybe a different offense, maybe just maybe. But with this offense, no, I don't think so, man.
I don't think so either. I don't think the game, the like coaching strategy would even work with that. Like you're expecting Pete Carmichael, who can't run up a simple offense right now, to design some lucrative, very well thought out game plan with a gadget quarterback and Taysom Hill to go ahead and grab winning games. You think it's going to be different?
You know what? I like to say this too. I think if this season don't go well, I think our perspective between Sean and Pete Carmichael might change.
I think so too.
I think it might change, but it also tells me that maybe Pete Carmichael is the more aggressive, like throwing deep, whatever. Hey, do you? Sean was more like, I need you to do this and this and that, and that's how I want you to do it, right?
Yeah, because you're working with what you can. Like what you have, like you gotta realize, like Sean Payton was going a lot of short, and then sometimes when you had the play open, he'll go deep because he knows Jameis can do that. But you was playing to your quarterback's strength last year, and last year Jameis can throw deep really good. But the reason why you wasn't playing to his full strength last year, and you didn't see it all, was because we didn't have the receivers, we didn't have the playmakers. Now you have the playmakers. But now you're trying to go deep too much, but now the O-line ain't pretend. Like I said, people are blitzing too damn much. The quarterback is hurt. Like everything is freaking effed up right now. Like the last game was the freaking horrible. Like if you want to blame Jameis for any game, you can blame him for the Tampa Bay game for sure.
I tell you what, like if it don't work out, the Saints front office organization be singing that Temptation song. I know you want to leave me. But I refuse to let you go. Hell yeah. Come on back. Like, I don't know. Maybe they should have, but this is nothing but a bunch of my thoughts. But maybe, what I'm saying, we should have pushed more harder to get that offensive coordinator from the Chiefs. I don't know.
Being me
as a head coach.
Well, I mean, hey, that probably could have worked it. As a head coach, I don't know, but obviously right now, it seems like nobody have any kind of leadership on this offensive side of the ball, man. Like the coachings, like come on, like on the sideline, it's very quiet. Like y'all don't be noticing that. Like it's so quiet on the sideline.
There's no energy, man. Like where the and that's I mean obviously we all know we missed the energy coming from CD, but like even before CD, we had energy in that locker room. We had energy on the sidelines. There could be some frustration going on around the team. I mean, where's Mark Ingram on the sidelines, hooping and hollering? Where's Cam Jordan doing his thing? Where's Demario Davis bringing everybody together and, bring God into things? Like, a lot of these aspects of football are things that go underappreciated, because they don't show up on the stat books, but that is what has made our Saints team so good. It's not just that we've been playing well, but it's that environment and that, not to sound like a High School Musical, like script, but like that team spirit that we had that brought us to wins.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I want to answer Josh's thing real quick down here. He said, if Jameis is him, why did the Saints give him the contract he got, go after a rapist and sign a backup? Well, you want to know why, Josh? I already explained it to y'all a bunch of times, but we already discussed this. It's because Jameis was still in rehab on his ACL. They didn't know if he was going to be ready to start, but he is. So that's why he got the contract that he got. If he would have never got hurt last year and would have played, this dude would be on a bigger contract. They would know how good he really is. But he didn't. He got hurt. He's coming off of injuries. And don't forget, now he's got a new injury he's fighting. Just think of that. So, the same. Right. And then, by the way, Traquan in here, my boy Traquan said something up in here. Where is he at? Hold on. He said something about the offensive coordinator or something like that. He was like, that's not the offensive coordinator. That's the QB's problem. Oh, he said, it's not Pete Carmichael, my guy. It's the QB. Or is it both of them? Is it the play calling? Is some of the stuff that they calling ain't right for him? Maybe. And I like Edward O's comment earlier, something about the tight end. He said with having Winston back there, you need to have like more, use the tight ends more. I mean, just remember when Jameis was in Tampa, his favorite targets were tight ends. So maybe they should start rolling that back in. And he also put he loves Taysom at tight end / halfback, like what we used to see him in doing. But he was out with bruised ribs. So that's why we didn't get to see him too. So we had another, factor that we usually like to use against our rivalry teams that we didn't have because of his ribs. So this team has got to get healthy. This team got to get on, get their chemistry up. They got to start clicking on all cylinders. And once all that starts, popping into place, once you start gluing every piece together, I'm telling you, the team's going to be looking different, and y'all going to be coming back over here saying a whole lot different shit out your mouth and all that. And just remember, we're keeping receipts for everybody. And I don't mind saying if I'm wrong or not, because this is my podcast, and I'll let you know straight up if I was wrong, because I already said it earlier this season. So I thought Jalen Hurts wasn't going to be that guy, but I'm wrong right now. Jalen Hurts balling out right now as a QB.
Hey, that was one thing I got right, man. I thought he was going to be good too, man.
I can't lie to you.
It's hard.
Hoodie.
All right.
I wanted to talk about Saints fans right quick. We mentioned them. A lot of what we seeing, especially after the loss to Carolina, not so much to Tampa, but way more now, especially not that we have a losing record temporarily. We're seeing a lot of problem identifiers and not very much problem solving. They got two kinds of people in the world. You got problem identifiers and problem solvers. Most of the time, a problem identifier won't be able to tell you the solution to a problem if they try. And so a whole bunch of people are saying, well, playing the blame game. This guy's is this person's fault. It's this person's fault. Well, how are we going to change it? If you're a fan, you're going to be looking at how to change that, because you're gonna have a short memory, knowing that you only really have 6 days to think about us losing to Carolina, because you still have to play Minnesota on Sunday morning. So our focus needs to be on beating Justin Jefferson in the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday. Now, do I think we're going to beat Minnesota? Of course, but we got a whole bunch of people that it like the way that they're talking about this previous loss to Carolina, like we're going to go 1-16, and we know that's not going to happen. Right. But I mean, but let some people tell it. That's what it sounds like right now. It really does sound like some people think we're going to go 1-16. We're not going to win another game this season.
So I like to call out my boy Traquan Smith. He says, "Nah, I don't get mad because I'm spitting fast." Well, guess what? You're not spitting fast. You're just writing shit in the chat. Come spit it out on the channel. Like
You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that.
Come on. I like to hear you. I like to hear your voice and hear your facts. Come tell everybody your facts on the channel, please. I would love to hear it because it's really funny. The people that come on the show and talk. Athletes see the game, athletes see what they talking about and understand. See, like Josh, I give respect to Josh if he wants to argue with me because at least he comes on the show and talks. At least he has his own channel and stuff like that, and we can talk about that. And he said he'll eat his own crow if the Saints, go better than 7-10 or 9-8 this season. But guess what? Everybody else who's got fake names of Traquan Smith and other stuff, and all you do is just talk shit in the chat, but never come on and talk the shit in front for we can do it like grown men. I kind of don't respect y'all sometimes. I'm just saying, like, you're not spitting facts to me by just typing it. I want to hear it from you. Explain it to me why you think this is this, before we can argue like grown men on here and actually, talk it up. That's how I feel. I don't know how y'all feel about seeing people that's always talking shit, but they don't want to come say it on the thing.
It's called defending nonsense. They can't defend their own nonsense, and so they're gonna give people just enough to be able, like for us to respond to them, but when it's time for them to make an assertion for somebody else to respond to, and then them to counter response, they're not going to be able to do that because whatever their counter response is, they know it's going to be nonsense because their original assertion was nonsense. Like, I mean, talking about it's not on the offensive coordinator. We know that it's partially the offensive coordinator's fault because there's no way in the world that an offense can be that stagnant and the offensive coordinator, the coach calling the plays on the sideline, doesn't get a little bit of the blame. We know this is too much. Y'all look. So I just called him out. I called y'all Traquan. I would love for you to come on, speaking like a man since you're speaking fast. But did you gonna go put they had pictures of the receivers being wide open on Twitter? But guess what? You can go look at Tom Brady. You can go look at Aaron Rodgers. There's players that are open too when he tries to throw to different players. It's everybody. They showing you different plays where people are open. But it doesn't mean that he might have missed it. Maybe he just liked a different option a little bit better and he thought he can hit it. But like I said, he's hurt. You can go look at different plays. You can go watch everybody else's game. There's going to be people that are open that they don't see. It's the game of football.
Well, the one thing that I think is funny with Traquan, I feel like he's trolling most of the time. But Traquan, before the Bucs game, I saw you in a Bucs podcast, like hyping up Jameis and the Saints the other day. So like has your tone just changed? So like tell me what's up with that, man. Or were you faking it the whole time?
We keep the receipts.
But to leave Traquan alone, man. Let Traquan do his thing. I'm not worried about Traquan.
Thank you for the views, though. Thank you for the views, though.
I mean, just to be honest, it makes for good conversation. I'm not mad at anyone that has different point of view, but yeah, come talk it up.
Hold on. This is what I want to know. Traquan, you said, bro, the quarterback's the problem, and I'm not even trying to be mean. You sure? He's the one that got you 100 yards. It's about time you were 100 yards again, brother.
Hey, Traquan had a pretty good game. I was surprised.
That's what I'm saying. I was surprised he had over 100 too. I'm like, Traquan? But yeah.
But again, one of the problems with that we've been having with Traquan, okay, you had over 100 yards, you played well, and then
Josh is trolling me too right now.
Where's he at the end of the game?
Josh, I love you, brother. Come back on the show and explain everything instead of putting in the text, brother. I love you, Josh. Come on here and please explain everything to me, like we had with the Lamar Jackson argument back and forth a while back ago. Come back on and please explain everything to him. I'm confused on you saying he's not trolling, he's spinning the facts, but we spinning facts to y'all on the reason why a lot of this shit looks effed up and looks freaking weird. But y'all looking on the little stuff that people put on the media and they will show you, well, this ain't what he did right, but they're not showing you what he did right. They're not talking about, he drew for 350-something yards with a fucking fractured back. Nobody's gonna say nothing about that, huh? Nobody's gonna talk about how he got blitz. Nobody's talking that shit. And thank you, my boy Josh is back on. Who that? To you, Josh.
Who that,
Glad
bro?
you're back on.
What's good with y'all?
What's
man?
up, Josh, man?
So please come explain to me. Maybe I can understand from a person telling me than put it in the chat better than what Traquan is trying to say over here. Because I don't know what it is.
I can't speak for Traquan. I can only speak for myself. I'm not putting everything on Jameis Winston. I think Dennis Allen deserves some blame. The special team, specifically the kicking unit, deserves some blame. The D-line hasn't played that well. Like, there's blame to go around everywhere. But Jameis Winston has just not been good. He's not been good this year. Like, his decision-making's been bad. His accuracy's been bad. He can't process a defense. He can't identify a blitz. He can't throw it to the check down to Kamara. Now, is some of that due to injury? Probably, but the mental aspect of the game, it seems like Jameis is really struggling with that aspect of the game, and that's what's concerning to me.
Hey, you know what somebody told me, Josh? You know what somebody told me, and it made me kind of think about it. So, how you said some of it could be towards injury, probably, right? Yeah, you can tell the accuracy part, all of that is definitely going to be your injury because you're not moving your hips because your back fucking hurts. Second of all, you can say decision making, on his thing. Ain't from that, but guess what? It could possibly do it because somebody explained to me, this dude to try to draw or do whatever you can, even take hits, with a 4 fractures, you got to deal with a lot of pain. These people, this Jameis Winston is probably on a lot of pain medicine. That's got to be fucking up your starts.
But every person in the NFL is on pain medicine. Like they're always on that kind of stuff. That can't be.
But the question is, are they on as much as him because he's got fresh as shit in his damn back?
Yeah, I mean,
he's making sure he don't fight. I'm saying
he shouldn't be playing them.
I mean, possibly, he should be playing.
That's what we all said.
But I just don't think that's a good excuse, though.
The guy needs to heal. He needs to get better. To where you can see the real Jameis, because y'all not seeing the real Jameis right now. All y'all doing is throwing shit at him and saying he's the worst quarterback. I told y'all we should have never got him, blah, blah, blah. But he's fucking hurt. The same thing like Lamar last year. People was talking shit, and people were like, well, he was hurt. Okay, give the same energy to Jameis. He's hurt. You ain't seen the same Jameis.
Though. Like, Lamar has proven himself. He's an MVP. Jameis has not proven himself.
Yeah, because he was in a shitty organization. We all discussed this. Bad play calling. Because look at Tom Brady. Look where he was going with Bruce Arians till he says, I'm taking over this bitch.
They won the Super Bowl after they got rid of Jameis Winston because they got good QB play finally.
Remember, they were losing a lot of games. And then Tom Brady brought his offense to Bruce Arians and told him, I'm running this shit. That's why they won the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying. They got a good QB finally.
And don't forget, let me explain this too about the Super Bowl. None of them guys that Jameis had scored in the Super Bowl. It was people that they added that season that scored. AB and Gronk.
But most of that team was basically the same. That defense was essentially the same except for like 1 or 2 other people. Like, come on now.
Like 3 other pieces they add on defense, but offense is totally different. So when you got a dude named Gronk, who is definitely gonna be a Hall of Famer at tight end, that scores you, I think he scored 2 touchdowns, and then AB scored 1 in that game. So it was like that's how they scored 3 touchdowns. And then AB, who I don't know if they're gonna put him in a Hall of Fame because all the shit that he went through. Shit, I don't know if that's gonna happen. But I'm saying when you got those 2 great players coming in, and then you add Leonard Fournette, a great ass pound runner that you can add a run game to. When you add in all these different pieces, it's definitely gonna be a different look offense.
But also, bro, all these Pro Bowlers.
But also, as much as like, I hate saying Tom Brady is probably is the best quarterback to ever do it. Like, he is it, man. I mean, look at
dish,
bro. Look at what I really don't want to start it, but look what happened to the Patriots right once he left. Belichick should retire. Like, if he didn't feel embarrassed because of what happened with Tom, he would have been retired. But he's trying to hold on to hope, But
I'm telling you, if Tom Brady went and did his shit and like told him this is my offense, like this is how we ran it up in New England, this is how you need to be doing it, they would have never won the Super Bowl that year because their offense was that bad. He was literally on pace to throw the same amount of interceptions. It was that bad. And he says, I'm taking over. And look where Bruce Arians is at now.
Can I ask you a question, Hoodie?
Yes, sir.
I'm not, and again, Bruce Arians' offense is very, very questionable. But why is Jameis making the same exact decisions he used to make in Tampa Bay?
Right now?
Yes.
I think because he's under pressure. He's like I said earlier, he's hurt. He don't want to take some of the same mistakes. Like you got to realize he wanted to run, but he didn't want to get tackled from behind, probably to get his ACL tore. He didn't want to get hit again because he's got 4 fractures. I think some of these things is making him make some real decision making. Like, should I make this drill? Should I hold on to the ball a bit longer? Because I don't know if I'm gonna make that drill because I'm not drawing it at the same. You can tell he's not. He don't look the same right now. So until you see him healthy, then I can't say shit. Now, if he's healthy and he's playing the same when he's healthy and he's just looking like shit, then I'll come over here and eat my crow like you said you eat your crow. But I can't say nothing because the dude's not healthy. There's nothing I can say about him right now. He's not healthy. But for a guy that has 4 fractures in his back and to basically drove 353 yards and do his
garbage
thing in the game. That's not garbage. That's not
so,
garbage.
Okay. Because I went and that's what I was doing whenever I was like being really quiet. I went ahead and broke down. I was trying to find a website. I couldn't do it. So I took my time to actually go through every quarter and every single play and write down James's stats throughout the first half and the second half to break it down. All right. First half, he did not look good, obviously. He threw 9 for 18, 50%. He had 112 yards. All right. But one of those, one big play that happened was the chop block that they called against Mark Ingram, which killed the momentum. And also, I don't think was a chop block. Even the people, even the announcer said that you know, they don't know how else he expect him to block or do what he had to do right there. And that was a 37-yard, that was a 17-yard pass that got called back due to that instance right there. That would have put us in. Let's see, I'm trying to like add it all up real quick. That would have put us across the Carolinas, you know, into the Carolinas territory. All right. Then in the second half, he started off firing. He went 4 for 4, had a total of 49 yards. We had an incomplete pass. And then we had the fumble that happened because of the center and snapping the ball too early. And we had Olave moving across the field at that point, which caused the whatever they called it, illegal motion or whatever. Again, so we drove up the field 49 yards out of half, about to across Carolina's territory, and we have something like that happen, and then that's a wrap. He goes ahead and continues to play well in the second half. He ends up having going 18 for 26. We all know the last play was the interception. That was a Hail Mary just to try and get something to work out. One thing, like we said, we look good in the no huddle. He went a perfect a perfect 5 for 5 in the no huddle, going from 109 yards to 169 yards. Went 60 straight yards in the no huddle offense. Eventually, there was that interception that happened in a later drive, and then we had back-to-back flags on the next drive attempt that turned a great field position into a long 2nd and 20 that we couldn't dig ourselves out of a hole. So when you look back at the stats, we got to start off faster. I mean, throwing 50% in the first half is absolutely disgusting. But whenever you talk about the chop block, we talk about the false start that happened, or the offsides by Chris Olave and things like that are things that just absolutely should not happen at this level of the game, especially in the fumble. And the Alvin Kamara fumble. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Yeah, so the Alvin Kamara fumble as well. He wasn't having a great game, but he was doing enough for us to win. In the second half, he looked great. That first interception was a just tremendous play. I mean, James has to get that ball up and just think about throwing it out, but he was trying to find the open receiver. I think it was Olave that was going down the left side that he was trying to reach, who was open, but I think it was Jace Horn that went ahead and got the tap down on it and just somehow landed into the interior defensive lineman to pick it up. Like what the hell? How does that kind of shit happen? So it's not like he played horrible. And as I was going through it, there was a lot of check down passes to AK. Now, should there have been more? Yes, but it wasn't as lopsided as what we see. We're seeing the end game and we're looking at it like we're not fans of the Saints. Like we don't understand what's actually going on in the game. We're looking at it as, oh, we see 2 interceptions and we see a bad first half, but we're not paying attention to the fumbles, the chop block, the offensive offsides. Like I didn't even know that was a thing. And we're talking about a lucky great interception. Those are drives that got killed where we're getting on the other side of the field and they are getting killed by penalties and getting killed by, just stupid mistakes.
There was also a hold called on Cesar Ruiz. I think it was Tony Jones Jr. that gained like 12 yards running off of the left guard.
Yeah.
And they were calling it back for holding on Cesar Ruiz. And we ended up having to go 1st and 20 instead of that being a first down for us. Just stuff like that, was plaguing us in the first half. And, we started off, I think we did get a first down, and then you had Kamara letting the guy take the ball from him and taking it back for 7 points for the Panthers. So you get the ball first, and then immediately it's 7-0 off the back, and the Panthers haven't even had the ball yet. So they did get the ball.
I do have a question for y'all too.
Oh no, go ahead, Hoodie. I was just saying, it's 10-0 right off the back because you gave up a defensive touchdown and then they went down and got a field goal. So now it's 10-0. Right.
Yeah, my question is, how do people say it was because I know Josh, you said it too. As Traquan, this is garbage time. The game was basically in reach the whole game, so it's not like garbage time.
We haven't had garbage time yet this season because our defense has kept the same, and that's going to happen most of the year. There's not going to be a lot of garbage time.
Now we're down by 30. If we're down by like 30 and there's no comeback, like the what you call it, the Falcons game, you could have maybe almost called that a garbage game because we had 11 minutes left and there was 16 points.
That's not garbage time. That was the whole fourth quarter.
That's what I'm saying. 11 minutes. So I'm saying he did it, but I'm saying y'all saying that was garbage time, but he played really good basically the whole second half. Basically, he was playing good. Like we said, they had small mistakes. And I had some plays because I was watching it, on my phone. And I was watching the ESPN app too, trying to watch the Dolphins game and this. And the thing says 27-yard bomb to Chris Olave completed, but holding penalty on Eric McCoy. I'm like, what the fuck? So I said, but now we get the first down, and now you want to call a holding penalty. Like, they had good plays probably from Jameis that looked good, but he didn't get credit for it because it was a holding call. And then we all say, well, everything's just on Jameis. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, right. There was more foul plays in there that I couldn't. I literally wrote this down on like an index card, just like in a couple seconds. There was more plays in there that it had, deep passes and things like that got called back due to penalties. His game wasn't bad yesterday. I don't like to call it garbage time, but I understand what you mean that it felt like garbage time. Because the way that we were just like rushing things and just going for like deep, crazy passes and stuff like that instead of progressively moving the ball up. I mean, that whole entire second half, it was chucking it downfield. We had Traquan had, I think, had a 48-yard catch. Olave had like a 36, 37-yard catch, or it might have been vice versa. Those things happen. When we look at the incompletions that were thrown, especially in the first half was annoying because of how the incompletions went. Because a lot of times it felt like it was either he was throwing it to the wrong guy, he was having to scramble and just throw it away because he's getting so much pressure, or there was a handful of passes that were just not thrown on target, at all. And you kind of looked at them and you're like, why'd you throw it to this guy when you had this person wide open right here? I think there was a third down play where he had Olave and Jarvis both running an out route to the right side. Olave's open right in front of the first down marker. He decides to throw it to Jarvis, who is absolutely smothered in defense when he had an easy 10-yard pass that he could have zipped it in and got a first down. Those simple mistakes are the things that piss me off or that upset me. And when I talk about decision making for Jameis, that is the moments. He has the arm talent. He showed us the arm talent. We didn't get scores because of our own dumb mistakes, because our own stupid mistakes. And like we said, we're in it the whole game. And then PJ Williams, man, PJ Williams is due for one of those. I'm telling you, it's almost like every week I feel like I see PJ Williams just overestimating his line to offensive player.
I don't know why, PJ being one of the smaller guys out on the field is going to go full steam trying to tackle Shenault, who catches the ball behind the line of scrimmage and thinks he's just going to make a play when Shenault is just staying calm, just watching him move, just takes one simple cut and then it's gone. PJ, even if you hit this dude, he's probably going to bounce off you, little ass. Like, Chenault's a big ass dude. PJ, go in, run up, slow down, hold, and then team tackle, and then it's no problem. You just stop him. You don't have to make the tackle behind the line. It wasn't like a third down, or it was like a 2nd and 7 or something like that. He just had to stop right in front of him, wait for some help, and then it's a tackle. He may gain 3 yards, and we're fine.
Zach, I wanted to mention a little bit of the defense too. Not just with the stuff that happened. We saw that PJ Williams missed the tackle. So that's something that happened. I wanted to make a comment on something that did not happen. We were not getting near enough pressure, or should I say, not an equivalent amount of pressure as the Panthers defensive line was getting on us. And obviously they were sending 5-6 people on just about every passing play, but we were not getting the same pressure on Mayfield. And there was one time where we kind of had him and we allowed him to roll out to his right. And this was like third and 12 or something like that. And he found DJ Moore on a crossing route coming across the field. And by that time, he was right in front of him on the sideline, ended up getting the first down. That's because of a lack of pressure. So the defense does have issues now. The defensive issues are not nearly as bad as the offensive issues, but, we can look at the defense and say, okay, y'all's issues are also, a detriment to the team, because if we can't get pressure, some of those quarterbacks are able to get back there and sit down in that pocket and wait for somebody to come open. And chances are, our coverage has been really, really good, but they can't cover forever. Somebody's got to touch one of these quarterbacks, and more often than what we're doing, especially because other teams are touching our quarterback often.
That's because Jameis hold on to the ball. Baker, like, he didn't have a good game, but he did get the ball out pretty quick. Jameis just holds on to the ball.
On the specific play that I'm talking about, it was a play where Baker held the ball for a long period of time. Now, I mean, whether or not you want to say that Jameis isn't rolling out because of the angle, that's neither here nor there, because Jameis was making bad decisions, with his arm, not necessarily his feet. But this was a play where Baker held on to the ball, and we almost had him, and it should have been a sack, and we didn't sack him. The pressure on and really, he should never have even had the opportunity to get out of that. It should have been where they had somebody running clean through to go get him, but we haven't had that really all season. But the amount of time he had, it should have at least been a coverage sack. Like, I can't find anybody to throw the ball to, so now I just, somebody go hit me. Nobody touched that dude. They got close, and he rolled out and ended up finding his receiver. We can't keep letting that happen either, because now the defense themselves are shooting themselves in the foot, knowing that the offense, whose job it is to score, ain't scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the pressure needs to get there.
Yeah, I mean, the defense in the first half was honestly really bad. If it wasn't for Baker being Baker and playing like ass, like, we would have been in trouble early, because he missed wide open receivers like literally 3 straight times. And like, I'm not talking little check down wide open receivers. I'm talking about guys cutting across the middle of the field 15 yards in with 2 guys to beat. You just put that ball out in front of them. We're talking about a 35, 40-yard gain at the minimum. Yeah. Or a touchdown.
Our QB doing the same.
Now, I think that, a lot of that pressure, especially like leaving those middle coverages. I mean, we're going to blame Roby. I know everybody was talking shit about Roby earlier. I thought he played a lot better in the second half. I thought he looked really good in the second half. But where's our safety help? Where's Tyrann Mathieu? I know Marcus May was out, but Marcus May isn't really that guy that does the coveraging well. He lays out the big hits. So where's our safety help in those situations? Hopefully Paulson Adebo gets back soon, and that takes away some of those issues. But we did get 2 sacks. That was a good thing to see. But we still didn't get to the quarterback that often. Right. We didn't pressure him and make him move around and make plays happen.
He wasn't afraid to be back there.
It was him beating himself, and good cornerback play by Marshawn Lattimore, really.
I want to make quarterbacks fear throwing the ball against the Saints. I want them to want to run the ball because we're putting so much pressure on them that every time they throw the ball, they feel like they're fearing for their lives. Those 2 sacks, great. I love the fact that we were able to touch him because I don't think we touched Tom but once. But, I would like for us to be having the same amount of pressure on some of these other teams as they're getting on us, because it is possible, because our offensive line has shown that it is possible. Now, whether that's Jameis not calling the right
that's Jameis.
protections or people missing blocks, that kind of stuff, that all plays a factor in that. But it's clear and obvious that we're not putting enough pressure on quarterbacks. Quarterbacks have been very comfortable throwing the ball against the Saints. Fortunately for us, we have a very good secondary, and so it's especially Marshawn Lattimore, who's been fantastic. That's been one of the bright spots of the defense. You can't really say anything negative about him. I mean, in the first game, he did have that terrible penalty called against him that gave Atlanta a shot to kick that field goal to win it. In a similar penalty, kicked him out of the game in week 2, which wasn't really his fault. I feel like that was just because of who we were playing. But between the lines, Lattimore has been terrific. We can't say that about veteran Demario Davis so far because we're usually calling his name.
Didn't he get a half a sack?
Who's that?
Didn't Demario get half a sack? I know I saw him do his little celebration at the end.
He might have.
But no, yeah.
With Demario, I'm kind of on the type of timing that we're used to like calling his name for like impact plays constantly throughout the game. Yep. Same thing with Cam. We're used to calling his name for impact plays. Like Cam changed some stuff. Cam made somebody think twice about trying to come his direction. Like that kind of stuff. And we haven't really been able to say that kind of stuff. Now they've been solid. They haven't been bad, but they haven't been them dogs that we used to them being. That's what I'm saying.
But again, guys, I mean, we were all like, I brought it up last year. I don't know if it was on this podcast because I wasn't sure if I've met Hoodie yet or not. But I've talked before about Cam Jordan and when we're going to see him decline, and I think it was last year. It was during the middle of the season before he had any sacks. I had talked about when we're going to see him decline. Everybody was like calling me crazy, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm not saying that he's declining right now, but it's going to happen. No one can define age for that long. They've all played at a high level, and we have a older team. Especially on defense. I was thinking about the other day, and I'm almost like. It's like, we expect great things out of them because we know that they are among some of the most talented at their position during their prime, but they're getting in that older age now where they can't be at that level of performance throughout the whole entire game, throughout the whole entire season. That's like everyone thought the Lakers were going to be this crazy team because they had Carmelo, Russ, LeBron, and all this. But when you actually go back and look at it, you're like, oh, well, these are actually just a bunch of old heads that only play 10 minutes a game, come in and drop 10, 12 points, but they only play 10 minutes. Now you're expecting them to lead a team to a championship, You're
absolutely right, Zach. You are 100% absolutely right. And another thing with the defense, somebody just said it in the chat, the defense is not forcing the turnovers that the offense is, giving up. And so at that point, either the defense needs to start forcing these turnovers or the offense needs to start playing mistake-free football. And personally, I don't think mistake-free football is too much to ask from an NFL football team because a lot of teams play mistake-free football and don't beat themselves. And with some of these turnovers, especially the ones that go back for defensive touchdowns, we're beating ourselves.
Have we forced any turnovers yet this season?
Fumble.
Yeah,
I think we got a fumble against Tampa. I think, yeah.
Didn't they the Falcons too?
Did we capitalize off of both of those?
Yes,
we did.
Remember, made Mariota fumble.
Yes.
I don't recall the Falcons game. I don't recall the Falcons game, but I know for a fact that Brady fumbled in the red zone. Last week.
Hey guys,
but those. Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
need to ask. Are you got just asking my boy Josh? Please explain your comment.
Explain what comments?
The one that you put in the chat.
Oh, the Vikings beating us ain't no battle.
Yeah.
I feel like they're gonna beat us. I mean, I could be wrong, but I just feel like the game is gonna play how most of these games, really all these games been playing. It's kind of close in the first half. The offense can't do nothing, and then in the second half, the defense is just exhausted, and then then the opposing offense just starts dropping points because the Vikings have the type of potential to do that with Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen and all
You
them.
giving way too much credit to a team that's not very good. Did you see them on Monday Night Football this past week against the Eagles? They were
But the
absolutely
Eagles arguably the
terrible.
best team in the league though, so that's just like
Man, them boys looked bad. And like their regression from weeks 1 to 2 was so super evident. And the Saints have a really good defense, so you can't really put their offense against our defense. I don't think it's even close. Now you can say that, okay, since our offense hasn't shown that they can really sustain or move the ball much, that could be your logic. But as it relates to Justin Jefferson and them boys moving the ball against a good defense, I don't see it happening. I mean, unless Kirk Cousins comes out of he's hit and miss. So last week he didn't really have a good game. You might use that as your logic that this is going to be his comeback week, but not so fast about the Vikings. I personally believe that we're going to beat the Vikings, especially because it's a make or break week for the offense, especially. But as it relates to the Vikings offense against our defense, I don't think that they're going to be able to do much. I don't see it.
I think they do. Unless we get pressure on Kirk Cousins, I think they do just about. They do a good job. I mean, is Paulson Adebo going to be back 100%? Because I think Lattimore will cover Jefferson, but I would assume it'll be kind of like one of those situations like with Metcalf last year, where he'll get one because Jetta just seems like he's due for one. He didn't get one last week. He might get one and then get locked down, but that one will matter. Who's going to cover Thielen? Everyone forgets about him. If Adebo's back, then I think we'll look
Adebo
good.
was back last week. Adebo was back last week. They just eased him in the game.
Okay, that's what I meant. Is he going to be back fully?
And then the other thing you got to put in conclusion too. Don't forget, Dalvin Cook. I think he's going to be out.
He's good. He's good.
He's short because they saying he's got a shoulder injury. So they said he's like a day-to-day. They don't know if he's going to play or not yet.
I think they're leaning toward him playing. Gotcha. Unless something crazy happens, I think.
I think he's going to get hurt in the game. Running back with a shoulder injury.
Running backs don't bother us though.
And don't forget too, their defense is not that good. And don't forget their defense is not that great.
Well, I want to point this out too because you just said they've been running on us. They've been running on us this year.
Yeah, they have,
and they have. Now we talked about the Atlanta game and how they were able to run on us. I think that was just how we attempted to design a scheme to stop Mariota from scrambling.
I agree.
I think that was our first attempt to prepare ourselves for some of these really mobile quarterbacks that we're going to be facing. Fournette's been playing well. We shut his ass down basically. And then this week, it's Christian McCaffrey, guys. I know we've went 20 straight games. I know we went 20. I know we went 20 straight games of not allowing one player to run over 100 yards, but y'all realize how crazy that's not normal for that to happen. I think we contain McCaffrey pretty well. That dude is one of the most talented running backs out there when he's healthy, and it's the first time that we've seen him fully healthy in quite some time.
Most definitely. Now, Zach, as it relates to this week, a whole bunch of other teams when they're in this situation, they'll call somebody out. Like, you're the guy that we want to see make a difference in this game this coming week that we haven't seen so far. Who's that guy for you this Sunday? I have mine. Mine is definitely Alvin Kamara, big time.
I keep wanting to say it's Alvin Kamara too. I've been waiting on it since the season started, but I'm telling you, I really do, and I hate saying it and trying to actually put it into words out loud that there is some type of weirdness going on in that offense and in the locker room between them. Because if I'm Alvin Kamara, I'm very aggravated and frustrated about this situation of not seeing the ball not getting more touches, only getting him on the run, not getting him in the open field where I'm most dangerous at, I would be upset if I'm AK. They have got to make a focus to get him the ball and get him involved, because the last thing I want to see is AK upset about this. And, say we get rid of James this year and then AK is like, F this, I don't feel like dealing with another new quarterback. And then we're really going to be screwed starting from scratch. He's got to get involved. And I don't think it's all him. I think the run defense that we went up against the last 2 weeks has been brutal. It should be easier against the Vikings.
He didn't play against the Bucs, though, right?
I'm sorry. No, he didn't play against the Bucs. I'm sorry. You're right. My bad. And he looked bad against Falcons, but he always looks bad against Falcons. I don't know why.
Yeah, for me, it just seems like that's that missing piece on the offense. It's just not clicking with Alvin right now, and we're so used to Alvin just getting out there and showing us why he is that dude. In my opinion, he's one of the top 5 most talented people in the National Football League on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, the dude has shown us that he can just do extraordinary stuff. And we haven't seen or heard much from him. Now, clearly, he didn't play against Tampa. He didn't play well against Atlanta. And he didn't have the best game against Carolina. But this week right here, you're playing against the Minnesota Vikings. You're playing on, on foreign soil. You need to show that you are not only Alvin Kamara, but you are still the same Alvin Kamara that you have always been, and you are an Alvin Kamara that can put the Saints offense on your back. And I personally
show that he
need the ball to do that, man.
Alvin Kamara. Yeah, he needs the ball. I agree with that too. And he has the ability, man. I want to see some hunger out of AK. That AK is always so cool, calm, and collective. It's the one thing I love and hate about him. It's because he's always so calm, so you always feel like he's under control. But sometimes I just want to see him just show little emotions and just go out there and get that. The only time I ever seen him express a whole lot of emotions was when he had that what was it, the 6 touchdown game or whatever, or the 4 touchdown game, I can't remember. Against 6.
Oh, he's at 6 against Minnesota.
That's the only time that I've seen him have emotion. I want that emotion back. I want to see him feeling this team and feeling his game, man. Get him pumped up, get him ready. I want to see that out of him really bad, man. And then on defense, we're all begging for it. We're all begging for Tyrann Mathieu to do something, man. I don't know what. I don't care. I don't care what it is. I don't care if he just bats a ball down, or I don't care if he hit. I don't care. I don't care if he hits a defenseless player at this point. I just want to see someone be like, "Oh, there's Tyrann Mathieu," because he's been non-existent.
To do some honey badger stuff, right? To do some honey badger type stuff.
He's in his older age now. He's humbled himself, man. But I want to see
no BS. He can't. He's the honey badger for a reason.
He did regress bad last year. I'm not gonna lie.
Y'all can see me.
Yeah, we can. What's up, man? How you doing today?
Oh, what's up? How y'all doing? I would have spoke. How y'all doing? How everyone doing?
Doing great, man.
Yeah, I've been I've been following the Saints podcast. I be following Hoodie Jude. I know from TJ show.
Oh, okay, cool, man. Yeah, TJ's cool people, man. What's your thoughts coming into this week? What's your name? Mr. It's up there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was. I think the defense played pretty well. I just think the offense they got to get it going on offense, and I'm pushing real hard for Winston. I love him or whatever. He a good dude, but I don't know if y'all might not agree. I think we should start Andy Dalton. That's what I think.
I agree with you.
I think we all agree on that.
I think he just need to get his mind right. Just take a little break and just if Andy Dalton, give Andy Dalton a shot. If Andy Dalton just do I don't think he could do no terrible than Winston. So,
but the one thing that I've learned about Winston is so cool, calm, and collective whenever it comes to the media and how he talks to media. I want to see him be cool, calm, and collective on the field too, man. I don't like seeing the little mini tantrums that he throws on the sideline. I know it's not crazy. I know it's just him. He's kind of goofy and stuff like that, but I want him to be able to come to the sideline even after a bad play, be a little pissed off at himself, but then sit down, look at it, analyze it, gather his boys, and get the job done and get back focused again. I only saw him do it one time. They only showed him one time going over to the offensive line and having a conversation with him. But that's something that's just going to happen.
This is really going to be the make it or break it week for me.
It's almost like we have too much.
Wait, who's that? Who else is that talking?
Huh?
It's going to make it or break it week for you. Someone said that.
Oh,
was that from the Nola? From the Nola? Go ahead, man.
I think Sean Payton wouldn't have us where we are right now. Like, I love Pete Carmichael, and I love the dude, but it's just different. You know what I'm saying? Even whenever Dennis Allen was talking about, or not Dennis Allen, like some of the players would talk about the training camp and stuff, like it's more laid back and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Sean Payton wouldn't have these like mistakes and these turnovers so early in the season. I think like. He wouldn't go for that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think so. I mean, that just circles around, everything that we said so far. Just like leadership on the offense is the number one problem. I don't think any of the mistakes that we're talking about get fixed, until there's leadership on the offense, because Jameis is going to continue to go back to his old ways of trying to play hero ball, because as soon as things go bad, he tries to save the day.
Start chucking them.
He just starts chucking. He starts trying to save the day. And that boils down to leadership. What happens whenever I'm not someone that has great analogies, but whenever things turn into chaos, everybody reverts back to their reset mode, like their standard. They don't adjust and move forward. So whenever he goes into chaos and goes into panic mode, and he's doing it way too soon, the game has been in reach, but he goes into panic mode and things just look horrible, and no one gets any of them together. Everybody goes into panic. They got to control them. They got to let them breathe. Someone's got to do it. And I think Sean Payton would have fixed that problem.
That's what I'm saying. He was like the vocal point, I feel like, at the offense. You know what I'm saying? He would gather the quarterback up, and whatever he saw or whatever mistake the quarterback made that drive, I mean, he would correct it. I mean, Jameis Winston wouldn't come on the next drive and do the same damn shit the next drive. He wouldn't do that. Sean Payton wouldn't let him do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, great offensive coaches, you look at them in the league. I mean, look what Doug Pearson is doing with the Jaguars right now.
He has a quarterback, though.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, Urban Meyer was there last year.
Yeah, that explains that, though. Urban Meyer's ass.
I
get what you're saying, though. Yeah, but I mean that goes down to play calling. Like we said, Sean Payton was the one calling it last year. We thought Pete Carmichael was going to kind of follow the same thing, but he doesn't. He came out in the second half. I mean, he was gunning and firing in the second half, and it worked. Like I said, he ran that no huddle flawlessly. Went 5 for 5. They gained however many yards. I think it was like 69 yards or something like that in that stretch, but whenever he is throwing consecutive incompletions and stuff like that, they either just go back to the run up the middle, which doesn't let Jameis get into a rhythm, or they just run their same routes where they have one guy shooting the gun up deep, someone doing a long post, maybe one dude doing a 10-step curl route, but he doesn't give any easy passes. Let the quarterback get in rhythm, especially early in the game. That's the whole point of the first half, is to find a rhythm on offense and then move from there.
I don't think the play calling is that bad, honestly. Like, he's drawing up plays to get people open. They just not getting the ball.
Yeah. I don't think that the coaches that we have, I don't think that the coaches that we have that are making these decisions know how to use the weapons that they have. One of the biggest things to prove that is that you have Alvin Kamara, and Alvin Kamara is not getting near as many touches as he's got. He was overutilized in some years, especially in the Breeze years where Breeze couldn't go deep, but now he's being underutilized. We're not hearing that name near as often. We're hearing the name of 13, Michael Thomas, near as often as we should. Now, is that mostly on quarterback decision making, or is that on us calling deep plays and Jameis being happy that we called that deep play and him wanting to hit that deep play so bad that he would ignore Michael Thomas underneath and want to go to Olave or Tre'Quan Smith down the field? All of that has to be taken into consideration. We have weapons, and I don't think we know what to do with them.
I don't know, man. I don't think the play like okay. Like if you're judging it on like a Sean Payton standard, then like it's never gonna be that good. Sean Payton's one of the best offensive minds ever, but I don't think the play calling is really that bad. I really don't.
It's not that bad, but I'm saying like, where was all like the pre-snap movement? You know what I'm saying? Like get the defense like head, like, where's all of that? You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
It's not all the coach's fault. Jameis Winston misses open passes, yeah, but I mean, it's not.
I'm not saying it's all of the coaches
and do better though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
it could be like the plays, like y'all said. Like it's kind of like when you play Madden, you pick a play, it will tell you,
it's different routes,
all yellow lines, and then you got the one red line, and the red line is that main target who you're looking to hit. That's who you're trying to go to. So maybe they drawing too many deep plays to go deep to Olave or this person. Instead of saying, Jameis, this is the play we need. We need you to look for Michael Thomas first. He's not even looking at Michael Thomas first. He's looking at different players. So it could be.
I don't think he goes through his progression.
Like, bro, I was watching the Green Bay's game yesterday, not yesterday, Sunday, and like, cause I play fantasy, so I watch my players whenever they play, and bro, the stuff that they would do, like they had Adam Lazard running an inside route to like basically block the other dude, so Romeo Doubs gets the ball underneath him. So it's like kind of like like he's blocking the cornerback. So Romeo Doubs gets open, but he's not really doing it. He's running a route, but he's running a rub route into the corner.
It's a pick play, but it's not. It's illegal.
Yes, bro. Yes, like where's all of that? You know what I'm saying? I want some creativity to our offense. We got Olave, we got Hardy, we got some of the fastest people, bro. Like, give them the ball. Like, you can even do a Debo Samuel or something. Like, do something, bro. Like,
Definitely.
where's the creativity, bro?
You know what? I'm
like, I want
confused.
some creativity, man.
I'm confused about this pass game. Does anybody understand why the hell Deontay Hardy was a healthy scratch? He's our punt returner. He's a Pro Bowler,
bro.
And you didn't have him for
I'm
special
saying,
teams.
what is the coaches doing, bro? Like, I'm saying, if Jameis is the problem, then you make the call, bro. You make the call. It's not
He ain't scared to
Jameis'
bench him, or Andy
Make
Dalton.
the call, bro.
I don't know, like
simple as that.
like you said, like he just said, if Jameis Winston is the problem, and everybody's saying it as you got some fans saying it is him, then you got people like us that are saying we don't think it's all on him. Some of it is him, and you can see other bad shit, but people ain't calling that out. But if it's really him and he's really that bad of a problem, then the Saints organization and head coach would do something about it and say, Andy Dalton, we need you to start because we can tell this dude ain't doing it. So there must be something wrong with Andy Dalton. They must be having a problem with Dalton then if they ain't starting him yet. There got to be something going on that we don't know about.
Say something.
Yeah.
Man, look here. I'm just going to be honest. I know y'all know this too. We got way too many weapons to be playing. It ain't no way we supposed to be having this outcome like we've been having. We gotta Ben Jameis. I hate to say it, but it's him. I see what's going on because
it's him. It's some of him too. Yeah.
Why do you think that he's the biggest problem? Why do you think he's the biggest problem?
Because I study every detail. You know, I study everything, and I look at the guy. I go look at the film, and he had a lot of underneath routes, man. He missed too many underneath routes.
But here's what I'll tell you. He does make bad decisions. Ain't nobody saying that Jameis played a perfect game in none of these 3 first games. But what we are saying is, let's take a look at the team as a whole and say if we can say that all of the mistakes that have been made over these first 3 weeks, especially in the game against Carolina, which is the most recent one, the one that we're talking about now, especially in the game against Carolina, can we really look at Jameis Winston's performance and say that he is the reason why we lost that game. Especially if we look from the very beginning of that game, we saw on the very first drive, Alvin Kamara fumbled the ball, and the Carolina defense took it in for a touchdown. Later on in the game, we got a penalty on Mark Ingram that shouldn't have been called on a chop block that
You know
killed the
what the
drive.
craziest thing is? They
Yeah,
started
you right.
doing screen passes like at the end of the game, bro. Like, where is that at? Whenever they were showing blitzes, whenever like dude,
No, that's a big
what's
problem
that
too.
at, bro? Like,
Well, from the note, let me finish responding to it's up there because I'm trying to get his the idea of saying Jameis is the biggest problem. I'm trying to really understand why some people think that way, because we did have a turnover in the beginning of the game that wasn't him. He had an interception that the guy jumped up and hit the ball, and then it came down in a defensive player's hands. And so I mean, you can put that on him, but I mean, he threw the ball, it was tipped. I mean, I don't know if that's a quarterback decision making interception. Then you had a situation where we had a holding penalty on a Tony Jones Jr. run that got called back. So now we're starting off at 1st and 20. On the defensive side of the ball, once we did score, it's 13-7. But what do? They allow a 60-something yard pass to go for a touchdown. So now we're down 19-7. We had other missed tackles. We weren't getting enough pressure on the quarterback. So these are all the talking points. You're right. These are all the talking points that I'm trying to get people to understand that yes, Jameis did not have the best game. Yes, Jameis has been making questionable decisions. Yes, Jameis has been a problem. However, to say that he is the problem with the New Orleans Saints, and I haven't even talked about the offensive line and the coaching, but to say that he is the problem with the New Orleans Saints and he is unequivocally the one that has to go and the Saints will be better, I can't do it yet. I'm sorry.
Now, I'll say this just to add to it a little bit. Now I will say that I 100% think the Tampa Bay game is on Jameis. I'll say that straight up.
Ooh, Zach, that's a big statement. Zach.
I'm telling you, I really think it is. I mean, you could go back and look at some things and like maybe argue, that obviously someone else was at fault too, because there's a lot of things wrong. But Jameis plays better. That game is won.
Zach, what about Mark Ingram? Zach, we were in the red zone, man.
That's what I was about to say.
I mean, look, and I agree, but at the same time, okay, are we gonna blame it all on that Mark Ingram fumble then? Like, I'm not saying. I guess 100%.
I say yes. I would say yes because the momentum. It's called momentum. I think it's called momentum.
All of it, 100%.
But not all of it.
No,
I don't think
no.
that's all
What we're trying to say is it's called momentum.
They got the ball. Marshawn Lattimore was out the game. Marshawn Lattimore was locking Mike Evans up. All right, if Mark Ingram didn't fumble the ball, do you see how good you were driving that football? You were driving down the field, bro, perfectly. Mark Ingram was having some good runs. He almost got the first down on that. Either he did or he almost did. Like, bro, we were almost in the red. We were in the red zone if he got that first down.
So okay. As far as momentum goes, okay, I'll agree. I'll agree with that. When did that fumble happen, man? It's been a long couple weeks. Was the fumble early on in the game, or was it late?
No, that fumble was in the third quarter. The game was still at 3-0 at the time. Had we scored on that drive, it would have been 10-0.
I remember now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And just think of that. Okay, I would like to say something about the momentum thing. See, people thinking he's just, completely trashed all on Jameis's. But you got to realize a lot of his shit, like when he was getting his momentum ready, you get that momentum going, it was always taken away because of a dumbass penalty that was called, or it would be taken away because a fumble. But when you get that momentum, it's hard to take momentum from that team. So they get on a run, they're like, okay, we seeing it. But every time you feel like you did something right, it's always just, oh shit, it gets taken back. Like, how are you going to gain momentum in a game if you keep having to fight adversity? And that's what I'm trying to tell people too. People don't look at it like that. They just see, oh, well, fuck it, Jameis bad. No, I mean, look at how many good plays he had, but they got taken away. Or he was doing so good, we're about to score a touchdown, here's a fumble. It was just sad. Oh, he got us in field goal range. They missed the field goal. Oh, he got us in field goals range again. What happened? Blocked field goal. It's like, what can Jameis do?
I didn't even mention the special teams, hoodie. I didn't even mention them. I didn't even mention the fact that Will Lutz had a field goal blocked and one he missed. You know,
They say he got 4 fractured ribs. That's in his back. They say he got 4 fractures. They saying that Jameis injured.
Look, I'm not saying if he's injured, like he
needs to rest.
It's the coaches. The coaches need to bring him out, bro.
That's what they need to do.
He need to be fired.
They need to bring him out, bro. They
Dennis,
know better
listen.
than we do.
Dennis trying to force him to play hurt. I'm telling y'all what's going on. I've been looking at it after the game, and he got fractures in his back.
Yeah, that was the Monday game. Remember, Monday they were looking a little rusty through the first 3 quarters, and then fourth quarter they were coming back. I think they said it was like at the end of the third, right towards the fourth, when he actually felt that pain from the back. So he took a hit, and then the fourth quarter, I guess he was playing through it, acting like nothing was wrong. And ever since then, his back's been fractured up, like they said, and he hasn't really grown the same. Like they said, you can look at some of the plays. He's not turning his hip. He's not using his full body like he is. He's just using his arm.
There was one play like in particular where he rolled out to the right side.
He could have ran it with his legs.
And well, that too. But I'm talking about as far as his throwing motion, and he's running out this way like this. And when he goes and throws the ball, he just kind of turns and then just throws with the arm, because he can't, you get taught like in boxing, baseball, whatever it is, when you go in to move your arm, you engage your hip, you fire that hip muscle up and you turn with it to help, send that pass. He turned his hips first because he couldn't put that weight and that pressure to ignite his hip muscles, because it's going to send shooting pains up his spine. And then it was just all arm. It looked like Brett Favre throwing the ball. He came super far back and was just chucking it all arm. And that takes a lot. That takes a lot out of accuracy, especially when you are, however old Jameis is and throwing the ball a certain way for so long, especially when you're talking about throwing the ball down the field 40 yards. I can't even throw the ball like when I go throw the ball 40 yards. Like if I do it and practice it every single day, it's going to range 5 yards short, 5 yards to the right, 5 yards to the left. You're talking about this dude had to change the way he throws to get that ball there. It's going to lead to mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. I hope his play is based on his injury. I just hope I hope it ain't his decision making.
Yeah. It's definitely partially on the decision.
Some of it is. It's like I feel like part of it is his decision making, part of it is from the injury, and part of it is just some in the coaching play calling. But you got to realize
the play calling.
You can say some of them is his decision making, but at the same time, why do you think he's not looking the same as when he was before? It's like I said, he's making something before he would run off and take off and just get the first down. Good job. But ever since he tore his ACL, ever since he, fractured his back right now, he ain't running. He ain't wanting to take a hit. So some of those passes that you see him just hurry up and just panicking and just throwing it, it's probably because he don't want to get hit. That's what we all said. I think we all can agree on the man needs to rest.
So I'm hearing what Josh is saying and Traquan saying. The play calling is good. So you don't think that there needs to be a little more diversity in the play calling?
There needs to be some. I think there should implement more.
That's
but
all
it's not
now.
said.
I don't think the design like the design routes and stuff like that. My bad to cut you off from Nola. I don't think the design routes are necessarily that bad, but I forgot who said it earlier. We've been on for so long, but you kind of set up those routes that leads to confusion on the defense, where you might have a kind of pick route set up, or you have a bunch package where it'll lead to some confusion, try to get the cornerbacks to lose who their coverage actually on. We're not seeing that. It's basically just a standard for the most part, 2 to the left, 1 right, and just straight routes. There's no type of interchanging. There's no type of confusion. There's not a lot of motion at the line to try and mess the defense up in any way. That's when I'm talking about play calling, that's the things that I want to see a little bit more of. And then, maybe Jameis just isn't listening, but I feel like as a coach, you got to tell him okay, we're going to run this play. This play is designed. The first read you should be giving is to AK. It should be this person. And I don't know if they're just not doing it, or if Jameis is just not looking, or Jameis just has an idea on what he likes whenever he sees a matchup and he's just wrong on it, because that's possible too.
I think it's more Jameis than coaching. Like, I don't know that for sure. My bad for cutting you off.
No, you're good.
But I don't could the play calling be more creative? Yes, but if people are getting open and people are getting open, they just need someone to deliver the ball to them. Like, I just think it's as simple as that.
Oh, I got a question too. I got a question for everybody.
Yeah, go ahead, Hoodie.
Yeah, my question for everybody is too. Remember how we said we have a lot of talent? Malcolm Thomas, Kamara, Olave, Jarvis Landry, Taysom Hill when he comes back from his rib. Like, you got a lot of talent. And we do see a lot of plays where we say, well, AK was wide open on here. Well, guess what? I think we're going to see a lot of different people open, but some of the stuff that Jameis is seeing and drawing to could sometimes be open too, because you got so many good talents that could get open easily. Some plays, it looked like they closed in on him and you're like, why he did that? But he could have been open with the way he was seeing it compared to the person that's just by himself right here in the open. So I'm saying too, we do have talent like that.
But that also, I get what you're saying, because you're saying like the wide receivers are so talented that you expect them to get free. But as a good quarterback, and again, there's a lot of new pieces. Like I said, really, James is throwing to 3 brand new pieces. Chris Olave is brand new to him. Jarvis is brand new to him. Even though him and MT have been on the same team, it's not like they've worked together. They've worked together probably the same amount of time that he's worked with Jarvis and Olave. But you've got to be able to know, like, from the jump, know that this person is going to do this route the way the defense is standing on him. He's playing him up close. So I know if Mike is doing a short route in, he's got that because he's too big, he's too physical, he's going to get open. So you know that, so that should be your first read right once you get set up at the line and you're looking at these things. Or if it's Olave, you see the guy playing too far back. So, and he's going to run a curl route. You know that's going to be open. Or if he's playing too far up, Olave is going to be able to get past him. Are you looking at the safeties in the back? What side are they favoring? When you look at the film, have you seen this package that they're showing? Like, these are things that quarterbacks in the NFL are supposed to and are expected to know and, get right at least 50% of the time,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, anybody else got anything else they all like to get off your mind and from the these past 2 games, because tomorrow
I got something to bring y'all attention. Let me tell you another thing I realized who Jameis Winston really got the connections with. It's the guys that's on the bench. Pay attention. The other wide receivers, Callaway, Hardy. That's those guys. Traquan, those Jameis Winston guys.
Because he played with them last year. That's why.
So, like, if y'all notice, let me bring some to your attention. Soon as Traquan Smith got in the game, he start hitting them. He start finding them. And Callaway.
Because he got the chemistry. Like I said, we got to wait for the chemistry. And once that happens, like wait till they get 5-6 games down the week where they got all their chemistry together and they can say, okay, Olave, this is how I like my catches. This is where I like the ball at. This is where I succeed the most. Michael Thomas is going to tell you, hey, throw it anywhere. I don't give a damn. I'm Michael Thomas. I'll catch anything. Or Jarvis Landry is going to tell you, this is where I want it. Like, you seen last year how Deontay Hardy, like every deep pass, he made sure he had enough air ball on it to where Deontay had enough, speed time to run and catch it, because he knows that's how Deontay likes it. He likes to run and catch. So, you got to get the chemistry together. That's why I think he can hit people differently, because he knows what they want. But right now, these are new weapons, and they didn't even get that much play time in the offseason, for the practices and everything, and, camp, and they didn't get to play in the preseason like that together because of the injuries and stuff. So, basically, week 1 through 3 right now is their preseason right now that they getting basically to get all this shit off of them, and now when we think that, okay, we got a Jameis, man, he's back from his ACL, I think it's gonna be a good season. He gets fractured back, he gets that hurt ankle he's playing on. So that's why I said, if he's hurt and this is gonna affect his game, which we can tell it is affecting him, why don't we play a healthy quarterback and Andy Dalton, rest Jameis, and then evaluate Taysom Hill as your backup QB that game, just to be safe.
That's all we got to do.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I want to see right now, to where, because I'm tired of him playing hurt and him not performing to the standards that I know he can be, and then everybody thinks it's just he's the problem when he can actually play a whole lot better if he knows he's good to take a hit. You know, he's
So
good.
I see Spoke in the comments saying that's why Winston's got to play. I've been saying this, referring to like building up that connection with the other guys. Like, that was a good point how you said it. He had a good connection with Traquan and Callaway because he played when, even though that touchdown pass to Callaway was not to Callaway, as to Juwan Johnson, but
that was just whoever wanted to catch it.
Yeah, but that was a bad pass. That was just an amazing catch, but
it was a touchdown. So I mean, it's a touchdown.
Say that,
come on.
Hey, y'all say, hey, but y'all do say an interception is an interception no matter what. So a touchdown.
I didn't bring up Jameis interceptions when I was criticizing.
No, I'm just saying. Isn't that what people say? Interception is an interception. It's
Yeah,
on his
yeah,
stats
yeah.
line. Okay, a touchdown is a touchdown. It's on his stat sheet now. So I mean, you can't take it away from him. So, I mean, I'm just saying, just to all the petty people that are out there that say shit like that.
But to what Smoke says though, they can still, like, if we plan for Winston to be out for the game for like that 100% contact play, doesn't mean that he can't be working with Michael Thomas and with Olave and with Jarvis during practices. Right now, they're not letting him practice at all because he's still banged up. So he's really getting less time because they're trying to save his body in every which way possible to get him ready for the game instead of actually practicing and working on the things that he needs to develop to be good for next week.
That's what I feel like. If you can't practice a full practice all week,
how is he going to work on the things that he's messing up if he can't practice?
So if you can't practice, then might rest him till he can go a full week and he can show you that I can move my hip, I can do my thing. Oh, I can scramble for a first down and take a hit. That's the Jameis you want, because that's what we were all falling in love with last year. Because he was taking off, he was holding on to the ball a little bit long. But yeah, I'm gonna take off, I'm good. But ever since that ACL injury and ever since he got hurt in game 1, he hasn't really been like trying to run with it.
He's scared to get hurt again.
That's what I'm saying.
He was very scared in that Tampa Bay game.
Oh yeah, definitely. And plus, it's your former team. I thought he was about to destroy the shit out of him like he did last year, but that flipped upside down. Everything kind of went out. Oh, we're about to score a touchdown. Fumble. I'm like, shit, damn it. We just need to control our turnovers. I think there's a lot of shit that needs to be cleaned up, but these are all fixable things, which is really good to see. Which means if they clean up all this shit, and Jameis does get healthy, everybody else, I'm telling you, this team can be really scary, and we can be better than what people are thinking. Because you see what the defense is doing. Wait till the offense starts clicking, bro. The game's gonna be like 38 to 20 to 15. It's gonna be like.
I still think we're going to the Super Bowl. I mean, don't get it twisted. I think we're going all the way. I think we're going to
Josh right here. My boy Josh right here. Hold on, let me put him on the screen. Him right here. He don't even think we're gonna get 7 games. I think he said 7 to 10.
I just hope we make the playoffs. I just hope we make the playoffs.
Who don't think we going to the playoffs?
My boy Josh right here.
I hope we go, but I don't know, man.
Josh, you tripping? We going?
I hope so.
Here's the thing, Hoodie. You got some good problems when you can say that these are things you can clean it. Like every problem that we have, we say, oh, this can be cleaned up. You knew you had like it's a bad problem if there are things that you're just like, oh, the talent on the field just is incapable of doing XYZ. If we're not in that situation, every problem that we have is just because we have the potential to do better and we just aren't doing it.
I want to say something. Because it's in my head. Yeah. So I want to say this while it's in my head. And I wanted to say this comparison because somebody told me this the other day and I'm like, bro, this makes so much fucking sense. Everybody's saying his decision making is the problem right now, right? Let's say it's just Jameis Winston. Let's say we clean up all the mistakes, right? Defense ain't letting no big plays happen again. O-line's protected them. We picking up the blitzes. We doing everything right. Just Jameis' decision making here and there just ain't clicking. Well, guess what we're gonna look like? We're gonna look like the damn Rams last year. Because Matthew Stafford decision making ain't there. He did a lot of turnovers, but guess where they went? Because of a great defense and a high power offense, even though he made mistakes. They still won a Super Bowl. I feel like that's what the Saints can be. They can be the last year Rams, but we can be better because I think these weapons that we have are a lot better. And like we said, if Jameis does the little bad decision making here and there, like Stafford did last year, you can't tell me that we still can't make a Super Bowl. Because
the Rams got a good coach though, man. We got Dennis.
Yeah, Sean McVay's good, but Stafford's decision making ain't gonna make.
Oh,
I mean, Sean McVay's a good
but,
coach, and they're gonna tell
like,
Stafford.
Yeah,
decision
but
making.
they had Sean McVay, bro. Like, we don't have that.
Yeah, I know we don't have no Sean McVay, but what I'm saying, the decision making is what we just need to clean up. That's what everybody's talking about. That's what they're saying.
I agree.
Is our Jameis' fault, right? Well, no matter how good your coach is, depending on how they, treat it, Stafford has Sean McVay. Look how the turnovers he was doing. Look how the bad decision he was making. He made a bad decision last year that caused us from making the playoffs.
I mean, Jameis was making bad decisions with Sean Payton. If we want to go there, I mean, like,
yeah, some of them was like, what the hell he did, but they came down with it. Like, everybody makes mistakes, I've never seen a quarterback go perfect. Besides Drew Brees that one year. No, my bad. He went 29 for 30. But that's what I'm saying.
Latavius Murray, man.
Hey, we got Latavius Murray. I'm surprised he hasn't been activated yet in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think he should get some snaps.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now, we're gonna whoop the Vikings.
The Vikings,
right.
And look. And let me tell you, nobody ain't gonna expect for us to win this game because the games we already lost against the sorrier team. But guess what? You know how the Saints is, and all the Saints fans know that the Saints always start out rough. If you're a Saints fan, you know that. The thing is, we always had Drew Brees and Sean Payton to back us up, and we know we'll clean it up. We always knew when we start off rough, we will fix it. But we always do this. I ain't worried about it. I trust the Saints organization. I trust them.
I mean, as Saints fans, that's all we can do. I know, Hoodie, Hoodie and all of us have been just calling out people calling them fake Saints fans. Like, we understand, man. Y'all got real opinions. I know we were getting on Josh a lot earlier, man. Josh just got a realist personality, man. Josh
I'm the real, yeah. I know they're the same thing to me.
Ready for the Pelicans season, man.
Now look, you heard Mr. Up said though. You heard what he said, right? He said, I still think we're going to the Super Bowl, even though Jameis still could be the problem right now. Because he knows the defense. Because he knows the defense is that good. He knows that at the end of the day, this team is too talented to not have a playoff team / Super Bowl. And I really do feel like we're gonna fix our shit. And I think we all panicking and everybody's tripping so much because we act like we never been here before and went 1-2.
That's when we had Sean Payton and Drew Brees, though, man. That's what.
But you heard what you just said. But you got to think about it. That's Drew Brees and Sean Payton. We're supposed to be 3-0, 4-0 then. That's the GOAT. Drew Brees. That's Sean Payton. He's the one that we're supposed to be starting off 3-0. You've been with this team forever. The players know you. This is just a totally new team, but with new weapons for Jameis now. And he's coming off of injuries, and they only at 1-2 still. But what's different now because we don't have Sean Payton? I mean, they went 1-2, so why they get this?
But their 1-2 is different though. Like, I remember when they started 1-2 in the 2020 season. That game against the Packers that they lost, that was not on Sean Payton and Drew Brees. Like, they both had good games. That was on the defense. Like, their performances in those 1-2, like those first 3 games, are different than this. This team is not on the level of those teams, offensively at least. I'm saying offensively.
How can you say that when in the game that you're talking about, against Green Bay, Taysom Hill fumbled the ball, which lost us the game. The problems that we are having this season is no different than problems that we have had in the past. Bad decision making and turnovers and penalties. It is the exact same thing. But how can we say in 2022? Listen. How can we say in 2022 that we are having worse problems, or that we trust a duo like Allen and Winston that we don't know what they are capable of, and we did trust a duo that we did know what they're capable of? If we don't know what they're capable of, that means we have to wait and see if they are capable of doing better, right?
We have 7 previous seasons of Jameis Winston play. Like, we all know what he plays.
That's a different team, different system.
He looks like old James without Sean Payton. Like,
you say him right now, and you're talking about a dude that's injured, and we keep telling you with a fractured back, he's throwing differently. Just look at
the decision making is still questionable. Even
we told you.
But the decision making is still questionable.
But don't you think the injury is gonna make him decide, like, I gotta get it out quicker in my hands? I'm gonna throw a dumb shit because I'm not trying to get hit.
It should make him be more conservative. Actually, if he's that.
I don't think so. I mean, the only thing he could do is throw the ball away. But I mean, people are gonna look at, why are you throwing the ball away, Jameis? Why you didn't throw to somebody at least? And then don't forget, we all making excuses for Drew Brees and Sean Payton, but don't forget, Sean Payton calls us games. Drew Brees didn't even win us games when we needed him the most.
Oh man, Sean Payton's clock management was killing me.
7-win seasons, right? Wasn't something like that.
They had terrible defenses though. This defense is Super Bowl caliber.
No, the defense was good the last few years. The defense.
No,
I thought
about the 7 and 9 season.
Yeah.
That's
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like the last few years where we all were bitching because we want somebody that can throw down the field. Now we got that person. Now we just drawing him out the door because he's hurt right now.
Because we didn't know that his decision making was this bad. I mean, we should have known because all the Tampa Bay fans told us.
Last year, was his decision making really that bad with a 14-3?
It's just Sean Payton. Sean Payton knew, like, bro, I have to give Sean Payton some insane credit because he knew how to hide Jameis' flaws, but they will still come out here and there. The game against Carolina, bro, that game, those throws, those interceptions were terrible. The throw against the New England with Callaway, the interception against Washington, like when he was facing all that pressure, and he just threw it up. Like, come on, bro. He been
Sean
like
Payton,
this.
listen, Sean Payton ain't threw not near pass for the Saints last season, dude. You need to stop with that. Every single quarterback in NFL history that has started an NFL season has thrown interceptions and made bad decisions. The great King Drew Brees himself used to piss us off all the time by throwing interceptions and making bad decisions and making bad throws. That is not and that is not to diminish Drew Brees' greatness, because we do know that Drew Brees is and was and probably will always be that dude to all of us. However, do not for any second act like you ain't never been frustrated at some shit that Drew Brees did, because we have all been very angry with him on multiple occasions. Don't do that.
I was frustrated with the lack of not pushing the ball downfield, but as far as accuracy and decision making, he's literally in a league of his own. And I'm not comparing Jameis to Drew Brees in that aspect, but his decision making is just god awful. And he's been like this.
Well, let me ask you this.
He's in his 8th season, bro. Like, come on, bro.
I gotta ask y'all.
Let me tell John something.
Okay. I just wanted to ask y'all a quick question about this because we go so hard, and you know how Jameis wasn't his hurt, and you can say with decision making. How you like Drew Brees' decision making in his last fucking game with him having broken ribs and him being hurt?
He was 41 years old. I mean, that was
but still, he's the most accurate. He's been in the league. You know, the longer you're in the league, the more experience you got, the better you're gonna be. Even if you get older now. If your own talent is not that good, which we've seen going down the field, it's okay. But he was trying to do too much, I think, too. Like Jameis was.
That was because Tampa was playing a type of defense where they knew he was not going to push the ball downfield.
And what did the Carolina Panthers do?
That worked in the regular season because not everybody had the personnel like Tampa, and they weren't playing Drew Brees how Tampa was. But in the regular season, he was just fine.
I'll say a thing about Drew Brees too, though. Like, I mean, Drew Brees in, hindsight 2020, he was selfish to continue to playing, but also at the same time, I don't want to see any, Hall of Fame caliber quarterback get done the way like Eli Manning did with the Giants, where you just strip him of his ability to finish out his last season. Even if it wasn't the best thing for the Saints, I mean, and like I'll die by that. I get in arguments with it all the time with people that call him out and call him selfish that we had a chance for a Super Bowl that year. But like you don't take your Hall of Fame quarterback that made the Saints relevant for the first time really in the history of the Saints out on his last year.
And I agree totally with that.
But to back Josh up a little bit, man, because I just feel like we're all jumping on Josh like super hard, man. He's the outlier in this, man. I see exactly what you're saying. His decision making is a problem, and it has been a problem. I know we can continue to say the injuries, and I think it does affect it. And I think it does affect his decision making. I think it does make him nervous. It doesn't. He's uncomfortable moving up in the pocket, moving around, doing all these different things, and that can lead to poor decision making. But it's not like his decision making was great any other time. Even last year when he was playing with us, it's not like we were giving him the option to make mistakes under Sean Payton's offense last year. So to use that as the standard of, oh, well, he looked really good, he was making good decisions last year. Well, that's because Sean was probably literally in his headset saying,
that's what I've been saying.
All right, you're gonna count to 1.5, and then you're gonna throw it to your left right here. So I agree with that. I agree with all of that you're saying, but we can't. But because of the injuries and stuff like that, and the thing that is upsetting is that again we're going through another year with Jameis where we're not able to see him at 100% because he's playing with this injury where he's playing at 70%. And we cannot give him a fair assessment because if we say he's ass because of his ass and we got to get rid of him, well, the dude played hurt the whole season. You know, he's not healthy. We can't get a real assessment on whether or not he can be the next guy. And if we got to get rid of him, then who comes in next? Andy Dalton's not going to be our number one quarterback.
Rebuild.
Not if we want to do
or
anything.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. Where are we going to get that money?
Stop it.
You know, even if that was the case, where would we get that money from? So like we're going to a straight rebuild. You know, that's why the focus has to be about getting Jameis healthy, whether it's taking 2 weeks off, 3 weeks off, whatever, to get him to at least 85-90% where he doesn't look so scared every time he has the football in his hands, except for when he's in no huddle. Because I feel like when he's in no huddle, he's just on like airplane mode, like he's just tunnel visioned in. But whenever he has time to think about it, he's nervous, and it's visible. It's a visible nervousness that he has. We can't judge him off of that. If we can't see him healthy, we don't know where to go forward after this year.
Because you know, I want to kind of, you know, piggyback off of your. This is what I wanted to say about this. So we saying last year Sean Payton was in his, you know, head, you know, controlling, and that's what we're saying. That's what we're thinking because of how he's looking right now. But who said he can't carry what he had that he learned from all of that over to this year? But it's just the injury that's making him fucked up right now. Who said that's not the case? We can't just say just because he's saying his old self. The dude's hurt right now. Like you said, you got to see him at 100%. Right. Now, if I see him 100% and he's doing it for 3-4 games, just like straight in a row, then we can be like, yo, Jameis, you're healthy now. Right. What the fuck is your problem? Like, are you really going to be back your old self? Do you need Sean Payton back in here to control you? Then yes. But like right now, you're just saying he's his old self. He's looking like that, but is he 100% healthy? No.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. Anything.
So, okay. And I already know what you're going to say to my first point.
Hell no.
Why was he playing so bad in the first 3 quarters of Atlanta when he was healthy? But continuity, chemistry, all of those type of things. Okay, whatever.
That'd be
in the first 5 seasons. In the first 5 seasons of his NFL career with Tampa Bay, when he was healthy, why was he making these same decisions, the same inaccuracy, the same inconsistent quarterback play? Like, why? Please give me.
You want me to tell you why?
Yes.
First of all, he was young. Came on. I think he was like one of the youngest quarterbacks to enter the league. Basically, coming in here to try to be the savior of the team, which was pretty shocking. You know, he got drafted. They went 2-14 the year before. Brought him to like an 8-9 season or something like that. Or no, not 8-9. 8 what was it? 8-8 or something like that. Like an even season. No, 7-8. That's what I meant. No, 7-9. Because it was 16 games, not 17 games. I keep thinking we in 17 games. But yeah, so he did that. Then you got to realize he's not in a system where he can learn that same system. He had 4 different new coordinators and head coaches like that in 5 years. That's too many new playbooks and all that than sticking to one person like Sean Payton, who's been in for 15 years, and the same shit is going to be the same thing every year. It wasn't like, you know, he was able to like Drew Brees. Drew Brees didn't look the best when he first came here. He was a little rusty for his first 10. I'll say his first season, he was kind of rushy towards the end of the season. Then he started boom, boom, clicking. But guess what? He needs the same thing. He needs the same playbook. He needs the same thing. But now he's got new weapons. So now we got to get that clicking, like you said. So it ain't like, and Tampa Bay too, they went a lot of different new things. Like, what was his name? Adam Humphries. Everybody that he was playing with got paid and left. And they started getting new players. And then he got Chris Godwin. He had to get used to Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin's looking good now. Everybody's looking good now. But now he's gone. As they got everything better, I think the one thing that Tampa Bay could have did and kept Jameis and made him look a little bit better than what he was just get rid of Bruce Arians. A guy that's, you know.
You only had him for 1 season, though, right?
Yeah, 30 for 30. And that's why he left. I'm saying, look at the season before that. He wasn't really that bad. He's just learning new system after system after system. You never gave this man a chance to learn a system, the same system. Like, who knows? Jameis might have fixed some 30 interceptions with Bruce Arians if he would have played with him again, because now he knows the system. But he didn't. He's out and he's with the Saints now in a new system. And now, after one season, but not even season, after 7 games that he got to play last year. Now he's in I guess you can say the same system, but I don't see the same thing as Sean Payton, like you said, is going. So I don't see the same shit that Sean Payton was doing with what Pete Carmichael was doing now.
Can I say something? I know you wanted to say something else, Josh. Can I comment on that?
Yeah. You're fine. Yeah, fine.
Him over with the Bucks and stuff like that. That was an unfortunate decision. We've seen numerous quarterbacks' careers get absolutely tarnished by where they get drafted to and how the system goes. Now, in saying that though, Jameis, while he was there, he had to play hero a lot of times, and that was the result. And that's what I was talking about earlier when I say whenever he starts panicking. And he's been panicking early. He goes back to his factory setting of back in the day when he was with Tampa of just, kind of chucking the ball up and trying to force things and make things happen instead of making the right decisions. And again, with that being said, even with great coaching, and it has to be a longer term of great coaching. It's not just going to be 1 year with Sean. One good year isn't going to fix his 5 years in the league of being coached poorly and having to play that way. 1 year isn't going to do it. This second year, it doesn't look like he's going to do it because I don't think Dennis Allen and Pete Carmichael have the leadership ability to get him in the right mindset. And his decision making isn't going to change like drastically. So are we willing to hold on to that in hopes that he can be good in another year or two, or
keep switching quarterbacks,
or do we end up switching quarterbacks at the end of this year and don't re-sign him? I mean, where do we stand at with that? Because I think, like I said, I think he panics, goes back to the factory settings, and I don't think the 2 years of what we're calling good coaching, assuming that it's good coaching going on right now, is going to fix all the years of bad coaching and with a bad organization.
And that's a fair point, but the thing that I wanted to say that Hoodie said earlier, the point about like he was a young quarterback that was in a bad situation, which is true, and the situation more times than not usually makes the quarterback. But we've seen some of these quarterbacks that haven't been drafted into the best situation and still did pretty good. Like Joe Burrow was not drafted into a good situation. He still performed at a high level. Trevor Lawrence, when he finally got a new head coach and some new weapons, he's currently performing at a high level. I just think sometimes it just depends on the quarterback, bro. I'm just being honest. And I'm not saying it's all on Jameis' fault, especially not for Tampa Bay, because that was not the best situation. But if Jameis was him, he would still be in Tampa Bay currently. I'm just saying. Like,
he was. And don't forget, and I argue with a lot of people when they say that. If he was good, he would still be there in Tampa Bay. Did you not know they had a fucking contract waiting for him? But guess what? Who's going to pass up on Tom the fucking GOAT Brady?
We did.
We did because we had Drew Brees the GOAT still. He wanted to play. Like we said, that's a different story. If Drew Brees said, I'm done with football, and Tom Brady would have came, Tampa Bay would have signed to a 4-year deal, 5-year deal.
I mean, if Jameis was him, they wouldn't have got Tom Brady. I'm just saying that.
There's also
but
a
Tom
lot.
Brady's the GOAT. Tom Brady's the GOAT.
And Jameis was like 26 back. Okay, so you're saying if Tom Brady hits the market right now, the Chiefs are actively trying to sell Patrick Mahomes, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on now.
We're not saying Jameis Winston is the top 5 quarterback in the league right now.
Like I'm saying, like out of a top 5.
We don't need Jameis to be top 5. We need to be top 15.
Yeah.
And he's not there right now.
So what we think is a top 5. Now, anybody that's got like a quarterback that's from 6 on down, anybody would take Tom Brady. But nobody's gonna trade and give me Tom Brady over Justin Herbert, Patty Mahomes, and all them that are young and that are elite like that. Jameis was an elite quarterback. Like I said, I think he just is in the wrong system because you don't have a head coach. Like, just look at Patty Mahomes, who's a really great quarterback. He didn't start right away. He sat behind what was his name that got hurt? With the when he played for the Washington.
Alex
Smith.
Alex Smith. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. No, Patrick Mahomes sat behind.
Alex Smith. It was behind Alex Smith. My bad.
Yeah. He sat behind Alex Smith for like 10 games, and then he came in because Alex Smith got hurt. And this thing, he went to a team that was good already with Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce. You got a really great head coach, and Andy Reid that the Chiefs ain't gonna just get rid of, because he's that good of a coach. While Jameis is switching coaches every year, just about. It was like it's not fair to some quarterbacks, and then we just say he's trash because some organizations are so horrible they don't want to pay their players, they don't want to pay this, they want to switch coaches after 1 year instead of giving a person 2 or 3 years to develop chemistry and develop everything the correct way. So I don't feel like some of these quarterbacks that were really good and are really talented get the right scenarios that they need to be in because of the team that drafts them. Like Cincinnati, I thought Cincinnati was going to be bad forever because of their decision making and their organization. But
Burrow is him.
By saying once they drafted Burrow, they said, "What do you need? Oh, you need an O-line? We got you. Oh, you want Jamar Chase, your brother? We got you.
They didn't give him an O-line at first.
Tyler Boyd. But I'm saying,
they wanted Lamar over him. Jamar over him.
But you got to realize,
they gave him
Jameis didn't have no Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Tyler Boyd.
He had Mike Evans and Godwin. Yeah,
okay. And did he have a Joe Mixon?
No, they had no run game.
That's what I'm saying.
But
it's different scenarios. Like certain teams would do something for you. Some teams just don't give a fuck about you. And I said, I think Tampa didn't give a damn. And then once they had a team, I think almost ready to win, and Tom Brady said, "Let me come here." They couldn't pass on it because it's Tom the F Brady.
But I think the big and I already know Hoodie's answer, and I guess I kind of want to know Josh is on this is. Jameis been in the league 8 years now, right? His 8th year. So 5 years with Tampa, 2 with us, going into his 3rd year with us. Is it too late for Jameis to make the adjustments he needs to be a good quarterback? And I want to add to that, also look at the history of who our head coach is right now. I know Dennis Allen has been a great defensive coordinator for us, but I know when he was with the Raiders, they had a bad, the season was terrible. They had a lot of organization things and crap like that. But also, hearing from Nonfiction, who's a diehard Raiders fan, he told me that his biggest thing with Dennis Allen was that he was a terrible leader. So do you think with Dennis Allen, can Jameis change his ways and become the quarterback that we want him to be, that we think he has the potential to be?
I think we need to change quarterback and head coach. But like what do we define as good? Because good, I think Jameis could be good. Like if we're saying like Kirk Cousins type, like that type of level of a quarterback is good, and I think Jameis could be that. But franchise quarterback, I think that I don't think that's happening no more. So, what do we mean by good?
I think Jameis is top 15 that can easily fit in the top 10.
Top 15 right now?
No. I'm saying that he needs to be like the lower half of top 15. Okay,
I think he can do that.
13, I think he can do that easily.
And being top 12. Him playing at a top 12 level is, I think, with a good defense is enough to be a Super Bowl. Is enough to be a Super Bowl caliber team.
Because who we say top 12?
But him right now.
I mean, look at this comment.
Right now, he's top.
Jameis not even top 30.
Yeah, that's a troll. I wouldn't go that far, but I don't think he's top 15 right now.
I don't even think he's
top 15 before the season.
To be honest, who do y'all think is really ahead of Jameis? Because they got quarterbacks in here that people put above him, but I think they almost similar. But it's just now this season, he's just hurt. He's not Jameis.
I think there's a good amount of quarterbacks you could say better than him.
Well, I mean, yeah, you got your normal top 10, top 15, but when you get to the 15, who are you really putting over him? Because a lot of people are saying certain players are better. Some people say, some people said Trevor Lawrence was better than him, but this man drew more interceptions than touchdowns.
Currently he is.
Yeah, currently, right now, he's looking good. But I'm saying, looking at his first season, more interceptions than touchdowns.
He was a rookie. Bro.
Okay.
You can't make these excuses for Jameis. Be like his head coach and all that. Bro, he had Urban Meyer, bro. Come on now.
His number one wide receiver now is his third.
No, I'm just saying, just look at Jameis when he came into the league, and you were saying why
how are you making these excuses for Jameis but not Trevor Lawrence?
No, I'm telling you what you're telling me. Jameis, why he didn't do this when he was there? He still looked like he played butt. Well, look at Trevor Lawrence in his first year. He
But
played like
I
butt.
said
Everybody
I'll
was
give
playing like
him a
butt.
pass on that because the coaching was inconsistent, the defense was bad. Trevor Lawrence has those same problems. So why are you trying to you know what I'm saying? It seems like you got
Because you see how Trevor Lawrence is adding weapons now, and they adding the
he's in
people
year
that you named. They
2.
got him a good head coach who won a Super Bowl before, named Doug Peterson. You see what I'm
The
saying? They
Bucks
gave
got
Jameis nobody good.
I mean not Tom Brady, Mike Evans. I'm tripping.
Mike Evans, yeah, that's one player.
I mean, the Jags
Two
only
players
added
ain't gonna
Christian
make it.
Kirk in their receiving core. I think at least a major piece.
I think they added who was that other dude? No, hold on. He was already on the Jags last year, right? DJ Chark.
He left for Detroit.
He went to Detroit. Okay. I don't know because I'm saying certain organizations will give you the weapons you want. Some people don't give a damn because, like I said, they go through 4 different head coaches and not have the opportunity to learn one system is terrible. And that's not right. And then he comes here, sits behind Drew Brees and so on for a year, looking kind of really good last year. You know, you can't say he was shits when he went 14 for 3, looking good, had us at 5-2, tore his ACL, and then there goes Son. And now you learning the same system kind of. You're just trying to see what Pete Carmichael and Dennis Allen's going to mix into it. So, like, he never had a fair opportunity where you can say, I had this one coach for a few years. I had the same system in a few years, and I just got to play with my team. You know, like he ain't had that fair opportunity like some of these other quarterbacks that you calling top 15, top 10 because they've been in the system for a while.
Jalen Hurts switch head coach, Trevor Lawrence switch head. Like a lot of these dudes have switch head coaches. But like Jameis, this is his 3rd year in the offense though.
I know you said Jalen Hurts like switched coaches, but look at the team he's got now and they putting around him. Look at all the trades.
That's what I'm saying. They added AJ Brown, right? And you're saying, and I'm not saying Jameis doesn't need an adjustment period, but Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown already have an instant connection. They've barely been playing with each other because Jalen Hurts is he's playing good football right now. That's what I'm saying.
Ain't nobody saying Jameis
from too.
Listen, ain't nobody saying Jameis is playing excellent at his position at quarterback. Everybody with eyes can see that Jameis is playing lackluster football at his position. However, as it relates to the Saints' overall success this year or lack thereof, can you say unequivocally that Jameis Winston is the reason that we have lost more games than we have won?
I've never said Jameis was like the only reason why we've lost. I've never said that. I've never tried to make that my point. Yeah. My point has always been that the quarterback play is just inconsistent. But I'm not blaming all of that on him though. I've never said
every Saints fan will agree with you that the quarterback play has not been good this year. Quite honestly, play at many positions for the New Orleans Saints have not been all that good this year, especially on the offensive side of the ball. But if we're talking about the Saints' success and the blame being, or like I said, the lack thereof, the Saints' success and us having more losses than wins. If we're saying that the lackluster quarterback play is the reason why we've been losing, that we cannot say. And so if that is the case, then we cannot say that Jameis Winston is the reason that we've been losing, but we can say that the New Orleans Saints as a whole is the reason why we've been losing.
Yeah.
Now,
I think he's the biggest piece of why we're losing though.
If we get
the second biggest problem. My bad for cutting you off. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, yes, he is a very large part of the reason why we're losing. Now, I mean, if we're putting like percentages on it, we could say that Jameis is, 40-something% of the reason why we're losing. We can put 20 on coaching. We can put 20 on the offensive line, and then another 20 on whatever else. But 10 on whatever else. But and hell, I don't even know if my math added up just now. I tried to make it add up, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But with our quarterback play, yes, the quarterback play has not been good. The offensive play as a whole has not been good. Now, can we blame that whole offensive, the whole bad offense on Jameis Winston? I mean, kind of, but not really, because we also have to blame the offensive line for holding. We also have to blame the running backs for their turnovers. There's so many problems that right now we just cannot say that Jameis is the issue. And like Hoodie keeps saying, and he keeps mentioning Jameis' injury. I'm not really sure how much the injury is really playing a part. It's playing a part in it, obviously. but I don't know how much it is. Part of it's decision making. Part of it is Jameis. We need you to hit this guy, and you're not hitting that guy because you're not seeing that guy for some strange reason. You trying to hit the deep ball, and that's not what we need you to do right now. But at the end of the day, as it relates to the Saints' success or the lack thereof, if we see Jameis Winston come out and do nothing, and the rest of everybody else is all doing what the fuck they need to do, then we're gonna say, yeah, Jameis, you got to go. We got to get somebody else in here because we cannot throw away the season because your ass can't get your shit together.
Can I say something? I want to ask y'all a question. Oh, I want to ask you, Josh, this one. How good? Well, let me ask you this: how much better do you think Derek Carr is as a QB?
Currently, not so much better. Currently,
no, not right now. Like just like overall, like after like the few years, you've been seeing him play. Like he's been in the league for a while, just as long as Jameis, maybe even more, about like 1 year, I think. You're seeing his overall, right? And he's just been with that one team forever, right? And what has he done for that organization? Has he made?
He had a head coaching change as well, and his team is not good as well.
Yeah, you see how everything's like switching and nothing's really looking right. I feel like, look at them now. They like, okay, we got you your buddy Devontae Adams. We got you Darren Waller. We got your Hunter Renfrow. You got Josh Jacobs. We're trying to add a good defense around you. And look at them. They 0-3. Justin Herbert, who we love. I think he's going to be like, one of the next guys. Going to be like him, Josh Allen, Mahomes battling it out, for the who's the best, throwing quarterback deep down the field type of, discussion. They 1-2 right now. Like a lot of teams that you thinking that,
but their losses are better though.
Their losses are better.
Like okay, that statement. That statement does sound bad, but they've been more impressive in their losses than the Saints. That's what I meant to say.
Say it again. I didn't hear it.
They've been more impressive. Like, come on, bro. Like they should have won.
More impressive. More impressive.
Oh, you're saying more impressive? Yeah, they've been more impressive. But most of those players on that team he played with last year or the year before. Jameis hasn't played with none of these people yet. He had played with AK last year for a little bit, and then he got hurt. So no Michael Thomas chemistry, no Chris Olave, and no Jarvis Landry. And remember what I said earlier. They did not really get no connection at all during mini camps and shit or preseason because they were hurt. These first 3 games, I feel like, are their preseason games. Because remember, we all got mad, like, why they not playing on preseason? Why don't they get that little rush off of them? And look what's happening. We looking rusty because we didn't play them.
You can say the same thing about the Eagles, though.
Josh, I got a question for you too, man.
So,
okay, so we start off the game. We're on that. Oh yeah. We got to ask you the questions because you trying to run Jameis out of town, and I don't think we're ready to do that quite yet. But I mean, I definitely understand what you're saying. But the question is this: so you got the ball to start off the game against Carolina. We get a first down, I think, on the second. It might have been a third down conversion. So you move the ball a little bit. Alvin Kamara then lets the guy take the ball from him, and Carolina returns it for a touchdown. Now you're down by 7. Okay, you know that you have an injured quarterback. You know that Jameis Winston is not playing to the best of his potential, probably because of that, and also because like the back injury and also the ankle injury that he's still nursing with the ACL from last year. So once you do that in the very first quarter and you're down 7-0, everything else is catch up after that, especially on the opposite side of the ball because the offense has been struggling. So now you kind of change what you're doing. But the question is this: how much of turning the ball over on the first possession for a touchdown do you think played into bad quarterback play and feeling like he had to do more than what he probably did because you're already playing from behind?
Probably some, but like we can't act like after that touchdown, Carolina went on like some crazy run or something. Like,
no. I'm not saying that at all. Your defense did what they were supposed to do, but I mean, even they gave a field goal and we went down 10-0, and then you're playing from even further behind. But a part of that was because we were playing from behind the entire time, and the reason why we were playing from behind was not because of Jameis, but it was because of Alvin Kamara.
I think some of Alvin Kamara's struggles has to do with the fact that he's not getting the football. But
and that's not on Jameis either. That's on the coaching. Call some plays for Alvin.
He's been opening the flats, man.
No, Nah, that's BS. You don't have a quarterback that throws to the flat often. You have a quarterback that's trying to stretch the field, and
Yeah, but
he was throwing to the flats in the Tampa game until he got berserk and started throwing interceptions.
but that's the thing. You're supposed to. You're saying that you got a quarterback that doesn't throw to the flats, but like that's something that you should be designing plays in to get the ball to your playmaker. If he's not getting the ball to him in the flats, then they need to put him out in another route to get him the ball, or they need to say, Jameis, check down over there and get the ball to AK. Like those things that should be discussed.
I agree.
Someone said something earlier about like it's a different offense. We need this type of quarterback to do this. Guys, any team in the NFL, if they're not trying to build a system towards like what quarterback and their talents are, then that's where trouble comes in. So if that is that he doesn't check the flats, then you build a team around him and design a playbook to help benefit him. I hate whenever people call quarterbacks system quarterbacks and stuff like that. The system that an offense runs should be based off of your quarterback's ability. They're the first person that touches the ball. Between them and the center, they're the only two people that you're going to guarantee is going to touch the ball every play.
I agree totally, but like I was getting ready to say, the coach has to start calling more plays for Alvin. Like you said, telling Jameis that on this play right here, the Alvin Kamara needs to touch the ball, throw the ball to Alvin Kamara. But the reason that I mentioned him not throwing to the flats and that he doesn't throw to the flats is for a very similar reason that Drew Brees did not go deep. Drew Brees wasn't a deep throwing quarterback. Drew Brees was a dink and dunk quarterback. Jameis Winston is a stretch the field quarterback. Now, I would love for Jameis to hit Alvin in that flat and let's see what Alvin can do to gain some yards and sustain some drives. But he hasn't done that in his career. That's just not what he does. And I feel like if we're going to get the ball to Alvin Kamara, it's going to be on some, crossing routes, some drag stuff, some screen stuff. That's how he would get Alvin Kamara the ball, and just running the ball with the offensive line, who hasn't moved anybody out of the way or created any holes so far, because we're not running the ball often enough because we're playing from behind. But that's another thing in play calling. Once we get behind, we get pass happy and we get away from the run. So now the offensive line doesn't have to get out and push anybody out of the way. So they're playing lazy because they're backing up the whole game, blocking for passing plays. So like you said earlier, Zach, the play calling has to be more what's the word? Creative. Yeah, creative. And more mix of running pass. Because if teams know that we're going to throw the ball 40 times, like we did against Carolina, they're just going to start sending those 6, 7 every time, and hoping to God that Jameis doesn't get it out fast enough, which he hasn't been doing and hasn't been that clock isn't going off, that you got to get rid of it. And we're going to be watching the same type of offense go backwards as we've been watching for these first couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mr. Zach, Ian, Mr. Josh, anybody else? Oh,
and
Chris
me.
is doing here. Yeah. You haven't said shit in a while, so I thought you fell asleep, so I didn't want to say anything. But
it's so weird having God quiet.
But I like everybody to have their last words. We'll let Zach, Ian, Josh, and then God of Creation. We'll let everybody go in order, and then we'll end the podcast because you boys got work in the morning. And we've been live for 5.5 hours talking Saints football. That's what you got to love about the Who Dat Nation. Even though we got fake fans in here sometimes, I ain't saying you are, Josh, but I'm saying, you got some people that are just fake out there that just wants to completely just hate and waiting for one mistake by one person to trash them, But
yeah, I think
because they got people out there like that.
People that are hating right now, but it's because they expect more out of somebody. That's not fake fans. It's the guys that are just ready to jump on everybody's case in 2 seconds and ready to cut the whole team. That's fake fans to me.
All right, so Mr. Zach, you got anything you would like to say? Tell everybody about your channel, stuff like that.
Yeah, of course, man. My name is Zach. I come over from Real Fan Sports. We are a sports podcast, not just New Orleans Saints, but we cover all the NFL. We do lives on Monday and Thursday night football. We also do reactions, and we also have a lot of cool new concept videos that will be coming out over the next couple weeks and months. We also cover the NBA. We do a little bit of everything, so y'all make sure y'all go ahead and check out the channel. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link to the channel in the chat if y'all do want to go and subscribe. And if y'all do, I'll see y'all on Thursday night. Hoodie, thank you for having me on, man. As always, great show. Guy, it was great talking to you. Ian B, great talking to you. Josh, great talking to you. And everybody else in chat, much love. Who dat, guys? And catch y'all next time.
Yes, sir. You're more than welcome to stay right here to say the who that. You know, we all got to say I found the who that's on the wheel, like always. I'm just getting everybody, their chance to speak. So, Mr. Ian, man, what you got to say? What's your last words?
Man, Saints, but my last message is to the Saints fans, man. Saints fans, the sky is not falling. Saints fans, everything is going to be okay. Saints fans, the season is not over. Tune in 8 o'clock Sunday morning and watch what we do to the Minnesota Vikings, and everything's going to chill out. Things have not worked out to the way that we thought that they would so far. We've been playing badly at lots of positions, and I know that the quarterback is the most important position on the field, and Jameis Winston is our quarterback, and he has not played well. Be patient. In a couple of weeks, if he's still doing what he's doing now, then we will go from there. But right now, it's not the time to panic. Right now is the time to cheer this team on and be on this team's side as much as we can and cheer them on from home. And then next week against Seattle at the Dome, cheer them on then. Keep on cheering on the Saints. Keep on clapping. When y'all get mad at something, keep on cussing. Just keep on being fans, man. Everything going to be all right, I promise.
Yes, sir. What about you, Josh?
God bless, pay Lamar. Who that?
He said, you gotta pay who?
I said, God bless, pay Lamar. Who that?
Oh, pay Lamar. Oh, yeah, he hasn't been paid yet. Poor Lamar Jackson. You got it, crazy.
All right, say best for last. All right.
Hell no, to the no, no, no. Hell to the no.
Boy, he had that button ready this time.
Hell yeah.
He got it fast. Y'all know me. They call me GOAT of creation. I do GOAT stuff. I always tell y'all what's happening. I always tell y'all what happens before it happens. You go back and listen to some of the stuff I spoke. The gospel. I spoke. I always give the red pill. Say I'm not a blue pill guy. I always giving out red pills, letting people know the truth even when it hurts. Like a right hook from Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? But y'all already know what the deal with me. You can find me anywhere. Anywhere and everywhere, and I'm stay creeping in the shadows. But yeah, that's it.
Backyard, you can find me in the shop. No,
under your bed.
Go to Crazy before you go, man. I wanted to ask you why you been being so chill as of recent, man. You usually be like fire and brimstone. Let's go, man.
Yeah, don't get him started.
I'm chill.
Yeah, don't get him started.
Well,
hell no.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Why you think I'm chill is because you realize the truth I speak. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, can't handle the truth, so it hurts them. They be like, damn, he just said that shit hurts. But then I'll be like, then you realize, oh shit, he told the truth. He said Quan wasn't gonna be here. He told the truth. He said we're gonna trade CJ. He told the truth. There's nothing but excellent truth telling from me. Just giving that gospel out.
Gotcha. Well, everybody, I appreciate everybody that came on tonight. We had a bunch of people that came on. Some people already left, went to sleep. But thank y'all for tuning on in. And if y'all are new to the channel, make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, and also turn on your notification bell so you don't miss out on any of the great podcasts that we do. We also do great giveaways on this channel as well. And yes, you don't have to be a Saints fan just to win prizes as well. So if we ever do a jersey giveaway and you win, we can get you whatever team you are. If you're a Bucs fan, Falcons fan, no matter what, we can have you a jersey. But if you are a Falcons fan, I do prepare you. If you do win a jersey and you want a certain player, you might get that person's number, but on the back of it, it might not be his name. It might say 26-10, since that's my new comeback on y'all now. Instead of 28-3, it's gonna be 26-10 for y'all. But other than that, man, I'm gonna try to go live again tomorrow night, late, probably around 8-9 o'clock again. And we're gonna have our preview for the Vikings game. Talk about what can the Saints do. To win against the Vikings, what we need to do, what we need to fix. etc. And if y'all are, everybody that's on tonight, hopefully to see y'all tomorrow. And with that being said, I hope everybody has a great night. Hope to see everybody again tomorrow night. And we always tell people, we say, who what?
Who that?
Who that?
Who that, baby? Pay Lamar Jackson. I mean, that's what my brother said. Who that, y'all?
Run it up, Panera. Say what they lie. Say what they lie. Say what they lie. Say what they lie. We screaming black and gold. We screaming black and gold. We screaming black and gold. We going to the bowl. We screaming black and gold. We screaming black and gold. We screaming black and gold. Saints going to the Super Bowl, talking black and gold. Young Nolan Hooded Jew wanna beat me like you know. Chris Olave, MT down the field. Once the throw the ball deep, yeah, you know it's getting real. Put Jones in the slot, he gon' do damage. AK in the backfield, you know Durant. E. Davis coming through the line, QB running out of time. Tom Brady, that's mine. Yeah, the Saints did it fine. Hold up, chopper style, choppers out. Them boys wild, yeah, them boys wild. Chopper style, choppers out. Them boys wild, yeah, them boys wild. Hold up, yeah, we rolling. Hold up, yeah, we rolling. Hold up, yeah, we toting. Marshawn Lattimore, play the left field. Marcus May play deep safety, so you know the deal. We got Tyrant in the box, got the QB on lock. Man, we ready to rock. See, they gone in the slot out. A Devo, play the right side. Stop playing with that boy. 29, ready to ride. We ain't tripping at all. We going to the top. Yeah, we gon' spin they block. Yeah, we knocking on their top block. We rap the Florida leads, so boy was poppin'. The Saints really wildin', them boys on fire. We really number one, we move with silence. We zip them boys up, if it's a problem. Choppers out, choppers out. Them boys wild, yeah, them boys wild. Choppers out, choppers out. Them boys wild. Hold up, yeah, we roll.